Chapter 151, Axis of Universe and Primal Mana. The mind space was a place with boundless darkness. Mortals who never went through specific training would never realize this void, bottomless space deep inside their minds. Inside this primal and endless chaos, three giant surfaces shined with brightness and displayed their existence. Suddenly, in the dark space away from these surfaces, three light spots that belonged to different quadrants, as well as vertical and horizontal axes, came into being. Like morning stars that repelled the night. The three stars shared an indistinct, unknown connection with the three surfaces. Even if they did not connect with each other, it could be felt that they possessed the same origin. As the three stars illuminated the darkness, a giant blade made of spirit power sliced through space as if it came from another dimension. The blade broke the three stars apart. The broken stars then slowly scattered and formed up a new surface as if they had their own consciousness. A fourth, shining surface now existed in the chaos. Like an endless loop, when the fourth surface pierced the sky, another three stars slowly rose and released an intense brightness. Soon, a blade from outside the space came once again and completely shattered them, creating the fifth surface in the chaos. Stars, blade. The process repeated twice more. As the seventh star combination was shattered and gave birth to the seventh surface, the once tranquil and eternal mind space witnessed a drastic change. 7 surfaces, some intersected with each other, some were parallel, divided the chaos into 36 different sections. All these sections released a blinding light at the same time. When the light died down, the surfaces vanished, leaving countless broken lines behind. These broken lines kept blinking out of existence. When something was looking at them, they showed their shining forms in the mind space. In other times, they hid in the darkness. This was the ultimate form of the 36-dimensional locator, the axis of the universe. Angor slowly opened his eyes and revealed a grin around his lips. The coordinates worked out by the tablet helped him create the stars in his mind space. Combined with his spirit blade, 7 final surfaces were successfully made, giving birth to the axis of the universe. It meant Angor's effort during all these months paid off. The 36-dimensional locator, which was long lost, finally made its appearance in the world again. Now Angor only needed to slightly meditate to trigger the axis of the universe in his mind space. With the help of the axis, the entire chaotic mind space was quantified. Every abstract spot could now be represented by data and digits. The data were not absolutely correct, but according to singularity dispersive meditation, these data could be optimized relatively perfectly. A singularity dispersive model built in this way would achieve its original fitness level. And that was the best Angor could hope for. To make sure, Angor had to test out the locating capacity of these axes. He quickly took out his singularity dispersive meditation copy and found the page which gave instructions on how to build a spirit model. The first step was to create a singular point. This point was referred to as the point of all terminals by wizards. It meant the beginning and the end of the universe, a point that brought boundless imaginations and religious beliefs. Nobody knew if it really existed, or only resided in the imaginations of wizards. Or maybe it lied inside another dimension. The book used singularity in its title and used this point as the starting point of the spirit model. This meant the author of the book was extremely ambitious. What was more, the author's knowledge and insight were well deserved of such an ambition. An incomplete channeling method with a base fitness level of 30%. This was way higher than the best channeling method used in Brute Cavern, Montaz octahedrite channeling. Even a mighty wizard like Sunders agreed that the book was absolutely best of the best in the entire southern region. All in all, a singular point was the foundation of the channeling method book and the most critical step. If the axis of the universe could be used to locate a perfect singular point, then Angor could achieve great progress after all these months. The book used an entire page just listing the coordinates for the singular point. Angor carefully went through each decimal place to eliminate incorrect points on the axis. When Angor reached the end of the coordinates, he found an abstract spot in the endless space. So this is the singular point. He split his spirit concentration and began the calculation for a second time, only to reach the same spot again. This time, Angor was finally assured. Using his spirit power, he slowly created the starting point of the spirit model. When a sphere that gave out a faint light emerged, Angor had succeeded in building the initial state of his spirit model. Next, he had to prove whether this sphere was the rumored singular point. The book told him how. He just had to construct his first spirit power tunnel from the sphere and see the speed of the flow to determine whether the singular point was real or fake. Without tarrying, Angor immediately proceeded to the second step, building the spirit power tunnel. A spirit tunnel was the base unit that composed the spirit model. Every model consisted of multiple spirit tunnels. A model was like a building, with the starting point as its base, and the tunnels as its frames. A spirit tunnel also required a starting coordinate. Using the axis of the universe, Angkor easily determined the first tunnel. From 0 to 1, the tunnel slowly emerged from the sphere and reached for the final destination. Once the tunnel was built, Angkor would be able to start calculating the flow speed of spirit power and see if the singular point was successful. Angkor did not know how much time he spent on connecting the first tunnel to its ending point. With the tunnel finally completed, his spirit model now looked like a lollipop, but with its stick pointing upward. There. With the tunnel in place, Angkor could not wait to test his spirit flow out. But before he could do that, a vortex-like black hole suddenly appeared on the top side of his mind space. And before he could react, a strange and wild energy flow came rushing out of the vortex. That's primal mana. Angkor was shocked at the sight. He knew primal mana often showed itself when someone built their spirit models, but it only happened when the model approached its completion, not at the beginning. The appearance of primal mana meant that Angkor could now channel the mana into the spirit tunnel to initiate mana flow. The flow would remove the wild attribute from the primal mana, turning it into pure and controllable energy. And when he had enough mana, he could establish his mana pool. The mana pool was what made a talent into a supernatural. As Angkor stayed dumbfounded, the primal mana kept lashing out from the vortex until it filled up the chaotic mind space. The wild nature of the energy quickly caused Angkor's mind to become restless. The only way to solve this problem was to channel the energy into the spirit tunnel and purify it. However, Angkor stared at the small stick on the spirit sphere and could not help cursing. How can I tame such primal mana with this small spirit tunnel? Angkor felt powerless. Why did the primal mana show up now anyway? The early appearance could be difficult to deal with. More importantly, what was wrong with the vortex? It should be an entrance that connected with the outside. An apprentice could draw primal mana from nature when he or she meditated, and then they could slowly purify the mana and strengthen themselves. And usually, this vortex only provided a small string of energy. But now, Angkor's vortex appeared like an opened gate on a river dam during a flood. By the time he realized what was going on, the primal mana already occupied his entire mind space. Was that how efficient singularity dispersive meditation was? The speed of drawing primal mana was downright scary. If he could establish a purification mana flow at the same speed, Angkor would probably make breakthroughs like taking strolls in a park. Angkor quickly shut off the vortex, but lots of primal mana was already troubling his mind space. If he did not deal with it soon, he would go crazy under its effect. With no other choices, Angkor forced himself to calm down and channeled the primal mana into his tiny spirit tunnel. He believed that it would not take much time for the spirit sphere to be completely filled up by primal mana. To his surprise, when he channeled all the mana into the spirit tunnel, the sphere remained as it was. It was like dropping stones into a giant river. Everything calmed down. Nothing was left behind. The model can hold a big amount of mana. Angkor realized what happened. A large capacity meant purer mana outcome, which in turn could amplify the spells he used. It deserved its name. One single tunnel can keep so much mana. Angkor exclaimed in excitement. With the vortex shut off and all the primal mana being kept inside the sphere, Angkor moved on to calculating the flow speed. And the result was exactly the one recorded in the book. Angkor was finally relieved. The axis of the universe that he established was accurate, and the sphere was the real singular point. The first part of his spirit model was also correct. He made a good start on the long and unpredictable path of becoming a wizard. Chapter 152, A New Mana Pool. In the next 2 days, instead of working on other spirit tunnels, Angkor reopened the vortex to draw more primal mana. He read about something in a wizard anecdote that building the mana pool earlier would make it easier to stabilize and prevent the mana from backfiring, which could also help him build a better spirit model. This was why Angkor decided to establish his mana pool first before continuing with his spirit model construction. Besides, Sundars asked him to become an apprentice in a month, which was only a little more than 10 days away. He had to make it happen in order not to miss this deadline. On the third evening, after Angkor created the singular point, he finally felt that the point was getting a bit filled. The singular point now looked several times bigger. Just as Angkor was fearing that the sphere would explode on itself, it slowly shrank again while releasing an extremely pure mana flow back into his mind space. Unlike the grey, muddy-looking primal mana that he received from the vortex. The new mana flow was transparent. These two types of mana existed in harmony in his mind and never interfered with each other. After several more days, pure mana slowly built up in his mind and gathered around the singular point and eventually condensed into a strange shape that looked like a cocoon. This was the initial state of the mana pool, a magic cocoon. As long as he kept accumulating his mana, the cocoon would keep growing until it became a real mana pool. This would take time. Usually, an apprentice who meditated often could achieve that in a month. However, that was considering the use of a common channeling method. Angor was confident that with the conversion rate of the singularity dispersive model, he would totally satisfy Sunder's requirement. 2 days later, Angor looked at the shining sphere which brightened up his mind like the sun and remained agape for a long time. He already knew how efficient singularity dispersive meditation was, compared to the other channeling methods. Yet he did not expect to actually build the mana pool in just 2 days by using only 5 strings of pure mana flows. If he did not take the time to rest and eat, he would have done this within a day. This channeling method, long lost in history, not only allowed the drawing of primal mana at an insane speed, but it also purified primal mana more than 10 times faster than similar channeling methods. The small, bright sun was the foundation of being a wizard, the mana pool. It looked really small compared to the vast mind space, but its sense of presence was not small at all. When Angor began meditating, he could immediately feel the sun, which released intense energy. Angor stopped his training and sensed his mana pool with a blank emotion. Somehow, he wanted to cry. It had been a little more than a year plus 3 months since he departed from Pad Manor. He finally made a major achievement. Angor closed his eyes and thought about the very day when he left his home. Headmaid Mana stood against the sunlight with all house servants beside her as they waved goodbye. His mentor, John, who forced himself on his broken body, repeated his wise words to Angor again and again with an unchanged kindness in his eyes. And Angor's brother Leon, the very person who loved him most. Angor's memory stopped on Leon's figure. With his other hand on his chest, his brother was holding his decorated long sword toward the sky while chanting something. Angor clearly remembered every single detail shown in his memory. The long sword was a passed-down artifact of Pad family which symbolized the authority of the master. Leon's armor was a battle suit decorated with his family emblem. Also, he was chanting their family motto, "The fire in Lion's heart never dies." "The fire in Lion's heart never dies," Angor muttered along. He smiled and quickly removed unwanted distractions. He might not be able to protect his family forever, but as long as he was alive, the fire in Lion's heart would keep burning brightly. Now the mana pool was in place, Angor could be considered an apprentice wizard. Sunder's time limit was still a week away, so Angor did not report to his professor right away. The boy continued to construct spirit tunnels. He spent 5 days on 3 tunnels. When the 3 new tunnels were finished, the singular dispersive model surprised him again by purifying primal mana at an increased speed. According to his speculation, once he completed the spirit model, it would help him purify primal mana about 15 times faster than the other channeling methods. This way, his mana pool would grow quicker. The quality and size of one's mana pool were one of the standards that determined the class of a wizard. An apprentice only needed amount rather than quality, so at least Angor was sure he would develop a lot faster than the others during his training as an apprentice. 2 days. Sunder's 1-month deadline was only 2 days away. After making sure his mana pool was stable, and there would not be any backfire, Angor stepped out of his door with a sense of contentment. He took Toby with him this time. Angor warned Toby to watch out for anything suspicious around them. He was an apprentice now, but he had not learned any spells, so he must rely on Toby to protect him. It was unlikely that Hook Dick would hire assassins again, but better safe than sorry. Toby revealed a disdainful sneer upon hearing Angor's act of cowardice. However, the bird still hovered above Angor carefully, working as a responsible bodyguard. Angor boarded a sky bus and reached the falling cloud stop peacefully. But before going for the final destination, someone stopped him. Angor was still on the sky bridge toward the Phantom Island. It was only about 100 meters to the island now. 3 apprentices dressed in different styles stood before him. Their leader was a man in an unbuttoned brown leather jacket. Without other inner clothes, his strong chest and abdomen muscles were exposed. One apprentice beside him was cloaked in a blanket-like robe. Angor saw Salem wearing the same robe before. It appeared to be a standard uniform in Brute Cavern. The third man was a fatty who kept chewing on a piece of roasted meat in his hand. Oily grease covered his mouth. "Oi, kid! Who the heck are you? What's your business on Phantom Island? The leading man spoke. His tone was as sloppy and wild as his appearance. Tisk. Look, boss, he's just a level 1. Must have come to the island to find leftovers, said the fatty, revealing some meat scraps between his teeth. Don't mind him, boss. There are bunches of people around the Phantom Island now. He won't make a difference. And he's just a kid, said the robed man in a meek tone. Tootin', you chick. You ain't minding every trespasser you see. If we let everyone go, how the heck do we finish our mission? The fat man yelled at the robed man, Tootin'. Tootin' did not protest when he was being addressed as a chick. He only stepped back a little and went closer to his boss. Quit it, Becker. Their leader glanced at the fatty and caused him to stop. Kid, I asked you a question, and I want an answer. Or I'll kick you down the bridge. Their boss looked at Angor again. Angor thought Hook Dick sent someone to attack him again, but after listening to their previous conversation, he believed otherwise. So people had gathered here? Angor looked around and noticed many people floating around the place, staring at Phantom Island with tensed expression. Judging from their clothing and the bone cards on them, they appeared to be apprentice wizards in Brute Cavern. They all noticed when Angor was stopped by someone, but they only cast a cold glance before disregarding the scene again. Who are you? What's going on here? Angor asked a question instead. We're the one doing the asking. Don't you play dumb. Becker seemed to be the testy type. He tossed his meat away and stomped toward Angor quickly. You wanna get punched, yet? Angor quickly stepped back. At the same time, Toby descended from the sky and hovered in front of the fatty. Becker waved a hand to chase the bird away, but he immediately felt pain coming from the back of his hand. Becker only saw something flashed past his eyes. Then a bloody gash appeared on his hand. A summoner's apprentice. The leading man muttered to himself. Should be a familiar good at speed, but with weak attacking abilities, Tootin added. Receiving an injury so soon, Becker quickly became furious. Magic ripples emerged from his body. Hey, Becker, I suggest that you stay down. I'm warning you. A clear yet cold female voice was heard. Becker turned around and looked at a black-robed woman floating 100 meters away from them. Then the fatty showed a mildly terrified expression as he asked, Nanagi. Don't tell me you want to help this little bastard. Nanagi? Angor looked at the speaking woman as well. She was all covered up, but from her voice, she must be the woman Angor met in the resource distribution hall. I don't know him at all. Why would I help him? Nanagi sneered. Then why the fuck did you stop me? Becker asked while he squinted. I told you what I should. It's your own problem whether you listen to me. With that, Nanagi leaped away and landed on a faraway cloud. She did not look back again. Humph. I don't believe it. If she wanted to stop me, I'll go for it instead. Becker sneered and began channeling his mana again. His leader suddenly called out, Get back here, Becker. The fatty revealed a frustrated look upon hearing his boss order, but he still complied. I don't care who you are. Our mission is to stop any suspicious wanderer who wants to intrude Phantom Island. If you want to get past us, prove your identity, said the leader. He somehow removed his sloppy attitude and spoke to Angor in a serious manner. Angor revealed his bone card. When the trio's boss checked the card, he stepped aside without saying anything further. When Angor was far away, Becker spoke in discontent, Why did you let that bastard go, boss? His pet cut my hand. At least let me kick his sorry butt. His leader shook head and explained in a low voice, Nanagi wasn't the only one who looked our way. The phantom servants on the island did too. The one with blood magic on his mask even began to gather his talent energy. If you have made a move to the kid, the phantom servant would unleash that energy on you in the next second. Becker was startled by those words. He glanced at the phantom servants on the island and did not see anyone paying attention to them. For real, boss? Yes. Also, Nanagi, who was considered a reserve wizard in the organization, spoke up for Angor as well. Suddenly, a commotion rose among the onlooking apprentices. The robed man, Tootin, pointed to the distance in surprise. Look, boss! He entered the Phantom Island. Their boss quickly turned around. As per what Tootin said, the kid walked into the woods on Phantom Island without getting attacked by the magic arrays. The apprentices only stayed outside the island because they feared the powerful magic arrays. Only formal wizards and phantom servants were allowed to go in. Now, a kid just broke this rule. Just who is he? The leader of the trio was not the only one who wanted to know the answer now. Chapter 153, Aftermath. All the apprentices watched in surprise. They all gathered around Phantom Island just to get inside earlier and try to find their destiny. But someone just came and waltzed in like that? This was unfair. Several apprentices who were not convinced secretly landed on the edge of the island. When one of them tried to reach his magic cane deeper, his weapon was immediately cut in half by the magic array. The apprentice quickly backed away in fear. At the same time, a group of scary-looking beasts emerged from the woods and stared at the intruder. The protection is still on. How did that kid get inside? Someone yelled in discontentment. No one responded. They were all wondering about the same question. But after being among wizards for some time, they knew when to speak and when to remain shut. Inexperienced kids should do the yelling for them. On a small piece of cloud dirt, a charming woman in a shiny, transparent veil who only covered her chest area and hips with violet silk gently leaned on the shoulder of a black-robed figure. Her smooth, white thighs and finely curved waist were all exposed in the air. "Dear Nanagi, you won't want to watch me die of curiosity, Tell me please, who is that little handsome boy?" Nanagi, in her black robe, remained calm as she answered, "Just a kid who got very lucky." "Just a lucky boy? But why did I sense envy in your words?" The woman whispered beside Nanaga's ear, releasing gentle air which flipped Nanaga's earlobe a little. When everyone quieted down, an old man with grizzled hair suddenly said, "I know him. Isn't he the child everyone was talking about several months ago?" The old man's voice and identity were soon recognized by people. "You know that kid, Hoff?" The elder nodded. "You all forgot?" In the distribution hall, he received a transmission from Sunders. "Now that you mentioned." "Wait. That's Sunders' new student." Words of realization came among all the apprentices. Someone took out a crystal ball and read a message from several months ago, a message which told them that a new talent received a golden poster from Sunders. When the image contained in the message showed up, they all recognized that young man who just entered Phantom Island. On the sky bridge, Becker moved closer to his boss with a worried look. What should I do, boss? I think I just offended that kid. I didn't know he's Sunders' student." Their leader remained silent for a while before saying, "Don't worry. He's just an apprentice who had a golden poster. Wizards usually don't care about conflicts between apprentices. Do you remember Sunders' other student, Flora? Before she turned into a wizard, she got badly wounded several times when people were hunting her down. She even angered a wizard, but Mr. Sunders never helped her." Boss? Is Mr. Sunders so merciless?" Becker wondered. "It's not merciless. It's how wizards treat others. If we're lucky enough to become wizards, maybe we'll be like that too. I don't know how wizards work, but when I'm a wizard, I'd never leave you in danger without helping out," said the coward, Teuton. "Now that's something I like to hear." "Hey, didn't you just grow taller, Teuton?" Becker joked. But he quickly slumped down again and said, "I know the boss is right, but the kid must have some really powerful talent if Sunders wants him as a student. I mean, all the golden poster ones broke through like it was nothing. Maybe the kid will grow way stronger than me really soon. If he comes back and gets revenge, I'm done for." Becker squinted his eyes as he said, "He's just a level 1 apprentice now. Maybe we should." He put his hand at his throat and made a slitting gesture. Teuton frowned at Becker's bold suggestion. "I don't think that's necessary. He doesn't look like someone that narrow-minded." Their boss also agreed. "You should listen to Teuton. You already know he always makes the best judgments." Becker shrugged. "Okay. You say the words, boss." On the other side, Angor, who just drew the attention of everyone, was on his way into the depth of Phantom Island. He had been here many times, so he knew his way well. Angor was still thinking about what happened just now. He was a bit frustrated at how the trio stopped him. However, he did not intend to hold grudges since they seemed to be doing their job and did not actually do anything bad in the end. The important thing was, why were there so many apprentices? Did they come because of the professor's sorcerer's garden? After visiting Phantom Island last time, Angor looked into some information about Sorcerer's Garden and checked about the laws that would generate in these gardens. Unlike real laws in this world, the laws in the gardens were unstable. They acted like some kind of particles in the air or fragments left behind when a real law fixed itself. These fragments would go away slowly with the passage of time. It did not matter if a law that did not do anything to humans disappeared. However, a beneficial law, such as the purification law in Floating Mech City, would slowly get exhausted if too many people used it. Such a law in Sorcerer's Garden could slowly recover on itself though. When exhausted, it would come back in time. Angor was curious about which law Sunder's garden had. If it could benefit them, it could not possibly serve so many people. The Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City was sealed away for centuries and had its law energy fully saved up. Even then, they still set a restriction on who could use the garden. From a brief glimpse, Angor believed there were at least 1,000 people gathering around Phantom Island. A newly built Sorcerer's Garden could not hold much law energy. It would benefit 100 people or at most, 200. As Angor went over his questions in his mind, Butler Good appeared on the path ahead of him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Pad," Good greeted the boy while inspecting Angor up and down, using eyes that were hidden behind his mask. "Mr. Pad really broke through in 1 month? The master will be very happy about this. The master is still staying near the Sorcerer's Garden. Please follow me, Mr. Pad." On their way, Angor tried asking about the situation outside. "Oh, those people? They only wish to find their destiny here," said Good as he chuckled. "Did the professor make a restriction like Floating Mech City, that anyone who meets the condition can use the garden?" Angor asked. "Not quite. When a newborn Sorcerer's Garden receives its law, it'll naturally generate a rhyme, as if the world's consciousness bestows a certain law to a toddler as its parent. Anyone who approaches Phantom Island will sense the newly risen rhyme. This is the destiny they're trying to find." "I see." Angor wanted to ask what rhyme could do, but he already found themselves entering the vicinity of the garden. Sunder's was not far from them now. The Sorcerer's Garden was still under construction, but it already gained a basic shape now. Just like the outer area of the island, many people had gathered around the garden too. However, these people each carried a deep and mighty aura. Every movement on them seemed to bring a mysterious ripple in the air. Just looking at them gave Angor great fear. These are all wizards. They're so scary, Angor thought to himself. No one paid attention to the boy's arrival. To them, lifting an eye at an ordinary apprentice meant wasting energy. No one, except Sunder's. Sunder's took the boy to a private spot nearby. "Now that you're an apprentice, what's your next goal?" Sunder's did not ask if Angor used another locator method. The man did not find it necessary to ask. "To improve myself and challenge the Sky Tower," Angor answered. Sunder's was a bit surprised. Then he smiled. "Having a goal is good. I believe you already have a plan on how to improve yourself." With that, Sunder's turned to leave. Angor looked at the man's back and revealed a bit of disappointment. A burst of eerie and charming laughter suddenly reached Angor's ears. "Angor, sweetie, what's that look for? Something on your mind?" The charming voice seemed to have magic in it. Without realizing it, Angor spoke his mind straight away. "I thought the professor could teach me spells. But he didn't mention anything like that." "Alas, spells? I can teach you." Angor looked up abruptly and saw Flora, who he had not met for a long time. She was floating in the air, covering her smile with a hand. Little Red, who was still behind her, greeted Angor by turning the flames in the eye sockets into the shape of a crescent moon. "Can you?" Angor brightened up. The first step of becoming stronger was naturally studying spells. But he had no idea what spells to start with. Flora grinned. "Of course I can." "Flora." Sunders stopped her. Flora rolled her eyes and changed her words quickly. "Of course I cannot." Angor displayed a sad face. Seeing the boy's look, Flora added, "Oh my! The professor's being so nice to you." Without explaining her words, Flora stepped in the air and floated away. She left something else before leaving. "Oh right, if the half-blood asks for me, tell him I'm away for work. I'll come back when he made a good achievement in his training." Chapter 154, Spells. Butler Good was responsible for keeping order for the outer area of the island, so he came to the outside together with Angor. "Mr. Pad, as Lady Flora said, the master didn't teach you spells for your own good," Good spoke in a small voice. Angor looked at him and waited for his explanation. "Do you know about the path of truth?" Angor nodded. The path of truth meant that a wizard should walk his or her own path when doing wizardry. Sunders told him before, that walking on your own path without being restricted by the ancestors and keep it up for years on end. Even if you can't see where you are going, you are creating your unique sight. Such a wizard is a real wizard. Angor did not understand though. Didn't every wizard already create their own path? If they could succeed by copying the ways of ancestors, formal wizards should not be so scarce. The master didn't teach you spells now because he wished that you can enter the path of truth sooner, said Good. He considered for a while and added, you have to figure out what you want to learn and why do you learn it. By that time, the master will give you some appropriate advice instead of leading you to a path that already existed. Master has always been planning to do so. Good's words made Angor felt a little better. Wizardry, spells, or else. Good choices for someone would usually not work for other people. He needed to know what to pursue. Sunders refused to teach him now so that the boy could find his own path. But Angor wished Sunders could teach him spells so that he could save up merit points. Learning spells from Cloud Library cost money, and he was broke. If you want me to find some kind of path, just let me in your library. At least that will save me a lot of money, Angor complained in his mind even though he clearly knew that Sunders' personal library was tiny compared to the giant Cloud Library. Before sending Angor away from the island, Good glanced at the covetous apprentices around and whispered to Angor, Mr. Pad, the sorcerer's garden will be finished after about a week. Return here as soon as possible. By then, maybe you'll find destiny for yourself. With that, Good hurried away and joined the other phantom servants. On his way back, Angor saw the trio again on the sky bridge, but they did not do anything this time. He reached the falling cloud stop peacefully. After boarding the sky bus toward Apprentice Town, Angor was still pondering over Path of Truth. He never knew what that was before because Sunders only used vague words when explaining it. But after hearing Good's advice, Angor realized something about it. The Path of Truth might be a path full of a wizard's own marks. While walking down such a path, the wizard used his or her own ideas, experiences and knowledge. They would not change for any external factors. A wizard should keep walking by him or herself, alone. Angor recalled a certain incident in Pad Manor when he was younger. There was someone called Auntie Rarelay in the manor, who loved stealing small benefits for herself. Everyone hated her. She always stole bits of food from the kitchen. She even used to take away portions of Angor's milk. That was why Angor disliked the woman as well. Later, when Angor mentioned her to John, his mentor commented with a smile, in your view, she is wicked and filthy. But to her adopted kids, she is a gentle and reliable mother. There are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes. Whether someone was favorable was only one's personal ideas. If there was a beautiful woman among people, people around her might like her for different reasons, such as her face, her body, or her inner virtue. These views were equal. No matter which part of the woman people liked, they all reached the same conclusion that she was beautiful. The Path of Truth was something similar. Other people's experience could be used to achieve certain goals. Yet following it blindly would cause someone to lose his own judgment. Believing in oneself and figuring out his or her own future was the true significance of the Path of Truth. Angor was wondering about something though. If the Path of Truth was such an easy concept, why were there few wizards who actually stepped onto the path? Were there some other important factors? Angor left the sky bus and headed toward the central area of Tree Spirit Garden instead of returning to Apprentice Town. A new apprentice had to get registered before he could start accepting quests from the questing hall. When this was done, Angor went to the resource distribution hall and accepted a small bag. The bag contained 2 objects for him. One was a robe with a simple rune on it. It looked exactly the same as Salem and Teuton's bed sheet except that this one was black. The other object was a crystal ball communicator. On his way back, Angor wanted to go to Cloud Library and look for some spell books. But he gave up the idea. Back on the Cloud Whale, he already recorded a good number of books in Sunders' book room. He would check these first and see if there was something worth studying. Upon arriving at his villa, Angor asked Toby to enjoy the day by itself. He then went to the balcony. It seemed the tree spirit was really considerate to Apprentice Town 8 these days. The sunlight remained strong all day. Before leaving, Angor placed his tablet on the balcony to recharge. Now the battery was all full. He took his tablet back to the soundproof room and began going over the books he recorded before. There were all kinds of books. Angor spent half a day classifying them before he started to read them. To learn spells, he first needed to know what they really meant. A spell was a way to express magic while using the mana pool as the core, mana as energy, and knowledge as structure. It worked by levering and interfering with reality. Simply put, a spell consisted of three elements: mana pool, mana, and knowledge. For example, a level 0 cantrip called Cleanse was a spell that removed filth by combining the use of water and wind. The fundamental of the spell was to disrupt the natural combination of water and wind elements. It would then simulate the elements by using a formula before expressing the formula with mana, thus making the low-level cantrip possible. In general, a wizard created a model of the cantrip by using mana to build a formula as its base, then used the formula to affect the physical world. As a level 0 cantrip, Cleanse did not need many steps to cast. For certain high-leveled spells, wizards needed external help to cast them, such as changing his or her body or certain glands, or by spending materials as mediums for the spell. People already summarized how to build the model for Cleanse, so anyone who wished to learn it did not need to understand the combination of water and wind elements at all. They simply had to apply the existing cantrip model to cast the spell. Angor looked at the display of the hologram tablet, where a megatama stood upon a surface, and triggered something in his mind. He controlled his mana pool to release mana to the outside. He then built the model of Cleanse spell in his mind. Under his careful manipulation, his mana slowly formed up the shape of the cantrip. Next, Angor felt a strange urge in his mind. Following the urge, he released a strange feeling from his fingers. A small current of damp air blew over the soundproof room, removing dust and dirt scraps from the room's walls and floor. That's how Cleanse work? It's so weak, Angor complained at how insignificant the spell looked. Little did he know that being able to cast a spell on the first attempt was an amazing achievement for anyone. That was how the mana purified by a singular point helped him. The mana was extremely pure and flexible, which allowed him to build an accurate model without previous practice. Angor kept reading the book. Similar cantrips all had completely determined models. Apprentices only had to memorize the models. Thanks to the experience of ancestors, they did not need to reach into anything deep down in order to cast the cantrips. Thinking about this, Angor got a new idea. He did not wish to follow ancestors and copy the models. He wanted to start from zero and worked out how Cleanse spell came into being on his own. Angor found the page that explained the fundamentals of the cantrip and read on carefully. A day later, Angor began to calculate the combination patterns of wind and water elements on his own. He spent half a day on filling 20 pages with his formulas. There were too many calculations involved and he failed to figure out any viable combination. No wonder people only copied the books. It would take forever making out a combination on my own, and it probably won't be correct, Angor muttered. He did not give up though. The boy really wanted to see how spells worked from their root. After another day, he finally discovered a combination. Using the appropriate formula, Angor built the combination into a new cantrip model. The model now looked like a megatama sliced up by several surfaces, which was completely different from the one on the book where the megatama stood on top of one single surface. Following his own cantrip model, Angor slowly channeled his mana. A moment later, he felt a small breeze. His collar moved a little. Angor took out his notes and wrote down, the Cleanse spell following this combination did not achieve a balance between wind and water elements. Water element almost did not exist, and the wind element was too weak. It doesn't work as a Cleanse spell. Not even a breeze spell. He put down the note and prepared to find another combination. But this time, he was planning to use the tablet to help him calculate the results faster. For the first combination, Angor used paper and pen in order to see the essentials of the spell and know its nature. Once this was done, he no longer had to work out further combinations on his own. Using the tablet would save him a lot of time. He set two different elements as A and B, and put his formula, variables, and data into the hologram tablet. The system began working on its own. It only took 10 minutes for the system to return more than 30 different combinations for Angor. Chapter 155, Magic Backfire. The system could only do its job following common knowledge. For the last step, where the combination had to be combined with magic formula to be turned into a cantrip model, Angor had to do it himself since this was not science anymore. Angor left the tablet to calculate the remaining combinations while he tried to create cantrip models using the combinations he already received. The first model, a shattered megatama in the middle of a circle. After trying it out using his own mana, Angor noted down, no significant effect. The air around seemed to be drier than before. Maybe it removed dampness? Need to prove using test papers. The second model, pieces of shattered megatama scattered around while connected by thin strings. The result this time surprised Angor a little. He created a small pool of water out of thin air. Compared to his previous attempts, this one seemed more supernatural to him. If he did it in front of mortals, they would probably regard it as an amazing magic trick. Note: the spell drew water from the air and creates some water without following a certain pattern. Amount of water equals about 1 measuring glass. Temporary name: create water. A further test needs to be done to prove whether the amount of water can be increased. The third cantrip model, a megatama pierced a surface diagonally. Note of effect: breeze in a small area, along with extremely tiny water drops. The fourth. Angor tested through the models one by one. None yielded a useful result. They either created too much water, too much wind, or sometimes had no visible effect at all. Still, Angor found something in his tests. For example, if a model was created with a shattered megatama, water element would appear more. If it was a fine megatama and a surface, wind element would stand out. He recorded his findings in a notebook for future reference. Now, Angor thought about whoever created the perfect cantrip model for cleanse spell and developed respect to the inventor. He wondered how much time it took. After casting about 15 variations of cleanse spell, Angor sensed that the amount of mana released from his mana pool and the primal mana he drew from outside began to differ. So at full condition, my mana can only support 15 level 0 cantrips, Angor mumbled to himself. It was not much. But according to a book he read before, a new level 1 apprentice could usually cast 1.5 cantrips before exhausting his or her mana, after which the apprentice would need to meditate to recover. This meant Angor could already cast 10 times more spells than average people. Angor already tested how much mana he could hold. He did not do much better than others. The reason why he could cast more spells was probably due to his pure mana. Pure mana allowed Angor to use a spell to interfere with the physical world by spending less mana. Since his mana was now spent, Angor quickly began meditation to regain it. During his meditation, the tablet kept working out different combinations for water and wind elements to be used by a cleanse spell. After 3 hours, Angor recovered about half of his mana. Now the system already gained more than 100 combinations. Also, the tablet was now getting results slower because further results involved more and more variants. By now, it would take 13 minutes to receive a new combination, which was way slower compared to how Angor received each one within 30 seconds when the calculation just began. Angor had only been testing out the simple models. After regaining half of his mana, he decided to try out a complicated cantrip model which took the system 10 minutes to figure out. Applying magic formula and turning the combination into a model took Angor more than an hour this time. Looking at the new model he just made, which appeared much more complicated than the original cleanse model, Angor wondered what would happen. Note on new cantrip model, only half of the megatama is shattered while the surface is turned into a folded nonagon which divided the megatama into 13 parts. Angor eagerly channeled mana from his mana pool and carefully guided the mana into the shape of the model. To his surprise, he used up all mana when only half of the megatama was drawn. He was stumped. The model looked about the same size as the previous ones. Why did this one cost so much mana? Without receiving support from Angor, the half-finished cantrip model in his mind space slowly crumbled away. This was not all, the force brought by the breaking model began to tackle the entire mind space. Angor only felt his mind go blurry for a second. Next, great pain came inside his brain as if it was going to explode. His ears rang. Fluid came out of his eyes, mouth, nostrils, and ears. Then his vision darkened. He could no longer sense the world around him. Angor did not know if he was awake at all. His mind could not work, but it did not prevent the great pain from tingling his brain. The pain persisted, causing him to groan unconsciously. Finally, he woke up from the agony in an obscured mind state. His head was still as painful as hell. Angor slowly rubbed his temples and realized some blood-colored scraps were caught on his fingers. He wiped his face and removed some scabs off himself. Looking at the bloody remains on the floor, he finally remembered what happened before he lost consciousness. Angor quickly remembered something similar from a book he read before. Magic backfire. According to the book, there were 3 situations which could cause magic to backfire. 1. A wizard who attempted to cast a spell beyond his level. 2. Using an incorrectly built model. And 3. An unfinished model breaking apart due to lack of mana. Angor obviously just did the third mistake. Magic backfiring was a common thing to happen among wizards. Most of the times, it was caused by the second reason. Wizards were humans too, and human brains often made mistakes. However, the third reason was something rare, even for apprentices. As long as a wizard went through routinized training, the wizard would sooner or later know his or her limit and could avoid doing something beyond that limit. Angor, on the other hand, as a new apprentice wizard, skipped many challenges using the computing capacity of his tablet without learning his own limit, thus making such a tragic result. Wizards who went through magic backfiring usually met with a bad ending. Few of them only received slight injuries. There were also severely wounded ones or even dead ones. This was why wizards usually did not construct models at their free wills. Most people followed the steps of ancestors to remain safe. Angor was in no good condition now. His entire mind space was messy. Each time he tried to meditate, his brain would immediately throb. Thank goodness he only tried to build a low-leveled cantrip model instead of a real spell, so the backfire was not very serious. He only needed to rest for a week or two to recover. 2 weeks without being able to meditate. The incident temporarily ended Angor's reckless experiments. He saw the tablet still working out new combinations for cleanse spell and decided to leave it be. Angor dragged his fatigued body out of the soundproofed room, boiled some water, and took a bath to clean himself of all the bloody remains on him. While enjoying the warm bath water, Angor still sulked in frustration. With the hologram tablet in hand, he disregarded common sense and did something foolish due to his blind confidence. He did not know what would happen if that was not a level 0 cantrip model. Angor silently warned himself that such a lesson could not be repeated. Once was already enough. Even though he was unable to meditate, Angor did not intend to idle his time away. He decided to arrange all the data he saved in the tablet. The books he recorded in Sunder's book room were mostly pictures. Classifying them did not take him much time. The information and scrolls he saved from the Nightmare Realm were videos. For them, Angor had to take screenshots slowly and rearrange them into appropriate folders. This would take a lot of time and effort. While he did his work, the system completed calculating out 630 different water and wind element combinations of cleanse spell. Inside a cantrip subfolder, Angor created another folder called Level 0 Cantrip, Cleanse and placed all the combinations in there, planning to test them out after getting over his magic backfiring. Today was the third day into the month of Blossom. Angor put down his tablet. Sunder's Sorcerer's Garden would soon be finished. There was only 1 day away from the 1-week time limit Butler Good told him. Angor decided to go to Phantom Island and wait. He did not know what a destiny was yet. But judging from how all the apprentices looked really greedy around the island, it had to be something good. Angor washed up and tried to look better. However, tidy clothes and combed hair did not help him hide his pale face and unfocused eyes after experiencing the backfiring. He looked really ill, as if a small gust of wind could easily knock him over. Dear God, Angor sighed deeply when looking into the mirror. He removed his beautiful but useless coat and put on the uniform he received in the resource distribution hall, a black bed sheet robe. With the hood to cover his morbid-looking face, Angor finally stepped out of his door. He did not forget to take Toby with him. You were with me the last time, so you must have heard, Angor spoke to the bird on his shoulder. Sorcerer's Garden will bring destiny when it's finished. Let's both try to find it. Maybe you'll turn into a great phoenix. Toby did not know what a phoenix was, but it still understood what Angor meant and nodded in excitement. Looking at how Toby hopped happily, Angor felt his mood growing a lot better as well. He tapped at the bird's little head with a smile. It's fine if we don't find anything. Next time when we go to Cloud Library, I'll try to find a book on how to help a monster grow stronger. Chapter 156, Reunite of Friends. When leaving Apprentice Town 8, Angor saw 2 people coming out of the cave field and heading his way. The shorter figure covered in a white blanket robe without using his hood was Salem. The other one was Nausicaa. She did not use her blanket uniform. The lady still wore her usual soft leather armor. Her slim, cowhide boots displayed the curves of her legs to their perfect extent. Due to their directions, the pair did not see Angor yet. Are they going to the town to look for me? Angor suddenly got a playful idea. He asked Toby to take off to the sky while he put on his hood and walked toward the 2 people with his head lowered. When they walked past each other, Angor noticed that Salem and Nausicaa were talking about him. I wonder if Angor already left. I don't want to miss him again. Angor smiled. He intentionally cleared his throat aloud. Salem did not react, but Nausicaa stopped in her tracks and turned around with a puzzled look. Miss Nausicaa? What's wrong? Salem asked. Nausicaa did not respond. She stared at the black-robed figure not far from her for a moment, and called out in an uncertain voice, Angor. Angor slowly removed his hood and revealed a smiling face. When Salem stared at him in shock, Angor snapped his fingers and signaled Toby to land on his shoulder. Angor. Salem quickly replaced his surprise with joy. The boy rushed at Angor happily, his white blanket robe flipping in the wind. If this was in the middle of the night, the sight would be quite terrible. Salem hopped around Angor like a rabbit. Nausicaa joined them as well. That's our uniform robe. So you successfully broke through. Salem lifted Angor's robe. Before Angor could say anything though, Salem revealed a disgusted look. Why does it look like a bed sheet on you? Angor froze. He then blushed and retorted, look at yourself. I already thought that way last time I saw you coming, but I didn't say it. Now you said it first. Salem looked really shocked. It can't be. I look good. Miss Nausicaa even said I looked mysterious with the hood on. Right. Salem turned around and decided to drag Nausicaa into their debate. Nausicaa's praise was why the boy always went outside with his robe on. Nausicaa facepalmed herself and revealed an I have nothing to do with this expression. Realizing what just happened, Salem displayed a sad face. Angor humphed. Just think about it. The uniforms only have one size. I'm taller than you, and the robe is already too big for me. You look like a kid playing the sheet he took from his bed. Salem understood the description. Angor's shoulders were broader and overall, bigger. Yet Angor looked miserable in this robe. As for Salem himself, yet, maybe he did look like a blanket-covered child. Thinking about how he had been wandering about with the bedsheet on, trying to tell everyone that he was an apprentice now. Salem felt his face burning in embarrassment. Nuts. Salem quickly dragged his hood on and revealed an I'm ready for any disaster the world throws my way manner. The happiness when friends united with each other was totally ruined by the two bed sheets, one black and one white. They found a tree near the road to rest under. Nausicaa had been trying to hold back her laughter. She could not get rid of the funny scene in her mind where two kids quarreled with each other over two bed sheets. Salem seemed irritated. Why didn't you tell me the truth? I thought I looked good in it, Salem asked Nausicaa. He did not even use Miss Nausicaa this time, which meant he was really bothered. Nausicaa forced up a serious expression as she said, to be frank, I really think you looked good. Oh, stop it, Angor interrupted. Why didn't you wear it then? Angor and Salem secretly decided to join an alliance called the Bedsheet Union. Why didn't I use it? Nausicaa looked away and rolled her eyes, trying to find a good answer. It did look fine, but it's too loose and can't show my body shape. You meant it? Salem was unconvinced. I did. Nausicaa looked firm. Yeah, right. Hey. Angor commented. Nausicaa preferred to end the topic regarding why she did not wear a bedsheet, so she quickly diverted the topic. So, Angor is an apprentice now? She asked. Angor nodded. Broke through last week. So that's why you weren't here last week when we came looking. You must be in the resource hall to get your equipment, said Nausicaa. She almost slipped. She realized Angor's eyes began to show fire of rage again, so she worked her brain quickly and asked something else, are you heading to Phantom Island? Angor was surprised a little. Yeah. You're going there too. Nausicaa nodded. That's right. Almost every apprentice is there now. Even both of our professors. We were going to the apprentice town to ask you together. Angor felt a little embarrassed. The pair came looking for him when there was a chance to find destiny. Yet Angor never did something like that for them. He cleared his throat uneasily. Just about time then. Let's go together. I also have something to tell. Wait, so you came for me last week? Yeah, you asked me to come with Nausicaa, didn't you? Salem spoke. The boy was smiling brightly again. Seemed like he had already got over the previous frustration. Let's talk along the way, Nausicaa suggested. The trio headed toward a sky bus stop. You were in tough luck. I only left my house once in these months, and you came at the exact timing, Angor said. Angor, you wanted to see both of us last time. For what? Salem asked him. Nausicaa looked at them out of curiosity as well. Angor paused at the question. Then he looked around carefully. The Sorcerer's Garden on Phantom Island would be opened soon, so many apprentices had come out. Big crowds emerged from Cave Field and rushed in one direction. There were people everywhere. Angor frowned and did not respond. When Salem tried to speak again, Nausicaa pulled his hand and said, "Let's do this later." Nausicaa thought Angor wanted to ask something about that killer, but it seemed not the case since Angor was being so careful. As someone extremely perceptive to people's reactions, Nausicaa decided to stop Salem's question. "You don't look good. Are you ill?" Nausicaa changed the center of the topic. Angor shook his head, considered a bit, and nodded instead. "It's not an illness, but clothes. Or I'll not go out with a bedsheet on me. I need to use this thing to cover myself up." Salem was still wondering why Nausicaa stopped him. When hearing these words, he quickly forgot his previous question and showed a worried look. Angor noticed Salem's expression and felt warmth in his heart. "Don't worry, a week or two and I'll be good as ever. Nothing serious." "Glad to hear it. Do you want me to help out at your house?" Salem still looked anxious. "Come on. It's not like I can't get off the bed," Angor complained. When they reached the bus stop, it finally became quieter. But there were still small groups around them. "I wonder what kind of destiny lies on Phantom Island. Everyone says there's destiny, so we want to check it out too. But I still have no idea what exactly we'll find," Salem spoke. "I happen to know something. But I can't tell you what kind of destiny because I don't know it either," Angor replied. Salem's eyes brightened. "Oh yeah. The Master of Phantom Island is your mentor. You must know something we don't." Nausicaa paid attention as well. The kids did not see destiny as important, but she did. Angor did not hide anything. Most apprentices already knew what was going on anyway. Nausicaa and Salem just became apprentices and did not have many sources of information yet. Is what happened. Butler Good said a destiny will come around when the Sorcerer's Garden is finished. But I don't know what the destiny would be, Angor explained Sorcerer's Garden along with everything he knew. Sorcerer's Garden, hey? I don't know what that is, but it sounds amazing, Salem tried to comment using an experienced man's manner. Nausicaa was also curious about the garden now. The Sorcerer's Garden has a law that benefits the human body. Yes, but the law is random. A harmful law can appear too. We can't control it, Angor replied. I wish we get a beneficial one. Maybe we'll have a chance to get in, said Salem as he looked at the sky. Forget it. Why would Mr. Sunders let strangers into his private sorcerer's garden? Well, maybe Angor could, said Nausicaa as she snuffed out Salem's little hope. I don't know. My professor has a really weird character. I can never understand him, Angor said. He should be. All wizards are unpredictable. We apprentices will never know what they're thinking, said Nausicaa. When she thought about her own professor, she quickly got a headache. A sky bus arrived at their stop. Chapter 157, Plans for Sky Tower. A gentle breeze blew through the bus window, caressing the hearts of its passengers. I don't know how, but every time when I ride the bus and watch the clouds below me, the smell of grass and the wind always make me feel better, said Salem as he held his chin and stared out of the window while admiring the peaceful tree spirit garden. People said that Brute Cavern was home to a bunch of ruthless black wizards. They would never expect such a beautiful world behind the mirror. The place felt better than a paradise. A friend told me there's a rune drawn under the carriage that calms your mind. It's designed to prevent apprentices from fighting in the bus, Nausicaa said. She was also enjoying the wind. Her long hair flowed along with the gentle air current. Each flip only made the lady look more charming. What are you up to these days, Miss Nausicaa? Salem turned back and asked. Nausicaa kept her gaze at the floating clouds in the distance. Nothing in particular. Doing some quests and use the merit points to rent some spell books. Really? Salem squinted his eyes. I think you're pushing yourself too hard. Nausicaa smiled charmingly and put an arm around Angor's shoulder. I have to so that I can move to the apprentice town quicker. Angor must be lonely all by himself. You want Big Sis with you, right? Right. Angor had been thinking about the Sky Tower. He pushed Nausicaa's arm away reluctantly. You aren't going to see me often anyway. Don't you see most apprentices in the town don't go out much? I myself only left my house a few times in all 4 months, Angor replied. Geez. It's so lonely being a wizard, Salem exclaimed. Agreed. Nausicaa's voice sounded distant as if it was carried away by the wind. Salem was unaware, but Angor realized Nausicaa just changed the topic. Maybe she had some private reasons and did not want to talk about what she had been doing recently. If that was the case, Angor did not want to push for an answer either. There were 4 passengers on the bus. When another apprentice left at a stop, the 3 of them owned the bus for themselves. When the bus continued to move, Angor spoke suddenly, I said I'll take you to the underground market last time but I didn't find the chance. Once we get back from Phantom Island this time, we can go there. Salem and Nausicaa exchanged a look. Then Salem responded, well, during your time of training, Nausicaa and I went there. It's so big. I thought if I can't get a house in Apprentice Town, I'll rent one in the market instead. But later, I found out that the rental prices in the market are actually higher than in the town. But the market offers some common spell books at lower prices compared to Cloud Library, Nausicaa added. Ah, so you already checked it out. Angor felt embarrassed at his failed promise. I was always training these days and I totally forgot about my words. Salem revealed a gentle look. No problem. When we're done with Phantom Island, let's go there together. I just finished memorizing 2 spells, and I need new books. I'll join you, Nausicaa said. Angor nodded. He also had something to do in the market. He needed to find Dave in Prome's alchemy shop. After some other casual chat, Salem remembered something and asked Angor, oh right, you didn't answer my question. Angor was surprised a bit. What question? Well, you asked me to come to you with Miss Nausicaa. You said you wanted to tell us something. Nausicaa also looked their way. Previously when Salem asked, Angor appeared to be really careful and did not want any eavesdroppers around. Now she was also curious about what was on Angor's mind. It's from a secret source. It'll be known to the public in several months, I'm not sure if I should tell it now. Angor wanted to talk about the Garden of Purification in Floating Mech City. He was planning to participate in the challenges in Sky Tower. However, he knew how cruel the tower could be, and he was afraid Nausicaa and Salem would want to join too. Ah, a secret. Salem was completely eager to know now. Angor looked at the expressions of his friends and sighed in his mind. He really was unsure whether it was good or a bad thing to tell. He glimpsed at Nausicaa carefully. He thought it would be okay to hide the information for now. But considering Salem's comments about Nausicaa, the lady seemed to be very obsessed at becoming stronger. And the Garden of Purification was an important tool to make someone strong. Every apprentice knew that. Angor would absolutely try to challenge Sky Tower. As a new apprentice, he would surely raise suspicion from his friends. Once the information regarding the garden was announced, they would know why Angor wanted to challenge the tower. Salem probably would not mind if Angor chose to withhold the information, but Nausicaa, who had a strong will of improving herself, might develop a negative idea about this. With that in mind, Angor decided to tell them. He remained silent for a while before slowly speaking out. Instead of mentioning the Garden of Purification right away, he asked Nausicaa a question first. Nausicaa, you know about the Sky Tower, right? Yet. Nausicaa was not expecting that one. Do you want to challenge it? Nausicaa was unsure why Angor asked, but she still answered. I do. But my current level of strength can probably only get me around the first level, so I want to get stronger before actually going in there. What about you? Angor looked at Salem next. The boy quickly waved his hands. No way. I don't want to fight. Angor fully expected such an answer. Next, he lowered his voice. It's a message from an inside source, so don't tell it to anyone else. At least not in several months. All right. Nausicaa nodded. Don't worry. My lips are zipped. Salem promised. After making sure he was understood, Angor spoke in a plain tone, I'm going to challenge the Sky Tower in 2 months. You what? They both stared at him in shock. Salem looked really worried now. You crazy? You only broke through a week ago, and you don't even know many spells yet. How can you challenge it? The battles in there aren't child's play. You'll only meet level 1 and 2 apprentices there, but they are all experienced fighters. Don't be reckless, said Nausicaa. She was frowning as well. Angor signaled them to calm down. Don't worry. I'm not there to suicide. I won't have this idea if I'm not prepared. They relaxed a little when they heard Angor's words of comfort. Why do you want to challenge the tower though? Angor did not hide anything this time. He explained the Garden of Purification in Floating Mech City in details. Those who are invited to the Tower of Infinity by reaching the top level of a sky tower will be qualified to enter the garden. So I'm going to try it out. I see. A sorcerer's garden that improves your chance of becoming wizard. But isn't that too far from us now? You're aiming to be a wizard so early? Salem asked. The law of purification removes any internal injuries and flaws in your body. The earlier you do it, the better, Angor explained. But why earlier? Isn't the law most effective if you go there when you're a level 3 apprentice and just reached your bottleneck? Salem did not understand. I'm not sure about that. Butler Good told me that the Floating Mech City is willing to open their garden to the public because the garden only has a lesser law. The law doesn't work well on high-leveled apprentices or wizards. That's why many level 3 apprentices won't even go for it. However, there are still level 3 apprentices, who have been stuck at their level for many years, who want to seize this chance. Angor paused a little and continued, it might be my destiny. Reaching the top level isn't difficult if you know some tricks. Besides, the information isn't known by everyone yet. If I challenge the tower right now, I can avoid running into many strong opponents. You sound really confident. What kind of tricks though? I can't think of any, asked Salem as he wondered about it. Nausicaa, who had been listening to them carefully, took a guess. Magic scrolls. Angor shrugged, that's one trick. But it's too costly. I have something else on my mind. What do you have? Alchemy weapons. After arriving at Falling Cloud Stop, Angor stretched himself and yawned. Nausicaa came down from the bus while thinking about something for herself. Salem followed behind with his small face full of tension. You won't challenge the Sky Tower, right? Why do you look more stressed than Nausicaa? Angor joked. As he expected, upon hearing the information about the Sorcerer's Garden, Nausicaa thanked Angor and declared she would participate right away. Salem seemed interested but the boy decided not to join them because he was not strong enough. Salem replied in a stressful tone, it's not about the tower. I'm just worried. I mean, why are there so many people here? Chapter 158, Cantrip Model. They almost could not see the sky because of all the people. When looking from the Falling Cloud Stop, they had already lost count of how many apprentices were here. Only God knew how many more were hiding out there. Angor's attention lied on the sky bridge. Before learning how to fly, the bridge was their only way to the Phantom Island. Shit! It's so full, Angor checked the situation on the sky bridge and complained. He could not see any open space left on the bridge because of the dense crowd on it. Angor was afraid that every single apprentice in Brute Cavern was here now. How else would this place get so crowded? Ugh! We aren't going any further, said Salem. He still looked stressed. Try squeezing our way maybe. Nausicaa suggested. A commotion suddenly came from not far away. People looked and saw an apprentice trying to slip through an opening on the bridge and approach the Phantom Island. Before he could do so, another apprentice kicked him aside, almost knocking him off the bridge. Now the two apprentices were yelling at each other. However, the yelling contest ended soon when a bulky man who was carrying a pillar walked onto the sky bridge. People automatically moved aside to let him pass. When the crowd failed to find a way for him, the man simply swiped his pillar around and sent a dozen people down the bridge. Screams came from the cloud down below. That looks dangerous. Let's not go there, Salem said in terror while following his gaze on the pillar guy. Nausicaa nodded and agreed. The pillar man walked down the bridge while clearing his way with his pillar. More than half of the people on the sky bridge were nowhere to be found. A witch in shiny green robe also moved onto the sky bridge while holding a wooden cane in her hand. Compared to the pillar guy's mighty display, this female apprentice used a more moderate approach. With each step, she tapped on the ground with her cane and a small group of people would suddenly lose consciousness and fall down. Being moderate did not mean harmless. Once she reached the bulky man, a trail of bodies was left behind her. She did not get into trouble with the pillar man. Instead, they both occupied their own spot at the end of the sky bridge, without minding each other at all. The end of the sky bridge means the edge of Phantom Island. Many powerful apprentices went there instead of waiting in the sky. Someone on the bus stop whispered to each other. Angor and his friends heard it too and exchanged a look. The end of the bridge is like a battlefield for strong ones. I think we should just stay here and wait, Salem spoke slowly. With Sunder's gold coin, Angor could enter the Phantom Island at his free will. However, the area around the island was filled by people, and with the sky bridge occupied by several really powerful apprentices, there was no way he could pass the bridge now. Salem and I are fine. We can just stay here and watch. But Angor, Nausicaa looked at him. They knew that Angor's professor was the owner of Phantom Island, which meant Angor was allowed to enter the island. Angor remained silent and sighed in the end. I'll stay here too. Let's find somewhere safe and observe. It was a hard decision for Angor. He could not possibly reveal his coin and yell "Let me through. I'm Sunder's student" to people. That would be too embarrassing. The three of them picked a vacant spot on the bus stop to rest. Angor sat down and took out a small, black pouch from his pocket. He hanged the pouch on Toby's neck. The passport of Phantom Island. Well, I can't go in, but you can. Go there and see if you can find your destiny, Angor advised Toby. He did not regard the chance as important anyway. The event with the magic backfiring on him was still haunting his mind, so he only wanted to have a good rest now. When Toby finally left, Angor leaned against a tree vine and closed his eyes to rest. Angor, you, Salem spoke but was stopped by Nausicaa. She whispered, let him rest. He looks tired. Okay. Now Salem also noticed Angor's unusual fatigue. No one spoke for the next moment. Angor was planning to rest his spirit a little, but the peaceful atmosphere and the gentle wind caused him to fall asleep for real. The silence lasted for half an hour until Salem suddenly asked, Miss Nausicaa, so you're really going to challenge the Sky Tower? Nausicaa nodded. It's a good opportunity. Yes, I will. But you only broke through recently too. How will you fight those apprentices who have years of experience? Nausicaa took out her long-handled pipe, lit it up and slowly inhaled. I know an apprentice who's good at drawing magic scrolls. She's Mr. Fantaste's previous student. I can buy some scrolls from her at a better price. But you still need a lot of merit points, no? Salem wondered. He did not know why Nausicaa was so eager to participate in the challenges. I'll just earn some. There are still several months. I'll make it, said Nausicaa. Her voice grew lower. She looked away, seemingly thinking about something else. When Angor woke up, it was already noontime the next day. Salem quickly noticed him. Finally. You missed 2 meals. Here, I've got some ration, said Salem as he took out a small pancake from his bag and handed it to Angor. Angor's mind was still blurry upon waking up. He took the pancake subconsciously and asked, what time is it? What time? You slept for a whole night, said Salem. He cleaned his hands carefully and took out his precious book to read. Angor managed to clear his mind after a while. Since Salem was reading, and Nausicaa seemed to be meditating, Angor ate his pancake really slowly so as not to make any noises. When he was done, Nausicaa finished her meditation and began having some of Salem's ration as well. Man! If I didn't bring these, are you two going to starve yourselves out? Salem complained. Nausicaa nodded nonchalantly. When I was a pirate on Blackberry Waters, I often went several days and nights without eating. I'm fine with that. Angor, on the other hand, had butler Good to prepare food for him on Phantom Island. However, his plan had gone wrong. Nausicaa added something again. Being without food was a common thing to happen on the sea. The real disaster was when you don't have water. Nausicaa recalled her glorious days and emphasized on the importance of water. Then she looked at Salem and asked, so, did you bring water as well? Salem humphed. I always bring some ration with me because of my childhood habit. I don't take water with me. Oh my! Without water, this thing is so hard to swallow. Angor spoke, you two didn't learn any water cantrips? Any of it will get us some water. Water cantrip? Salem shook his head. I already read some cantrip books in Cloud Library. The weakest water spell is a level 1 cantrip. But I only know a few level 0 ones. Nausicaa also stated that she only learned level 0 cantrips. Fewer than Salem. She spent most of her time on bodybuilding to prepare to study bloodline art. What about cleanse spell? Do you have this one? Angor asked again. I know it. But that won't get water for us, Salem said. Angor raised an eyebrow. Do you have a pen and paper? Yeah, said Salem. He took some writing instrument out. Angor accepted the pen and skillfully jotted down lines of data on the paper before showing them to Salem. Use this data on your magic formula and create the cantrip model. Salem looked at the paper doubtfully. This is spell data. Angor nodded. But the organization forbids people from exchanging books from Cloud Library with each other in private. Angor smiled. Don't worry. The data didn't come from any book in Cloud Library. Salem accepted the paper happily. For an apprentice, getting to learn a new spell for free was always a good thing. Not from Cloud Library. Did you buy it from the underground market? Asked Salem as he eagerly began to construct the cantrip model using the data provided by Angor. No. I worked it out myself. Himself. Salem's pen halted in the air. Nausicaa also stared at Angor in surprise. Angor frowned at their reaction. What? You never tried to understand the structures and element combinations of spells when learning them. Salem shook his head. Nausicaa followed suit. Although she realized something herself. Do you need to do that when learning spells? Can't we just use the models concluded by other people? Wait. Mr. Sunders taught you to do that. Angor spread his hands. No. I want to see the root of spells myself, so I disassembled the structure of cleanse and created another combination. Now that you mentioned it, I tried to do that too. But the cantrip model I found did nothing in the end. I wasted a whole week on it, Salem said. Angor shrugged and said, the data I found don't have much effect either. But it's enough to quench our thirst. I named the spell as, ahem, create water. Angor explained the effect of the spell and how it worked. They accepted Angor's idea. Summoning some water was not something too surprising. At first, Salem thought Angor discovered a perfect cantrip model by himself. Creating a perfect model was something worth noting down in history. However, the wizarding world had witnessed an extremely long history. Almost all spell combinations were the works of ancestors. It was really difficult to discover new perfect models at this age. Chapter 159, Saved. Salem spent 15 minutes analyzing the cantrip model, then half an hour to build the model. When he finally managed to cast Create Water out, an hour already passed. It always takes you an hour to learn a new cantrip. Angor asked. Salem shook his head in embarrassment. Your model is simpler. I did this one faster than the others. So how long did you spend when studying cleanse until you can actually cast it? Half a day maybe? But I still can't use it to help me clean stuff in real life. Angor did not speak further. Looked like singularity dispersive meditation was not all about faster training. It also helped him learn spells way quicker. Create Water was a failure. The final result of the spell was getting them a small amount of water, which barely took half of a glass. They made some containers with clean tree leaves and shared the water. It was far from enough to quench their thirst, but it was still better than nothing. I'll try to optimize the model when I'm free and try to increase the amount, Angor said. Why don't you just wait for later and study Water Bullet? That spell will get enough water for all three of us to survive a day, Salem commented. You're right. Still, some experiment won't hurt. When they talked about random things, something suddenly exploded in the depth of Phantom Island, thus attracting everyone's attention. Tens of thousands of apprentices all looked in one direction. No one made a sound. Every single individual fixed his or her burning gaze on the island as if staring at a long-lost lover, or an eternal nemesis. Is the Sorcerer's Garden completed? Angor also looked their way. However, the three of them were too far away from the island. They could only see misty clouds. People kept their attention on the island for a while, but the Phantom Island never showed anything else after the previous booming noise. The deathly silence was slowly broken when someone began to whisper. When the crowds went bustling again, raven cries suddenly emerged from Phantom Island, bringing some fear to everyone's mind. Next, a powerful gust came from somewhere and blew all clouds away from the sky. Dark rain clouds which covered hundreds of kilometers came hanging over the area, shrouding the once sunny place in complete darkness. Rain clouds and strong wind were followed by lightning. Unlike the people on the cloud dirt who had stable footings, those who had been floating in the sky were all knocked everywhere by the mighty gale. They were unable to keep balance. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of apprentices who were too close to Phantom Island were pushed into the island by the wind and were shredded in half by the protective magic array. Screams rose on all sides. Angor and his friends also struggled in the wind. They were standing on a leaf of tree of eternity. With the nearby vines to support themselves, they could still remain steady. Yet being steady did not prevent them from getting hurt by the wind. Angor just experienced magic backfiring on him not long ago. His body and mind were both in bad condition. Now the whirling wind caused his face to go pale. Traces of blood began coming out of his mouth and nostrils. Angor? Are you okay? Nausicaa was naturally the strongest one among the three people. Even when swaying here and there in the wind, she did not seem troubled at all. Angor could not find the strength to speak. He had to clench his teeth and forced himself to hold on. Nausicaa glanced at Salem and saw the boy holding onto a vine carefully. Salem was hugging a small tree branch and was in a better position compared to Angor. The boy could even spare a hand to grab his book pouch tightly. With several swift leaps, Nausicaa rushed to Angor's side with the help of the dancing branches and tree vines. She grabbed Angor's arm to help him keep steady. Angor gave her a thankful look. With Nausicaa on his back, he immediately felt safer. However, the improved condition did not last long. His body suddenly gave in for losing too much blood. Very soon, Angor felt dizzy and a darkened vision. Nausicaa could still manage herself with one arm supporting Angor, but when Angor went into a shock and added all his body weight on her, she began to lose her balance quickly. Angor! Angor! Nausicaa yelled between her teeth and received no response. She forced her stressed neck to turn around and shouted to Salem, Salem! What happened to Angor? Salem had been focusing on keeping his precious book safe. Upon hearing Nausicaa, he quickly looked Angor's way. I think he fainted. He got blood all over his face. Nausicaa's heart skipped a beat. With Angor unconscious, she could not keep up for very long all by herself. But she could not just give up Angor either. The woman squeezed up all her remaining strength and hoped that the gale would end soon. Nausicaa reached her limit after another 2 minutes. Sweat had covered her entire body, and visible blood vessels had bulged on her forehead, neck, and arms. Several sweat drops went along her arm and dropped on Angor's face, clearing up Angor's mind just a bit, which was enough to drag him out of the muddy state of trance. He opened his eyes and saw Nausicaa's terrifying, pain-stricken expression. None of her usual charms could be found. Nausicaa realized Angor was awake when Angor grabbed onto a tree vine and greatly loosened her pressure. Thanks! Angor yelled at Nausicaa in the wind. Nausicaa only panted heavily. She rested a bit before replying, Hold on yourself, I don't have the stamina to help you anymore. Before Angor could answer, a stronger gust of wind invaded them, causing Angor to lose grip of his vine. Angor was thrown away by the wind and fell. His body span like a stone in the air. Angor! Nausicaa and Salem were both stunned at the terrible scene. They did not want to think about what would happen if Angor reached the ground from this high in the sky. Endless self-accusation covered Nausicaa's mind. If she could just hold on to him for a little longer. Angor free fell at extreme speed. The giant leaf which was falling cloud stop became smaller and smaller above him. His mind went all blank. The only thing that repeated itself in his head was, Am I going to die? Not in the nightmare realm, but here. He did not have the time to feel regretful yet. Oh ho! It's you, blonde boy? You didn't come to drink tea, but you have the time to commit suicide. A lazy, female voice suddenly reached his ears. Angor opened his eyes quickly and saw the figure of a woman made of floating mist looking at him in midair. I'm not suiciding, said Angor. He recognized the figure and felt hope. Lady Mirror, help me. The woman was one of the 3 ancestor souls in Brute Cavern, the spirit living in the mirror world, Lady Mirror. Angor met her once when coming into the mirror world. Help you. Lady Mirror inspected Angor's face and mumbled, All right, since you look pretty fine to me. Lady Mirror reached out a hand, and a lump of white mist surrounded Angor's body, stopping him from falling. But it's not for free, said Lady Mirror. She appeared beside Angor and said, You're going to pay me something that equals to the favor. Angor was still terrified at his near-death experience. The only thing he knew right now was endless gratitude toward Lady Mirror, so he answered without hesitation, No problem. Anything, Lady Mirror, and I'll do my best. Lady Mirror carried Angor upward using her mist. I don't know what I need yet. Let's note it down for now, and I'll come up with something later, Lady Mirror spoke in a carefree manner. She only saved Angor for his above-average looks and was not really expecting a newbie apprentice to pay her back. I'm going to repair a plane wound caused by the appearance of the world's consciousness. Where are you heading to? I'll send you there, said Lady Mirror. She looked at the dark clouds in the sky in frustration. Her beauty sleep was interrupted when an avatar of the world's consciousness suddenly descended and created a giant hole in the mirror world. She had to bear her rage for getting dragged up from her bed and go repair that hole, so the mirror world would not crumble on itself. Angor considered. He wanted to join his friends at Falling Cloud Stop, but with such disastrous weather going on, he would just get blown off again. He finally decided. Can you send me to Professor Sunders? Lady Mirror was surprised by it. Professor Sunders? You're his new student? Yes. Mr. Sunders is my current mentor. Lady Mirror remained silent for a long time, without speaking or moving. Angor thought she had some grudge against Sunders and regretted his decision. He should have asked Lady Mirror to send him to the ground instead. A moment later, Lady Mirror finally spoke in a somewhat small voice, so Sunders is your professor? Just about right. I know what I should ask now. In the center of Phantom Island. The wind was still raging. Angor stood behind Sunders, so he did not feel anything this time. Toby also returned to him. The bird stood tall on his shoulder. Professor, Angor spoke. Sunders looked sideways at Angor through his gold-rimmed monocle. Angor was not sure of Sunders' emotion with the glass covering his eye. Lady Mirror said that. Angor thought about Lady Mirror's request and felt really weird. Just disregard anything she said. Seeing Angor's hesitance, Sunders thought about Lady Mirror's temperament and quickly realized what she wanted. But Lady Mirror saved my life. Because you're too weak. You can talk later. The Sorcerer's Garden is about to complete. Watch closely. Chapter 160, Garden of Gravity. Sunders was right when he said the garden was completing. Standing near the garden, Angor could clearly see the white mist covering the garden slowly disappearing, revealing a rippled barrier which divided the very space. The barrier shrank rapidly. At the same time, the land and vegetations inside vanished along with it, leaving a giant hole behind. The wind stopped when raindrops came pouring down. The world's consciousness is here. Sunders' voice barely ended when a strange feeling climbed onto everyone's heart, an ancient and primal feeling, that caused them to bow down and surrender. Angor felt like a scrap of dirt in the middle of endless land, drifting aimlessly under the effect of the mighty aura. He did not find any will to resist at all. His mind followed the feeling on itself. It's injecting the law. Sunders' words were heard. Everyone on the scene, including wizards, all looked at the Sorcerer's Garden in a serious attitude. Butler Good once mentioned to Angor that when the world's consciousness injected a law into the newly built Sorcerer's Garden where destiny laid within, a mysterious rhyme which represented the law would come along. Angor had no idea how to seize the said destiny. When everyone was paying their full attention, Angor was still completely lost. In order not to look too out of place, Angor pretended to be staring at the Sorcerer's Garden in all seriousness. However, he learned nothing from his action. When his attention traveled around random things, Angor saw Toby hopping on his shoulder, and quickly told the bird to quiet. Destiny is coming, stay focused. Toby stopped its movement and stared at the Sorcerer's Garden along with Angor. Neither of them knew what was going on. Suddenly, a strange rhyme came spreading out. Everyone within an area of dozens of square kilometers centered around the Phantom Island became silent. They all sensed the rhyme carefully. When the rhyme came about, Angor also closed his eyes unintentionally and listened to it in a state he never experienced before. It was a strange state. It was not meditation or tranquility of mind, but he still felt calmer than ever. His mind now looked like a borderless grassland which welcomed any wind or cloud to travel through. Even occasional horse herds galloping through did not disrupt the quiet space inside his mind. Angor fully enjoyed the comfortable state. At this moment, he could feel everything happening in this world as if the mysterious rhyme materialized in front of his eyes and bestowed knowledge without holding anything back. The rhyme danced like musical notes, creating a concert of spirit in the eyes of its audiences. The music had a quiet prelude, like a small drop of water on the surface of calm lake water. The ripples it created only further calmed people's minds. The prelude did not last long. When Angor was still indulged in the melodic ripples, faint drum beats replaced everything and stepped onto the stage. He never heard such drum beats before. Each beat pulled on his organs and dragged them downward, giving him an uncomfortable feeling. The third beat already caused Angor to fall on the ground, rendering him unable to move. Toby also lay beside him with its limbs spread out, as if the bird just found its life totally hopeless. The melody of gravity. A wizard muttered. You're right. It is a gravity rhyme, Wallace spoke. He was previously standing among the wizards, but the strange force caused him to hunker on the ground instead. So Sunders created a garden of gravity. Did you smell something? Some flowers in the garden. Angor sprawled on the dirt when the strange drumbeats kept tingling his body. His mind was still strangely sensitive like a moment ago, with every sense amplified several times stronger. Each beat caused him severe pain. Still, he was in better condition. Even if he could not bear the pressure brought by gravity, he could still lie on the ground. The apprentices flying outside, on the other hand, all met their terrible fate. When the rhyme turned from an enjoyable melody to merciless pressure, they were all pulled down before they could react. People fell from the air, screaming like mad. When the drum brought the 10th beat, Angor felt something changing. He sensed a flaw in his tranquil mind. There was no wind, cloud, or horses on the grassland now. Everything was replaced by a strange rhyme, the same one released by the sorcerer's garden. Angor was still unsure of what was going on when he found himself waking up. Once awake, the pressure of gravity brought by the drumbeats appeared more bearable to him. The feeling was moderate, compared to when Angor was still immersed in his tranquil mental state. Half a minute later, the rhyme slowly disappeared when the drumbeats finally stopped. Now, the sorcerer's garden began to shine a golden light and was shrinking 10 times faster than before. The garden quickly became smaller than a finger ring and dropped into the hole on the ground. Sunders waved a hand and the golden spot came flying into his palm. No one prevented him from doing so. Still, all wizards showed jealousy in their eyes. That was a sorcerer's garden, a valuable and tactical resource that could be carried around easily. A sorcerer's garden was enough to provide support for a middle-sized wizard organization. Now someone just possessed a private one. It was a good thing that Sunders belonged to Brute Cavern. It would not be too hard for them to use Sorcerer's Garden in the future. The world's consciousness is leaving. Yes. So it must be a garden of gravity this time. This law is only a mid-tier one, but it's still useful. Bloodline wizards can train their bodies inside. Pity. I didn't sense the sequence of gravity. I wonder what kind of gravity level the garden can offer? If it can strengthen it to 100 times, all bloodline wizards in the south will want to come here and receive baptism. Looks like we Brute Cavern will become a paradise for bloodline art. Grass snail, you shameless fool. This is Sunders' personal garden. Don't place the organization on high moral grounds already. Come on. I'm just mentioning a possible idea. Once the information gets out, those from Gravity Forest will surely get furious about this. If I remembered right, Sunders scammed the fragment of eternity from Dryad Boko, a Gravity Forest wizard. Scam? That's a legit business. Since the Sorcerer's Garden was completed, the once serious wizards all began to chat. After listening to their conversation, Angor now had a basic idea about the garden. The wizards called it the Garden of Gravity probably because gravity was its law. Angor felt a bit disappointed. If the garden received the law of purification, he no longer had to worry about challenging Sky Tower. The law of gravity was of little use to him. As the wizards said, this garden was most effective when used by bloodline wizards to train their bodies. However, Angor was an occultist. Even so, the garden could be used by many, since bloodline wizards were not the only ones who studied bloodline. In order to strengthen their physical performance, most wizards from 3 major arts would choose to fuse a bloodline into their bodies. Sunders floated down slowly. Using his sharp perception, Angor quickly noticed that Sunders was wearing a golden ear nail on his right ear. The Garden of Gravity was probably fixed on this piece of accessory. The wizards all stopped talking and looked at Sunders. I checked. The law of gravity in the garden was still in its initial state. It can provide 3.17 times gravity at his current condition. With my calculation, when the law energy completely fills the garden, the center of the garden should have a gravity of 93 times, Sunders slowly explained. 93rd times gravity. It was absolutely good news for bloodline wizards. A bloodline apprentice could receive a good baptism under the gravity of 10 times while a bloodline wizard would need a gravity of 30 to 100 times. A gravity beyond 100 times would be constantly effective for level 2 wizards. There were many different types of gravity gardens too, and a garden useful to wizards was extremely valuable. Sunders' Garden of Gravity was probably a middle-leveled one or something a little weaker, but it was still a lot more useful than the garden in Floating Mech City. Angor poked at Toby and asked if the bird found anything. He never expected Toby to actually gain anything, so he was just idling his time away with the bird. However, Toby nodded in a serious manner which caused Angor to widen his eyes. "You found something?" "Well, I didn't find any," said Angor. He revealed a sad look. "You're not pulling my leg, Toby shook its head and kept a serious expression. Sunders just left the crowd and approached Angor. When he heard Angor's words, the man also looked at Toby with a curious look. "You gained something in the process." Toby lifted its head proudly. Everyone knew that the construction of a sorcerer's garden could bring good destiny. People could follow the rhyme created by the world's consciousness when it injected a law into the garden, and try to comprehend the law from it. This was not limited to high-level wizards. Apprentices had their own chances of learning something as well. Someone with great talent could even learn the law of gravity straight away. But it was only theoretically possible by rules, but impossible to achieve in reality. Someone might catch something about the basic sequence of the law at best. Most people would not achieve anything at all. Like this time, none of the wizards sensed the sequence of gravity. Not even Sunders. Sunders stared at Toby with squinted eyes. The curiosity grew stronger. "Let's see how well you comprehended the sequence of gravity." Chapter 161, Perfume. The world's consciousness brought disastrous weather upon its arrival and vanished from people's sight silently. The sky regained its brightness when gentle sunlight came shining down again. Angor followed behind Sunders and returned to his professor's manor on Phantom Island. When looking from the side, Sunders' handsome and gentlemanly look was decorated by a golden rim by the sun. "Professor looks pretty good. No wonder Lady Mirror asked for something like that," Angor muttered to himself. When thinking about Lady Mirror's request, Angor immediately felt a headache. If Lady Mirror asked something from himself, Angor would comply without a doubt. But she asked for Sunders, and Angor certainly could not make the decision in place of his professor. "I should be the one returning the favor. Why drag Sunders along?" Angor only grew more frustrated. After arriving at the manor, Sunders took Angor to an open ground protected by a magic array. "Come. Let's see what you learned." Toby left Angor's shoulder and hovered in front of Sunders. Seeing how his professor and Toby were now staring at each other, Angor silently stepped back. Sunders reached out a hand and pointed his palm at Toby. Invisible ripples began coming out of his hand. "You're now in a state of spirit resonance. Release the gravity sequence you learned," Sunders spoke to Toby. Toby tweeted several times as if protesting about something, but no one understood it. Toby only gave up in the end. He was not moving at all, apart from fixing its gaze on Sunders with his two tiny eyes. Angor thought Toby was mad for some reason and urged Toby to listen to Sunders and release the sequence or something. Toby gave him a stare in response. Angor believed that if Toby was not engaged in something with Sunders, the bird would definitely come and kick him in the face. A moment later, Sunders stopped his spirit resonance. Seeing Sunders remaining silent, Angor complained in his mind for Toby's unreliable reaction. He quickly approached his professor. "Sir, Toby is a bit naughty. Maybe he was joking about learning his destiny. Please understand." Sunders looked up and glanced at Angor. "Not quite. It did comprehend the basic sequence of gravity," Sunders slowly spoke. He then realized Angor was still dumbfounded at his words. The man frowned. "Didn't you see that Toby wasn't using his wings at all? It attuned himself to the law of gravity to stay afloat. Did it?" Angor was completely puzzled. His spirit was too fatigued to notice such details. "Your spirit doesn't look right," said Sunders. His eyes shined with the light of spell. "Oh? Your mind space is damaged, and your spirit is wilted." Sunders squinted his eyes. "You went through magic backfiring on you." That was not a question. Sunders sounded sure of it. Angor lowered his head in shame. When I was rearranging a combination for cleanse spell, I failed to notice my remaining mana, so, You deserved such, trying to run before learning how to walk properly." That was the only complaint Sunders expressed. After that, Sunders smiled a little, somewhat satisfied with Angor's attempt. "Remember the lesson. When you pursue the root of a spell again, know your own limits." "I understand." Angor also realized that Sunders was actually encouraging him to do so, instead of following the steps of ancestors. Sunders turned around and headed to the delicately built castle in the center of the manor. Let's go to the study. Tell me about your training in these days. Okay. Angor quickly followed him. Along their way, Sunders told Angor the gravity sequence Toby had learned. A very low-leveled sequence of the law of gravity. It can help the bird change its own gravity within a certain range, said Sunders. He seemed interested. Still, it's already as strong as a level 3 cantrip. Toby is able to change gravity for itself, which allows it to increase its speed and burst power in close-quarter combats. If Toby learns how to change gravity for other objects in the future, it would become capable of long-range battles as well. Interesting. None of the people seized any destiny, and a bird triumphed in front of everyone. Very interesting. During their talk, Angor also learned why every wizard, no matter formal or not, wished to learn the sequences of laws. Because learning a sequence of law equaled to receiving a spell slot for free. As for spell slots, another concept needed to be explained along with it: quickened spells. How fast a wizard cast a spell depended on how well he or she understood the spell as well as the wizard's mastery level at the spell. There were currently 2 ways to cast a quickened spell. 1. By pursuing the root and fundamentals of a spell and understood it from all perspectives. This approach would take a long time. Many wizards spent decades or centuries, just to quicken a single spell. The second approach was using spell slots. A spell slot was a special location built on one's spirit model. It could hold the model of a spell, permanently. This permanent spell model would allow the wizard to cast the spell instantly. Comprehending law sequence equaled to acquiring a spell slot because the ability to use the law sequence could be cast instantly. The user still had to spend mana, but a quickened spell meant absolute advantage in a fight. This was why every wizard would pursue chances of learning law sequences like crazy. Too bad I didn't learn a sequence of gravity, or I could use it as another ace move when challenging Sky Tower, Angor exclaimed in his mind. However, he still thought he actually learned something, or rather, that he under a certain state, learned something. Just as Sunders walked into his study and sat down, someone knocked on the window behind Angor. Angor looked back and saw Flora floating outside, wearing her usual cunning expression. Angor opened the window to let Flora float inside slowly. What are you doing here? Sunders crossed his legs, placed his black top hat onto the desk and removed his monocle, before finally looking at Flora. Flora made a hee-hee sound and pointed to Sunders' new golden ear nail. I'm just curious about the sorcerer's garden. Then you can go find the tree spirit. It has a garden inside its body as well, said Sunders. That's different. Your garden is new. I've never seen a newly constructed garden before. Besides, I really want to see my dear professor's garden. Sunders sneered. There's no difference. The law in a new sorcerer's garden is not condensed. It doesn't differ from a plain fragment in the slightest. Flora curled her lips. Something else. Sunders glanced at her. Flora muttered dumb guy under her breath and floated to Angor. Well, Leona asked for something. Leona. Sunders remembered a certain witch who loved dresses decorated by flower petals. She asked you. What's it to do with me? Flora gently kicked Angor's shoulder with her bare foot. Because it got something to do with Angor. Sunders stared at her and waited for an explanation. Leona saw Angor outside the island, and she smelled the essence of glutton flower lord on him. She wants to make a glass of pheromone perfume recently, and she's quite fond of the smell, said Flora as she took out an alchemy vial used to extract gaseous materials. Just a little. Some pressured gas in the vial will do. Angor did not know what was going on yet. He never paid attention to his smell these days. He thought it already dissipated. But how? Angor sniffed at himself and realized the smell of essence was still there. Angor, sweetie, you want the smell gone, right? Flora revealed a sweet smile. Angor nodded. The smell ruined his manly image. Then you can give it to me, all right. Flora's smile grew more and more charming. Before Angor could agree, Sunders interrupted them. The smell of glutton flower essence can soothe your soul and improve spirit concentration even if the effect is reduced now. It's considered a Tier 1 alchemy material. Also, the world has not witnessed any glutton flower lord for thousands of years, which means this material values way more in the view of certain individuals. Flora's smile instantly disappeared. She looked at her professor with a sad look. Ah, professor, with a new student, you forgot about your old one? I'm still your student too. Don't ruin my business. Sunders tilted his head and smiled. Ruin your business? No. I'm simply reminding Angor of the basic rule in this world, which is, equivalent exchange. Flora threw an angry stare at Sunders. In the end, she took away all the smell on Angor's body by paying the boy 1,000 merit points. Then she left and slammed the door behind her. It was not much. About 10 magic crystals. Still, Angor gladly accepted the income. With the smell removed, this was a double benefit. However, Angor also had a strange feeling about himself. Someone just took some kind of good smell from a gentleman's body to brew perfume for women? That did not sound right. He recalled reading about some ancient Eastern recipes about making perfumes. Some of them were animal excrement, such as ambergris. Some were extracts taken from male glands, such as musk. When thinking about this, Angor felt better. Now this is strange. Last time you came, the smell already vanished on you. Why did it come back all of a sudden? Did it have something to do with your experience in the nightmare realm? Sunders mumbled. Angor was puzzled as well. I don't know. I'm sure I didn't smell it in the last days, so I thought it was gone. I wouldn't have noticed if Miss Flora didn't come. Sunders considered for a while. No matter. Let's put such trivial things behind. We shall talk about your training during the last month. Chapter 162, Spell and Principle. Angor only did one thing in the past week, rearranging Cleanse spell. But when explaining to Sunders, Angor naturally omitted the part about how many combinations he worked out. He only concluded it with one simple sentence: rearrange the models, see their different effects and find out their connections with each other. Sunders nodded. Knowing spells to the root is an essential condition for becoming a real wizard. At the same time, you should remember that such work is valuable, but it takes too much time. For now, you should focus on the principle which builds the spell. Take Cleanse for example. Its principle is a simple combination of wind and water, which is easy to comprehend, and you can cast the spell easily. For other cantrips, let's say, another level 0 cantrip, optic confusion. For that spell, apart from understanding light and shadow, you also need to know the structure of the human retina and its blind spots. The root of a spell is not about its model, but fully understanding its principle. Sunders paused a little and continued, this is why most wizards are scholars. The more you know, the world appears more real to your eyes. A spell is a tool that helps you defend yourself in this real world. A spell and its principle are equally important, but still, you should mainly focus on learning the principle before learning the spell itself. Angor nodded in acknowledgement. Mara also told him before that knowledge was the most valuable asset in the world of wizards. Since he was young, John always told him to regard knowledge above everything. Every element in your life was an additional chain that dragged you down while only knowledge was the crown on your head. In the wizarding world, knowledge became more important. Angor needed to improve his knowledge base too if he wanted to get stronger. Without enough knowledge, a wizard would have a hard time trying to break through his or her bottleneck. Reading many books without thinking about them does not mean receiving knowledge. When you take the time to think about what you already know, you'll find out that you know little, and that's when you'll finally understand what wizards should look for. Sunders spoke in a sincere tone. Once you gained enough knowledge, you can even create spells instead of learning existing ones. Sunders pointed to Toby who had been standing on Angor's shoulder. You didn't forget how this little creature came into being, right? It originated from a spell created by Kriya herself. Creating original spell is also one essential condition for a real wizard. Sunders then told Angor something about rearranging models before asking Angor to leave. When walking out of the manor, Angor was still thinking about his professor's words. Centered around Cleanse, there are a total of 630 variations, and 6 of them are perfect models. But the only model worthy of being passed around is Cleanse because this one consumes the least mana and has the best outcome. The other 5 perfect models all shared decent effects, but they can be replaced by simpler spells. You can still learn something from dismantling models. When you create a new spell, you'll be able to understand the connection between principle and the spell model faster. But that's too far a goal for you at this moment. Sunders' words encouraged Angor to think about creating new spells. He might not be able to do that now, but the idea was already planted inside his mind, waiting to give birth to fruit. When Angor left Phantom Island and was walking on the sky bridge, he suddenly remembered something. Crap! I forgot Lady Mirror's request. When Angor hurried back into the island, Sunders was preparing to enter his sorcerer's garden and observe the inside. Lady Mirror asked me to tell you something. She hoped that the professor can join her and have some tea. Angor spoke with his head lowered in embarrassment. Sunders glanced at Angor and chuckled. Tea? Yes. Lady Mirror said so. Okay. I see. Angor spoke again, still embarrassed. So will you go or not? No, that was a firm answer. When Angor revealed a stressful look, Sunders thought about something and added, you can find the time and go to her yourself, to thank her for saving your life. Me? Sunders nodded. She won't mind who joins her. The only thing she cares is whether her tea partner looks good enough. Sunders inspected Angor's appearance and let out a raucous laugh from his throat. You're still too young. But considering your look, she won't say no. There were still apprentices around the sky bridge, but only a few now. The falling cloud stop was in a complete mess after the gust. Angor even saw blood traces here. But he did not find Nausicaa and Salem. He almost lost his own life in the disaster. Lady Mirror was the one who saved him in the end. But before that, he needed to thank Nausicaa. She helped him keep steady in the raging wind, and she did not give him up when he fell unconscious. Angor still fell down though, because he failed to hold on to the vines. He felt equally thankful to both Nausicaa and Lady Mirror. He walked all the way to Cave Field. Before he could go down, he saw Salem rushing toward him from Apprentice Town 8, screaming and crying. Angor. Salem reached him while wearing his white bed sheet, as well as some tears and nose water. I knew you'd be fine. You've no idea how terrified I was when I saw you falling from the leaf. Oh, thank heavens. Salem's teardrops did not stop flowing. They drenched Angor's robe. Salem kept sobbing and hiccuping while crying, which must look really childish and funny to onlookers. But Angor only felt warmth in his heart. Nausicaa slowly joined them too. She smiled when she saw the two crying kids huddled together. Angor patted Salem's head and walked to her. Thank you for helping me. If I fell while unconscious, I'd be dead, Angor spoke in a solemn tone. Nausicaa shook her head. It's nothing. You're alive, that's what matters. Before seeing Angor safe, Nausicaa had been blaming herself for dropping Angor, and she had been wearing a cold look. Now that she finally saw Angor was safe, she lifted the burden off her mind. She had a lot to confess. But she did not do so in the end. You're alive, that's what matters was the only thing she said. In this completely strange world, 3 souls from different nations and lands were bound together by their pure friendship. They might walk down different paths in the future, but at least today, their bond was true. Angor told them about his experience while on their way to the underground marketplace. They already planned to go there before going to Phantom Island. It was a rare chance for them to be together. Even if no one wanted to buy stuff, they could simply wander around and have fun. So Lady Mirror saved you. When listening to Angor's story, Salem's expression shifted between surprise and fear drastically as if he was the one going through the disaster. When Angor finished talking, Salem also spoke about what he saw around the Phantom Island. Many people died. Some of them were blown over to the island and were killed by the magic, some fell off. When talking about dead people, Salem put a hand on his chest in fear. Thank God we stayed at Falling Cloud Stop. If we tried to join the crowd, we'd probably meet the same end. But the wind itself didn't kill many people because most apprentices know how to fly. They won't fall to death as long as they can maneuver in the air. What killed most people was the mysterious rime following the arrival of the world's consciousness. At that time, almost everyone was pressed against the ground. We were fine on the leaf, but those in the air all fell from the sky, either dead or badly injured. You probably don't know, but when we came down to the tree spirit garden underneath the island to look for your body, we saw the whole place covered by corpses. Broken corpses. Can you imagine? Body parts, white brain fluids, red blood, guts that already began to stink, they were everywhere. It was horrific. When speaking of this, Salem remembered the terrible sight in his mind and wanted to throw up again. The rime was a deadly weapon, and at the same time, bringer of destiny, Nausicaa spoke. Too bad neither Salem nor I learned anything. But I think I saw someone on the sky bridge succeeding. Did you find destiny, Angor? Salem asked. You were right beside the sorcerer's garden, and the rime should be stronger over there. Did you get anything? Angor shook his head. No, I found nothing. Salem showed a just as I thought look and prepared some words to comfort Angor. But Toby did. Angor pointed at the bird on his shoulder, and Toby quickly puffed up its chest and lifted its head high. Hey! Did Toby learn something? No way. Salem's jaw dropped open in disbelief. Angor only nodded helplessly. Professor Sunders said so. Toby comprehended the sequence of gravity. Ha! A bird learned something when humans cannot. Anyone who hears about this will get furious, Nausicaa snickered. Salem curled his lips and felt like crying again. Oh come on! Does that mean I'm worse than a small bird? Chapter 163, Watching Battles. Apprentice Town 8, Underground Market, Sky Tower Level 1. Angor's group came to the market and headed straight to the Sky Tower. Angor and Nausicaa both planned to challenge the fights, so they were here to get a feel of the battles in here and see what kind of opponents they should be expecting. There were 15 levels in the tower in total. Every level had a standard for promotion. Getting enough points to reach this standard would get the participant to the next level. The participant also had the choice of staying at the same level, but in this case, winning more matches would only yield a very small amount of merit points. This was how the arenas protected low-leveled challengers. The interior of the Sky Tower was expanded using space expansion spells, so every level was a giant area consisting of dozens of arenas. Each arena was a platform 40 times 40 square meters large and came with audience stands around it. Watching battles on the first level did not require any tickets, so almost every arena was surrounded by audiences, many of whom were mortals. These mortals were basically civilians working in the underground market. With no other ways of entertainment, watching fights in the Sky Tower was their only choice to pass time. It's only crowded at this level. Higher levels ask for tickets, and mortals don't have magic crystals on them, so they can't get up there. However, level 13 to level 15 will have more people because apprentices tend to stay there. After becoming an apprentice, Salem went to the Sky Tower many times out of curiosity in these months, so he knew a lot about this place. Let's stay at the first level for now and see how good the fighters are, Angor said, and found an arena with relatively fewer onlookers. The battle was not on, and no challengers were in the arena, so they took the time and talked about random stuff. A moment later, a hunched old man carrying a box on his back moved in front of them. The old man was a mortal. When Angor wondered what he wanted, he saw Salem giving the old man a silver coin and took out some juice glasses from his box, along with several fried donuts. A snack vendor? They're pretty smart. 1 silver coin is enough to support an ordinary individual for a month in other places. They can just earn them quickly by selling cheap drinks here, said Salem as he handed the food to his friends and recalled his life back in Versailles Principality. Angor took a bite on the donut. He was very satisfied with the soft touch and mild smell of milk of his food. You like it? I knew you would, said Salem. He looked proud at Angor's reaction. Before Angor could agree, Nausicaa commented first, too much milk. You kids probably like this, but I prefer something with more salt in it. Nausicaa took a bite before placing her food aside. Angor calmed his expression when he heard Nausicaa's words. It's fine. Actually, I agree with Nausicaa. They munched and drank while waiting for the battle to begin. It did not take long before the 2 challenger passages on the sides each revealed a challenger. They both covered their faces and bodies with loose robes. Also, Angor noticed that a giant glass frame above the arena brightened up and showed a countdown timer as well as the names and portraits of the challengers. Battle starts in 3:39. King of Beasts vs Monarch of Eternal Freeze. A moment ago, Angor was surprised at how the glass frame resembled his hologram tablet so much. Floating Mech City deserved its name as a paradise of machines and alchemy. Each product they created contained amazing technologies. However, when Angor saw the display on the screen, he coughed up all the juice he just drank. Thank goodness the seat in front of him was vacant. What the heck? King of Beasts? Monarch of Freeze? What's with these showy names? Angor began to doubt if he just stumbled into the battlefield of legendary wizards instead of an apprentice arena. At the same time, the 2 individuals on the stage threw off their robes using really exaggerated poses and revealed themselves. The King of Beasts was a dark-skinned man equipped with a giant bow on his back. He had colorful totems painted on his face, a beautiful decorative feather on his head, and tiger-striped loincloth as his only piece of clothing. This man kind of looked like Hookdick with his primitive way of dressing, except that those totems and feathered headband were worse than Hookdick's style. The Monarch of Eternal Freezing was also a male. Also, To show off the freezing word in his name, he was fully covered by white-themed clothes decorated with all kinds of shiny and transparent accessories. More importantly, his hair was also white. However, considering the occasional strings of dark hair that showed up on his head, his white hair must be the result of dyeing. Well, those are pretty showy looks and names. They must be someone strong, Angor thought to himself. The countdown reached 0. They both moved. The monarch yelled out first, "Freezing Earth!" He remained stationary after yelling. It seemed that he was building up his spell model in his mind. After about 3 seconds, a small area on the ground in front of him began to catch traces of frost. The King of Beasts did not back down at all. Under people's puzzled gazes, he did a backflip, which did not help him move an inch at all, put a hand on the ground, and looked up. "Show yourself, my king." After quite a while, some mist was released from the King of Beasts' body, and a snow-white kitten appeared from the mist. "Go, my king! Thrash his freezing earth!" The King of Beasts pointed forward with great might as if he was commanding an army into war. The white kitten followed his master's action, lifted its head, and meowed. A really timid, gentle, and somewhat terrified meow. Angor's group was left speechless again. Salem remained silent for a moment and curled his lips. "They don't seem strong at all. Maybe we should go to another arena." Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. "Actually, I like that cat. Adorable. Since when was Frost called Freezing Earth?" Angor mumbled. Frost was a level 0 cantrip which held a similar effect to grease. It summoned frost in a small area to prevent people from advancing. Between these two cantrips, most apprentices chose to learn grease because they could lit up the oil and cause burn damage enemies. As the three of them complained about the terrible fight, all the audiences around them cheered in excitement. Someone even screamed loudly, "Go, king, tear that arrogant monarch apart and drag him down his throne." No one commented on his embarrassing words. People only grew more excited. "Let's go," Salem asked again. "You decide." "I don't even need weapons and spells to take these people down," said Nausicaa as she put a hand on the dueling sword on her waist. Salem looked at Angor, but Angor shook his head. "Let's wait a bit." Angor watched the fight carefully. The white kitten already moved inside the range of freezing earth. The monarch humphed and chanted something else. An ice blade appeared in the air and went for the kitten. Slowly. The kitten was fast enough to avoid the ice blade easily. When it jumped into the air, the monarch suddenly moved closer. With the kitten unable to change directions in the air, the monarch slammed the kitten onto the frost-covered ground with a mighty kick, leaving the kitten yelping helplessly. "Oh no! My king!" The King of Beasts exclaimed in an emotional tone as if singing an aria and rushed to the white kitten. He held the animal up gently and displayed a painful look. The audiences were also touched by the scene. Someone wiped tears off their eyes. The King of Beasts looked up with tears around his eyes. "I surrender. Monarch of Eternal Freeze, you're very strong." The monarch let out a disdainful "consider yourself lucky," and turned to leave. The glass screen above the arena changed its display, "Winner, Monarch of Eternal Freeze." Angor's group was left speechless again. "Okay. I regret my decision." "Let's go," Angor said in the end. Salem had already covered his eyes. "And quickly. I'm getting embarrassed myself looking at them. Thank God no one knows we're here." They switched several arenas to look. Master of Sorcery vs Demonic Flame Dragon, Unparalleled Warlord vs King of Thunderclouds, Philosopher of Time vs Swordmaster Jr. Angor realized that every apprentice got him or herself a really outstanding title, but they were only ordinary level 1 apprentices. Even mortals who knew how to fight could easily defeat them. This is the Sky Tower, right? After watching several more matches, Salem began to doubt reality. But when I came last time, they weren't so bad. Why are there only these losers today? Nausicaa wondered. You forgot? Phantom Island, Angor reminded them. Salem and Nausicaa exhaled an "oh." Most apprentice wizards went to Phantom Island for destiny, and only weirdos were left behind. Besides, the incident around the island killed hundreds of elite apprentices. The Sky Tower would probably only have these terrible people in the predictable future. Nausicaa's eye glimmered. I think this is a good chance for us. Chance? Salem saw Nausicaa bumping her fists and getting all worked up. Miss Nausicaa, you're not going to? She nodded. Yes, I am. I'll challenge the tower now. I'll see how many levels I can beat on the next couple of days so that I don't have to spend money on magic scrolls. Nausicaa was planning to buy her way through. But since there were only weaklings here at the moment, why not go for the opportunity? Angor agreed. Good choice. At least Nausicaa won't run into any rivals on the first level. They already watched enough. Next, they accompanied Nausicaa to the management section on the first floor and helped Nausicaa get registered as a challenger. Chapter 164, Titles. A clerk working in Sky Tower took out a registration form and asked Nausicaa to write down her information. Nausicaa looked at Angor first. You're not doing this too? You know, when opponents are weak. Angor shook his head. I still need to recover. Maybe some days later. Nausicaa whispered to Angor, you can ask Toby to fight for you. The bird is surely strong enough to help you get past the first level quickly. Angor already had such an idea after watching how King of Beasts battled. Nausicaa was right. Toby could definitely beat down opponents in the first level easily. Since Toby learned the sequence of gravity, its improved burst power compensated the bird's lack of strength. Toby was already extremely fast. Now the bird was even faster and stronger. Still, Angor decided to wait. Not now. You go first. I absolutely don't want to run into you in a match. Nausicaa complied and shrugged. You've got a point. Frankly speaking, I don't know what to do if I've got to go against you in the arena. She paused and smiled again. You know, if that really happened, I won't go easy on you. I've always wanted to fight you for real. Neither will I. But I only learned a cleanse spell. I'm no better than a mortal. There's no way I can win, Angor complained. Nausicaa chuckled and began filling her paper. The registration form was simple enough. She only had to write down her title and the organization she belonged to. Her organization was, naturally, Brute Cavern. As for her title, when Nausicaa planned to use her own name, the clerk gave her a friendly warning by saying, Miss, I suggest you create a new title because certain occultists can use your real name to harm your body. As the fairest battleground in the south, we wish to prevent anyone from winning this way. Nausicaa gladly listened to the advice and repicked a title for herself. She did not give it much thought and left the word pirate on her paper. The clerk raised an eyebrow at the name and reminded Nausicaa of something else, you can't change your title again once it's determined. Are you sure you want to use this name, miss? Nausicaa nodded without a second thought. Miss, you should know that your title in the Sky Tower will accompany you till the very end. Even if you reached the Tower of Infinity, you still have to use the same name. As a place for battles established by Floating Mech City, a better title will help display your name to others when you become a wizard. Combined with the fame of Floating Mech City, your name will likely become your own title in the future. For example, Lord of Night Mudik gained his title because he wrote it on this paper at the beginning. Now he's one of the most famous wizards from Sleepless City. Now Angor understood why those challengers used those showy names. They were preparing for their possible bright future. However, 9 out of 10 of those people would be disappointed. Nausicaa considered again. If the advice was true, she did need a better title. The clerk waited patiently. He also wanted Nausicaa to use an attractive name. Insignificant names would not be able to help them advertise Sky Tower. A moment later, Nausicaa wrote down her final decision, King of Blackberry. She earned this title when different countries put her name on their bounty list when she was still a pirate. She got used to being called like that. The clerk was pretty satisfied at the King of Something style and put away the registration form. However, he had no idea what Blackberry referred to. King of Blackberry. As per the regulations in Sky Tower, as a challenger in the first level, you must join at least one battle each month, or your credit in the tower will become lower. A lower credit means less merit point income when winning matches, explained the clerk. He added, to maintain your credit, please make sure you come here and accept a schedule within a month. There's no need. I'll join a match now, Nausicaa said. All right, please follow me. The clerk brought Nausicaa to the lottery drawing section with a bright smile. Salem and Angor had been staying silent when Nausicaa did her job. When she finally determined her title, they began to whisper to each other and discuss what kind of title they would use. I'll name myself the Glory of Versailles. Salem said, when I become a wizard, I'll make my name known to the whole world, and Versailles will see me as their pride. Maybe Queen Sharon will give me a personal audience. Glory of Versailles, that sounds a bit childish. Nausicaa once mentioned that the rose gardens at Versailles Principality are pretty famous, so maybe you should call yourself the Rose of Versailles. Angor joked. Salem thought about Angor's words carefully. Rose of Versailles? That sounds pretty good. It both displays where I'm from and our special product. But, should a man call himself a rose? Hey Angor, you're going to challenge the tower too, right? What name will you use? Angor thought about it for a while and shook his head in the end. I don't know. I don't like showy names or those that take too long to achieve. I'll think about one when the time comes. Choose carefully. I'm expecting a good one from you. Nausicaa returned from her lottery. Who's your opponent, Miss Nausicaa? Salem asked eagerly. Nausicaa only smiled. She pointed to the glass screen on the wall of the hall. My match will be displayed there. Check it out yourself. Information on different arenas scrolled on the screen. Things like who won the matches, who was promoted to the next level, or how many merit points they earned. A piece of message caught their attention: King of Blackberry vs Monarch of Eternal Freeze, Arena 7, Level 1. Match starts in 30 minutes. Monarch of Eternal Freeze, Angor mumbled the name. Ah, that guy. Salem saw the name too and displayed an indifferent expression. Miss Nausicaa will beat him in seconds. I don't think I have to watch the fight. I'll not watch it either, Angor agreed. He feared that something might ruin his expectation about Sky Tower again. A weirdo who called Frost as freezing earth. Angor would not want to see that apprentice again. Who knew whether that guy would create other names like Eternal Freeze or something just for simple cantrips. Nausicaa did not mind having fewer audiences. Okay then. Wait for my good news. Nausicaa stayed at the tower for her match while Angor and Salem left the tower and parted ways. Salem was going to choose some spells that went well with his art. Angor was planning to go find Dave at Prome's alchemy shop. Angor reached the shop uneventfully. There were still a lot of people gathering at the front door. They came to ask Prome for alchemy service. But Master Prome was still away, and Dave was trying to explain the fact to the customers. When the crowd dispersed, Angor walked to Dave. Master Prome is out today, please come back next. Oh, Angor. When Dave heard footsteps from behind, he let out his routine explanation without a second thought. But he realized he did not need to do that when he turned around and saw Angor's face. What brought you to the shop? Oh right. You broke through, no. Dave took Angor into the shop happily. I'll give you the information on the challengers in the Sky Tower now. As they agreed last time, Dave would share his participant information with Angor. However, Angor was not an apprentice last time, so he could not take the information stored in a crystal ball. The shop looked similar to his last visit. All kinds of objects were places in disorder. Dave struggled a little to find a vacant table and asked Angor to place his crystal ball on it. Next, Dave took out his own crystal ball and controlled it to transmit information to Angor's. It'll take some time because there's a lot of information, Dave spoke while controlling his mana flow. Maybe 10 minutes. Take it easy. I've something to ask too. What is it? Like I mentioned last time, I want to try out alchemy, so I'm here to buy some basic materials for practice, Angor explained. He then asked, do you have any? I'll buy them at the average market price. You've just begun to study alchemy, and you're going to use materials already? Isn't that a bit too early? You should study the theories and basic spells first, said Dave. He was puzzled by Angor's decision. Well, I'll combine it with practice. Since I still have merit points left, I'll use this chance and learn by practice. Dave thought about the remaining balance of Angor's merit points and did not say anything further. Dave wished to quicken his skill development by wasting money too, but he was too poor for that, so he had to progress slowly. He only managed to create his first creation after spending 5 years. I've got a lot of low-leveled materials in stock. You can use them for fresh practice, said Dave. He paused and asked something. I forgot to ask, which field of alchemy are you going to study? Chapter 165, Tooling. Alchemy did not belong to any of the 3 major arts, but it was still a popular choice for wizards. Alchemy included many different fields. Alchemists in ancient times divided alchemy works into those that improved one's own body and the ones that improved other objects. Today, there were only 2 simpler classifications, apothecary and tooling. Apothecary, as the name suggested, majored in brewing potions. For example, the glass of potion of austere night held by Angor was a product made by alchemists who mastered apothecary. Here, potion did not only refer to drinkable liquid. There were also special branches, such as Leona's perfume brewing, which was also considered apothecary. Tooling mainly referred to crafting alchemy items. Dave's propeller flying machine, for example, was alchemy machinery created using the art of tooling. The principle of alchemy was conversion. The core of making potions or tools both followed this principle. This was why both tooling and apothecary wizards were called alchemists. But still, apothecary and tooling had different working processes and asked for different materials. That was why Dave asked Angor which path he would follow so that he could prepare the correct materials. They both required great talent. You earn similar benefit out of them. But technically speaking, I personally believe that tooling is harder, said Dave when he saw Angor hesitating. He explained his own idea. I'm going for tooling, Angor said. You sure? You know, you'll be able to earn money fast once you learned how to brew a potion. But tooling, not so easy. I'm sure. Angor already made this decision before. The alchemy books he recorded in the Nightmare Realm contained both tooling and apothecary knowledge, but he did not plan to try making potions for now. The Garden of Purification was an urgent goal to him. Otherwise, he would not think about studying alchemy so early in the first place. The world was always changing. The information about the Garden of Purification triggered Angor's motivation. To reach the top level of a sky tower and win a ticket to the garden, Angor had to find a particular approach. And he chose to try out alchemy. Okay then. It's your own decision. Don't regret it. I won't. If I can't learn tooling, I'll just switch to apothecary instead. Dave chuckled. We're on the same boat then. Maybe we can assist each other. Here are some books that describe the materials used in tooling. Take a look. Tell me what you are interested in and I'll get them from the storage, at market price, said Dave. He took out several piles of books and dumped them in front of Angor. Magic Material Encyclopedia, Illustration Collection, Neutralization and Smelting Materials, Catalyst Collection. Dave presented all of these dictionary-sized books to Angor with the hope of discouraging him. Dave had been acting all friendly to Angor, but in his mind, Dave did not hold a positive idea about Angor's ambition. He would like to be Angor's friend. But when it came to alchemy, Dave would think otherwise. To him, the art of alchemy was more important than anything else. In Dave's view, alchemy was not something that random stragglers should learn. When Angor made up his mind and showed off his wealth, Dave got a feeling that his beloved subject was being joked at. It was a complicated mindset. Dave would not have felt as bad if Angor chose apothecary. Yet Angor went for tooling, the same subject Dave was studying, and such a decision tipped the scale in Dave's mind. Dave did not say anything about the books. He only looked at Angor with a smile, waiting for his choice. Angor noticed none of Dave's thoughts. He carefully selected several books and read through them quickly, then listed the materials he wanted in a short time. Mystic Fog Strings, 12 standard units. High Bronze, 7.8 grams. Hairy Orchid Gravel, 11 cups. Ice Glue 349 grams. Starfrost Gold. Dave saw Angor's careful choices and realized Angor already had a plan in his mind. None of the materials were tiered ones, but they all shared connections with each other. For example, ice glue and starfrost gold appeared to be two completely unrelated materials, but Dave once heard Master Prome speaking with another master alchemist that if you dissolved ice glue in the heat for 5 minutes and added some catalyst powder to it, it would become the best adhesive for starfrost gold. High bronze was usually used in machine alchemy as an ideal material for forging junction parts such as gears, and mystic fog strings were often used along with the gears as a flexible transmission belt. Angor obviously went through some careful planning to come up with his choices. The other materials he chose contained heat-resistant ones, ductile materials, and energy amplifiers. Dave already saw the basic frame of an alchemy machine out of these. The uncomfortable idea in Dave's mind had vanished. He was now confident that Angor did not regard alchemy as mere entertainment, and that was enough for him to highly regard Angor's decision. Angor picked many different materials. He made these choices for a number of theories he already developed in his mind, theories for making an alchemy weapon. That will be 17 types. According to the amount you wrote down. 1,321 merit points. I'll remove the cents, just pay me 1,300, said Dave as he glanced at Angor's material list and worked out the final price quickly. 1300, about 13 magic crystals. This was quite a fortune to apprentices. Angor only paid 500 points for his rent for a full year. Still, he could afford the price for now. Besides, he just earned 1,000 points out of Leona's favor. Angor took out his bone card and paid the money. Dave felt so jealous again at Angor's wealth display. The 2 crystal balls on the table began to shine. Dave glimpsed at the objects. The information you asked for is sent. I'll go get the materials. Do you want to carry them yourself or have them delivered? Delivered, of course. I don't have a space storage to hold them. Alright then. 10 merit points. After leaving Prome's alchemy shop, Angor went to the Sky Tower again. Nausicaa's match was already over. She was resting in the lounge room. As they expected, Nausicaa defeated Monarch of Eternal Freeze easily without using her weapon at all. Several punches and kicks were more than enough. Nausicaa did not plan to stop here. She wished to keep fighting, taking the chance that there were only weaker opponents in the tower. Angor wished her good luck and headed back to his house in Apprentice Town. Upon reaching the villa, Toby immediately returned to the attic to practice a new chapter with its Echo Flower music band. Meanwhile, Angor sat in the garden and listened to Toby's terrible concert as he waited for Dave's delivery. Time always flew by fast when in a relaxed mood. Half an hour later, Dave reached Angor's front door while commanding 2 pairs or 4 bulky-looking guys who carried several sealed wooden boxes. The 4 of them were all mortal residents in town. Angor asked them to place the boxes in his basement. After confirming that the materials were correct, he sent them on their way. 4 mortal laborers, 10 merit points from me. You're smart, you know that. Angor spoke behind Dave with a dark expression. Dave blinked in an innocent manner. Well, you don't have any space storage, and neither do I. Those things are for wizards, we shouldn't think about them. And of course, I have to ask mortals to carry stuff. Is there another choice? Angor waved him away impatiently. We both know how much you earned out of it. Now off you go. When Dave was gone, Angor took some time to sort out the materials in the basement. When he was finished, the moon was already high in the sky, casting a silver aura over the tree of eternity. Angor dragged his tired body to his bed and fell on it. He did so many things today. Everything ended well. With his already tensed up spirit, he only managed to cover half of his body under the blanket before falling straight asleep. In the next morning, Angor washed himself up and went into the soundproof room. The residual condition of magic backfiring on him still troubled him, so he had to give up on meditation and spell training for now. But he could still carry out his study plan. Angor planned to start learning alchemy today. Previously, Angor regarded alchemy as something similar to the subject of chemistry because chemistry also involved conversion between elements. But after reading some books from Sunder's collection as well as those from the Nightmare Realm, Angor realized that the 2 subjects only appeared to be related, but they were actually 2 completely different concepts. The conversion process in alchemy was facilitated using a mystic energy. This energy participated in every alchemy conversion. Even alchemy machines needed this energy as their main power source. Besides, studying alchemy also required knowledge about runecraft. Runes could be used to trigger the mystic energy hidden within supernatural materials. It could also be used to build perfect material combinations. Also, there were particular alchemy approaches that used runes as the core materials while ordinary materials acted as a supplement. Angor felt a headache after reading the alchemy theories. He thought several alchemy spells were enough, but now he found that he had to study runecraft too. This was also an extremely complicated subject. Anyone who learned it well could earn big money by selling magic scrolls. Angor sighed in frustration. In order to make alchemy weapons in a short time, he had to start by learning something from the scientific technologies on Earth. Alchemy machines sounded pretty similar to science, but they were still essentially supernatural products who had completely different fundamentals than actual science. Angor's current plan was to apply wizardry alchemy methods to a blueprint of a weapon from Earth. He wanted to see if he could make something that would be effective against apprentices. Chapter 166, Blacken. Skilled tooling alchemists usually set up detailed plans before creating alchemy items. They needed a long time to do researches and preparations before finally proceeding with the item itself. Innovation, talent, insight, and technique. These were all essential factors to make an alchemy item. Without them, one could only copy the ways of ancestors. Many alchemists spent their lives in this field without making much achievement. People with less innovative ideas could never create new inventions, while those who managed to find inspiration often failed to become successful in the end. Rather, their inspiration could go wild and prevent them from using well-balanced materials, which could cause terrible results such as exploding experiments. This was why there were very few alchemists in the world and even fewer talented ones. Angkor never considered how long he would walk down this path. The only thing on his mind, for now, was to recreate an earth weapon by using alchemy. There were many data saved in John's hologram tablet. However, data about weapons only took up a small part of them. John was a botany researcher who was not interested in aggressive weapons in the slightest. The few limited 3D printer weapon blueprints in the tablet were most copied by him from random places on the internet when he tried out his new printer as a university student. There were both blueprints for cold weapons and simple firearms. Angkor aimed for the latter. He did not plan to go for something complicated from the start. So, he decided to make cold weapons first for practice. Besides, he needed time to get used to how to use various materials. After getting a vague idea about the theories, Angkor began reading about the spells specifically used in tooling. He disregarded any high-level or powerful spells that he could not learn and looked for level 0 and level 1 cantrips. And he only found 5 of them: level 0 cantrip, thaw, level 0 cantrip, condense, level 1 cantrip, smelt, level 1 cantrip, freeze, level 1 cantrip, magic barrier. Thaw, preheat materials for some time using a fixed magic frequency in order to melt down materials and change their shape. This spell was usually used in long processes. The temperature would get very high, which meant that the user had to always stay alert and in full concentration. Condense, as the name suggested, the spell would lower the temperature to finalize the shape of materials. These were the only 2 level 0 cantrips. For level 1 ones such as smelt and freeze, they were basically powered-up versions of thaw and condense. They did a faster and better job in creating correct models out of materials. Magic barrier was a defensive spell which required a long time to cast and with a short effective duration. The spell was used to prevent accidents such as explosions during alchemy processes. Angkor believed that once he recovered from the magic backfire, he probably could only use 2 level 0 cantrips, so he chose to focus on them. After memorizing the key points for the 2 cantrips, Angkor suddenly realized that he had only been reading the books from Sunder's collection. He needed to check if the alchemy books in the Nightmare Realm contained anything different. He proceeded with his idea right away. In the other folders in his hologram, he found the pages introducing cantrips in the book Basic Alchemy. Thaw, condense, smelt. These were no different from the ones he just read. Angkor turned a page and kept reading. Freeze, magic barrier. His eyes brightened up when he saw a tooling spell which was never mentioned in Sunder's books. Blacken. Hey, it doesn't have a level. While puzzled at how the spell did not require a level, Angkor began reading about the spell. In ancient times, alchemists belonged to various powerful factions. One of the factions was called Mortality Sect, which was led by Odorous. It was an extremely mysterious sect among all alchemy factions. Alchemists from there believed in death and resurrection. They regarded the color of black as the primal chaos that gave birth to everything. According to Odorous, black was the real color. It contained all different colors in itself and was the true origin of them. Mortality alchemists pursued black. To them, black meant death, and blackening also meant resurrection. Blackening something would render all elements dead and turn them into another form of existence, the dark matter. Dark matter was a decomposed remain that did not have any radiation or metallic properties. It represented a new form of substance when metal died. The blacken spell was used to render all substances into dark matter and create new, sometimes unique, properties for them. Thaw changed material's shape while blacken changed its property of existence. The book did not say anything about the results brought by such changes. Angkor's knowledge told him that everything was double-sided. Blacken had to have its merits and drawbacks, and he could only find them out after practical experiments. According to the book, the blacken spell did not have a level because the amount of substance which would become blackened depended on the caster's mana pool. More mana meant something would get more thoroughly blackened, or even entirely blackened into dark matter, while insufficient mana would bring inferior results. Since the amount of mana was the only requirement, any wizard could use this spell. This included someone like Angkor, who had just barely become an apprentice. Angkor managed to comprehend the overall idea of blacken spell. As for trying it out for real, he had to wait out his condition and do experiments on it. Still, Angkor was confident of the rarity of this spell. He read about a concept in many alchemy books. It was easy to change the shape of something but very difficult to change its natural property. There were alchemy spells that altered the property of something, but all of them were intended for wizards. Property change was already something close to the very core of alchemy. Of course, there was no hope for low-level alchemists to learn something like that. Yet, the blackened spell bypassed this rule. This was never possible in the field of alchemy today. Now, Angor was really curious about the true identity of the Warden of Stairs of Hanging Prison. Singularity dispersive meditation was already a huge surprise. Now Angor just found another surprise, Blacken, which was merely something recorded in a basic alchemy book. Angor was wondering what awaited him in the more advanced books. The discovery of Blacken's spell kept Angor excited for a while. Soon, he calmed his mind and focused on other plans. For example, in the coming days, he planned to study theories about a spell combination and learn these spells after his mind space recovered. Spell combination meant a specific arrangement of spells. There were many spells available to wizards. Apprentices could find dozens of thousands of cantrips to learn. And if self-made spells were taken into consideration, such as remove dampness and create water, which Angor named several days ago, there would be millions of spells beyond. A spell combination meant to choose several selected ones from all the spells to use. Generally speaking, a combination consisted of 4 types of spells: assault, enhancement, control, and recovery. Of course, different wizards might have different ideas about their combinations. Someone preferred using defensive spells or even detection ones. There was no fixed rule about how to choose a combination. The key point was how the wizard used the spells in different situations. For example, choices for control spells included frost, grease, and flash. In actual combats, wizards had to know how to apply these spells effectively. An apprentice who learned a correct combination was able to deal with most situations. However, studying combinations was usually a preferred tactic for apprentices only. Especially since they did not have enough time, effort, and mana to learn many additional spells. Apprentices could only master a few spells while wizards did not have such a problem. Combinations also had their weakness. Predictable spells were easily countered by opponents. For example, Monarch of Eternal Freeze only knew how to cast Frost. A bloodline wizard or someone adept at fire spells could easily break his trick apart. This was why spell combinations only worked for apprentices in general. Angor also planned to get a combination, but he never intended to set such a restriction for himself. The reason why he still wanted to learn a combination was to prepare himself for the challenges at Sky Tower. In other words, this was an emergency effort when he did not have much time to do much else. Instead of following typical combinations, Angor gave up on learning any assault spells. He only focused on finding control and defense ones. Once he got his alchemy weapon, he would rely on the weapon to attack people. He only had to prevent enemies from getting too close as well as watch out for long-range cantrip attacks. Grease, flash, ice wall, optic confusion. Angor listed the spells he needed and slowly memorized their fundamentals. 3 days went by quickly. He had almost finished setting his combination. The main focus of the combination was to stop anyone from approaching. If it failed, he could use optic confusion to hide. And if that did not work either, he had Toby to help. Once he successfully learned these spells and created his alchemy weapon, it would be time to finally challenge the tower. Angor's mind space still did not recover by the time he almost finished learning the spells. Thus, he had to choose something else to study. During his time, Nausicaa and Salem came looking for him and invited him to do quests together and earn merit points. However, Angor refused by using his condition as an excuse. With nothing better to do, Angor took out the information about seated participants in Sky Tower that he received from Dave. Chapter 167, Thaw. The Parmagi Highlands lied to the southwest of Evernight Kingdom and was connected with the Goman Kingdom. Due to its extreme average altitude of 3,500 meters and above, very few people visited this place often. It was a commonly agreed forbidden ground for all except for several native tribes. This day, a giant figure which shined with great brilliance swept past the clear blue sky above the highlands. The figure had a strange shape. On the first look, it appeared neither as a life form, nor a solid object. Overall, it was a vast and flat, transparent crystal with lines and strings contained within. The object looked like ice, or rather, it was ice. Because when a highland eagle happened to fly by, the animal turned into a stiff ice statue and fell to the ground. The reason why the ice could be confused with a creature was that this giant shape about 20 meters wide possessed a pair of wings on its sides, also transparent. The wings looked like swan wings. With each flip, some glimmering ice shards would fall off. Strong sunlight on the highlands pierced through the winged ice, giving it an even brighter look. On top of the ice, several mysterious-looking wizards covered in white robes rested with their eyes closed. The freezing aura released by the ice did not seem to affect them at all, apart from coating the figures in faint mist. If someone looked closely, they would notice that each of these white-robed figures had a crescent moon behind his or her back, frozen in solid ice. The month of Blossom had reached its latter half. After struggling with a damaged spirit for half a month, the negative effect of the magic backfiring finally vanished from Angor. Without waiting any longer, he immediately began to study the spells he planned. The first spells to learn were the basic tooling spells, Thaw and Condense. According to Angor's notes as well as his schedule, there were 2 essential conditions for him to go for the top level of Sky Tower, an alchemy weapon, and a complete combination of defensive spells. Learning a combination should not be a problem. He only needed time to get used to them. However, Angor was not confident in his plan of creating an alchemy weapon. He was about to attempt to merge the technologies from 2 civilizations together, and he did not know what could happen. More importantly, Angor was not even sure if he could enter the field of alchemy at all. All his plans would be for no good if he could not even become an apprentice alchemist first. This was why Angor immediately put his full attention on the first step, learning Thaw spell. This spell was the first challenge for all apprentice alchemists. The fundamental of Thaw spell was to create a large amount of heat by affixing mana and fire element for a long time. After that, to use the cantrip model to limit the affected area of the spell so as not to hurt the caster. The principle of this spell worked in the opposite way compared to the cantrips in 3 major arts. Here, its model was used to restrict the heat of the spell instead of creating the spell. Angor took out a paper full of data and formulas he noted down. These were data for creating the cantrip model he worked out when he was still suffering from the effects of magic backfiring on him. After memorizing several critical coordinates for the model, Angor closed his eyes to meditate. His mind space had returned to its clear state. The lollipop he created before stood alone in the chaos. Meanwhile, the singular point slowly rotated and drew primal mana. Without minding the singular point, Angor released some purified mana from his mana pool and began constructing the model of Thaw. With the help of the axes of the universe to locate the coordinates, he only spent several seconds on creating the cantrip model. The finished model did not show any traces of abnormality. It hung in the mind space stably without crumbling or shocking its surrounding area like last time. Angor channeled the model to his fingertips and still did not find anything. No supernatural energy appeared. A rock-solid model. The spell's integrity remains even in the air, Angor thought to himself. Since the model did not have any problem, Angor began to preheat it. Simply put, affixing mana and fire element meant one should release mana from his or her body and rub the mana with the fire element floating in the air. It sounded simple, and only a small amount of mana was spent. But in practice, this process required great patience and precise control over one's mana flow, which was difficult to achieve for ordinary apprentice wizards. Patience meant the caster had to pump out mana continuously and preheat the designated area slowly. The time required for this step depended on how much fire element existed in the air. In an area with a rich amount of fire element, the preheating process would only take several minutes. But if there was poor fire element presence, maybe several hours or more. For most apprentices, patience was not a big issue. Precise control, on the other hand, was the most difficult step for learning Thaw, and the reason why many apprentices were unable to study alchemy. When preheating something, a wizard had to provide mana from his or her body from start to end. Mana was spent slowly, but mana flow had to be kept at a steady pace. A tiny change in mana flow, whether it was a bit more or a bit less, would cause the preheat step to fail. Such careful control was an impossible task for most apprentices. Angor was now attempting this step by releasing mana from his body. Affixing his mana with fire element outside proved to be quite easy for him. However, he could only hold on for 2 seconds before messing it up. Like every other apprentice who failed this step, Angor could not keep his mana output stable. For the second attempt, Angor carefully pumped his mana as slowly as he could while maintaining a high level of concentration. This time, he managed to keep up the spell for 3 seconds. The third, the fourth, and the 10th attempt. His best record was 4 seconds. 2 seconds on average. Even in somewhere with great fire element resource in the air, the preheat step still required at least 2 minutes. Now, he was stuck at 4 seconds. Angor quickly felt depressed. Was he not talented to study alchemy after all? His mana was almost spent and so was his motivation. Angor gave up on further attempts and closed his eyes to recover. 5 hours passed quickly. The meditation restored his mana as well as his mood. He realized that failure was always something expected to happen. Nothing could be achieved so easily. He would keep going. If he could not keep his mana flow stable after too many tries, he would consider himself not talented enough to learn alchemy. His mana pool was now filled. Angor took out some ration to sate his stomach while thinking about how to control his mana flow. It required more than being careful. In his previous attempts, Angor was almost exhausted trying to focus his mind, and he still could not do a perfect job. Human bodies had their limits. So could he find help from elsewhere? When he considered finding help from elsewhere to control the flow speed of something, the first thing that came to Angor's mind was to use a pipe or straw. Something like those could always control water flow. But, he could not possibly plug a straw into his mind space. Besides, could mana even flow through a straw? Pipe, flow speed. Angor muttered his idea and thought about many choices in his mind. Suddenly, a pattern drawn by broken lines caught his attention. That's it. I can't plug something from outside, but I can make one inside. Angor was excited about his discovery. I can do it with the axis of the universe. Axis of the universe was the ultimate result after Angor had mastered 36-dimensional locator. It divided his mind space into a collection of countless broken lines. Every spot of the mind space could be represented using a coordinate on the axis. Angor could construct a tunnel precisely by using the axis as measuring standards to control his mana flow. He eagerly tried out his new idea. After several hours, a tunnel measured by the axis came into being. It connected Angor's mana pool with the outside world. Angor took a deep breath and began to draw out the mana while carefully preventing the mana from flowing out of the tunnel. 2 seconds, 3, 19, 20. The process was disturbed after 20 seconds. Angor did not show any frustration upon the failure this time. He knew he just solved the mana flow problem. The increased duration of his attempt just proved it. Unlike before, the amount in his mana flow was fine this time. It failed because of a change in flowing speed. If he managed to keep the amount of mana flow and speed steady, there would be no more problems. He spent some time to learn how to maintain the speed of mana flow. When he could keep both amount and speed at a fixed pace, Angor initiated another preheat attempt. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 19, 20, 70, 90. He botched it again after 2 minutes. This time, it did not have anything to do with his controlling skills. It was just that, he burned his fingers. While focusing on how to control his mana flow, Angor forgot that he had to keep the effect range of the spell within the cantrip model or he would get burnt sooner or later. The third day into the second half of Month of Blossom. Angor carried the cooking stove from his kitchen down to his basement. He lit a fire. Heat waves warmed up the air in the basement. Angor sat beside the stove and began to meditate. Half an hour later, he tried reaching out his spirit-like feelers to sense the fire element around him. The area centered around the stove now contained several times more fire element than before. Once he was prepared, Angor stood up and moved to a pile of wooden boxes in the basement. They contained all the cheap materials he bought from Prome's alchemy shop. Angor picked out a black metal block with faint red patches on it. Earth Fiend Bronze, one of the materials he stocked up most. A block of blood bronze fused with the blood of Earth Fiends, a most common type of blood bronze. Items crafted using Earth Fiend Bronze greatly improved hardness and wear resistance. The items also had a small probability of gaining additional effects. Angor carried the Earth Fiend Bronze block to the stove. He constructed the model for Thaw spell and released mana to fuse it with the fire element in the air slowly. Angor could sense extreme heat contained in the model at the tips of his fingers. With the model to restrict it, the heat did not leak out this time. Next, he placed the Earth Fiend Bronze inside the area of Thaw. Slowly, the metal melted. Chapter 168, Shaping. Under the effect of Thaw, the block of Earth Fiend Bronze turned into a pool of metal liquid which shined with black and red glimmer. The next step was to shape the liquid into something he wanted. After that, he could use condense to fix the shape. Angor froze up when thinking about this step. How to shape the liquid? Angor just realized he only considered how to melt the material. He never thought about how to create a shape for it. He remembered something from basic alchemy: use mana to shape melted material and fix the shape with condense. Use mana to shape something? Angor tried to squeeze out a tiny amount of mana from his mana pool and release it into the metal liquid. It was like adding a small glass of water into the sea. Nothing was changed. He did not know what to do next. About 3 minutes later, the spell model began to waver a little in the great heat. This meant that his thaw spell was reaching its limit. His only choice, for now, was to cancel the spell. Without support, the metal liquid fell to the floor and created several burn marks. Terrible smell and white smoke invaded the basement. Angor opened the door to let in some fresh air. He then returned to his soundproof room to check if the books in the tablet explained how to shape materials. However, none of the books from Sunder's collection or Nightmare Realm described how. The only thing they mentioned was use mana. Angor was stumped. He even considered using molds as shaping tools, but he still needed to order molds from someone. Could he actually find a mortal blacksmith for that? After considering for a bit, Angor decided to ask Dave. He put on his black bedsheet and left his house. Angor began to like his bedsheet a lot because it was so easy to wear. Previously, he always had to wash and comb his hair before going out. But now, the hood on the bedsheet easily covered his messy hairstyle. Angor even began to wonder if the robes were distributed to apprentices for this very reason. He had not even walked very far when he noticed that the apprentice town was more populated than before. Many apprentices who did not show themselves often were out on the streets, and they were properly dressed. Angor moved among the crowds with his face covered under the hood. He reached the underground market in several minutes. Finding Prome's alchemy shop was easy enough. The shop was wide open, and no one gathered at the place this time. However, for some reason, Dave was sitting on the stairs in front of the shop. Dave's goggles were pushed up to his hair, revealing his pockmarked face. He was holding his cheeks while carrying a depressed expression. He looked as if he was a young adult who had lost his purpose for the future. "What's up, thinking about your past life?" Angor walked to him when Dave finally made a movement by looking up at his visitor. Sigh. Dave let out a deep breath in a lazy manner. "What is it? You didn't go to Cloud Library?" "Cloud Library? What for?" Angor leaned on the bars of the stairs. "But today is the release day for a new Moonfrost periodical. You don't know it." Dave then muttered to himself, "Oh right, you're a new recruit in Brute Cavern. You probably don't." Moonfrost periodical. Angor recalled the name of a certain magazine. "You mean Expedition into Endless Plains periodical, which was published by Moonfrost Union?" "Wait, so you do know it?" Dave was surprised. "Yeah, every new release comes out in a century. They record all sorts of things during the expeditions held by Moonfrost Union. There are 16 volumes now," Angor considered. "You just said that today is the release day. So the 17th volume of Expedition into Endless Plains is coming out?" Dave nodded. "Yes. The people of Moonfrost Union are already here. Do you see that people have left the underground market? They all went to check it out. A new edition for another 100 years, yeah, it's worth checking out." Angor felt curious too. He wondered if the magazine found anything new about the Nightmare Realm. Angor already read every existing volume. The Nightmare Realm was only mentioned as a new expedition destination in the 14th volume. Other than that, the Moonfrost Union never said anything else about the place. "Where can I get one?" "I'll go as well," Angor quickly asked. Dave glanced at him. "You sure? The price for new editions never went below 100 magic crystals." "Then why?" Angor looked around the empty market. "You can rent it from Cloud Library, or from Wizards. If your mentor is really nice to you, maybe you can borrow one for free." When talking about this, Dave's depression deepened a little. "I see," Angor wondered if he could go to Sunder's and try his luck. "But why are you being all frowny over here?" Angor asked. Dave shrugged. "I'm envious. I don't have a mentor." "You didn't have a professor poster? But didn't you get assigned to a random professor in that case?" "I had one before," said Dave. He paused for a long time before speaking again. "Too bad, my professor died on his path during a plane expedition." Angor's expression froze. So that was why Dave looked so sad. As Angor tried to think of something to comfort Dave, Dave chuckled and spoke first, "I'm fine now. Master Prom can teach me something occasionally. This feels better than being all scared in front of my previous mentor. And you didn't answer my question yet. What are you here for? Dave squinted his eyes as he asked, don't tell me you already find yourself untalented for tooling, so you're here to return the materials. Before Angor could answer, Dave revealed an I knew it attitude. It's fine. I kinda expected this to happen, so I never accounted your purchase yet. Just send the materials back. Do you need me to find people to help you carry? Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you need help or not? Angor watched Dave expressing his generosity with a smile. When Dave stopped talking, Angor finally spoke out, no, I'm not here to return them. Dave frowned. Are you sure about it? Of course I am. I just want to ask a question, Angor complained. Question? Dave put on a strange look mixed with joy and the satisfaction for getting to teach someone. He cleared his throat and pretended to be an experienced teacher. Asking what you don't know is a good habit for a young man like you. Since you're asking humbly, I shall gladly enlighten your mind. Angor was speechless. Humbly? Oh, come on. Go ahead, young man, said Dave. He was still looking at Angor with an old man's kindness. Angor took a deep breath to suppress his urge to leave immediately. I just want to know, once I turn material into a liquid using thought, how do I shape it? Dave froze up when hearing the question. Wait, what? You learned how to use thought? Angor repeated his question, the book says that I should use mana to shape something. But when I channel mana in the liquid, it did nothing. I came to ask why. Dave's face was now like a painting palette with different colors. Frustration painted in green, shame painted in red, anger in yellow, and sadness in black. Dave was silent for a long time before speaking in a sad tone, you really learned thought? It's barely half a month. How? Dave's exaggerated expression proved to Angor that his learning speed was far quicker than other people. Angor carefully arranged his words and said, maybe my talent is really good. Dave slumped on the stairs from receiving too much shock. He seemed to be doubting his reason to be alive now. Dave thought about his own learning experience. With Master Prom's teachings, he spent an entire year to know how to cast Thaw spell. Now, he was struggling with level 1 tooling cantrip, Smelt. And he had made zero progress in it. But Angor only spent half a month. The world was so unfair. I think I'm ill. I need to sleep, said Dave. He climbed up from the stairs in a stiff manner and walked into the shop slowly. Wait. Angor called. Dave turned back with a really sad face. So how to shape materials while using thought? Dave struggled in his mind about whether he should tell Angor an answer. Devil Dave and Angel Dave fought inside his spirit, using envy and friendship as weapons. All right, I'll tell you, Dave sighed in the end. He added, the mana mentioned in the books isn't the mana you usually used. It's a level 0 cantrip called Hand of Spell. Dave waved a hand at Angor. You already got your answer. I'll just go sleep. Thanks, said Angor. He was sincerely thankful for his help. Dave stopped again and curled his lips. Any wizard with alchemy experience can tell you that. But I don't know anyone else, said Angor. He smiled and added, thank you, really. Otherwise, it'll take forever for me to figure it out. Dave remained expressionless. You don't have to. Your talent will surely take you far on the path of alchemy. I just hope you can help me in the future. Angor revealed a big smile. That's not a problem. Chapter 169, Alchemy Lab. Hand of Spell. Angor believed he saw a cantrip went by this name in a list of level 0 cantrips. Angor returned to his house and found his tablet to check. When he typed the keyword in, he was surprised to find 3 results instead of 1. There were 2 improved versions of the original spell. Hand of Spell, level 0 cantrip. Simulate human hands with mana and control the hands remotely. Hand of Spell, intermediate level 1 cantrip. Simulate human hands with mana. Improve control distance and flexibility. Hand of Spell, advanced level 2 cantrip. Simulate human hands with mana. Improve accuracy and flexibility. The spell looked like spirit feelers. Since spirit feelers could also be used to manipulate objects, Angor never planned to study Hand of Spell. He did not expect that Hand of Spell was actually a must-have cantrip for alchemists. This was one of the drawbacks for not having a proper mentor. Without further ado, Angor quickly began learning Hand of Spell. Just like how he learned the other ones, he did not follow the data on the book. Instead, he recalculated the data for the spell himself, which took him about 2 hours. After another half an hour of which he used it to apply the data to magic formulas, he could finally turn it into a cantrip model. As for casting Hand of Spell itself, he only needed 2 minutes. Generally speaking, he already knew how to use Hand of Spell. But to make sure he could cast this spell anytime, at his free will, Angor had to shorten the cast time to at least 1 second. Currently, his best record was casting it in 90 seconds, so Angor needed a lot of practice. Mastering the spell would gradually reduce his cast time, and he could achieve it by using the spell a lot, so this was not an urgent task. When the spell was successfully cast, a pair of obscure, phantom-like hands appeared in front of Angor. So this is Hand of Spell. Angor muttered. The spell gave him a strange feeling. It was as if he just grew another pair of new hands, and the hands created by the spell were just like his own. He could control them freely, and do anything he wanted. Angor controlled the hands to pick up a glass nearby. He could clearly sense the smooth and solid glass, but not the coldness on it. The Hand of Spell must have blocked heat transfer, touch, remote control, and temperature protection. This explained why every alchemist should learn this spell. It was such a great tool when handling heated materials. To try out the flexibility of the spell, Angor moved to the river and picked up a small lump of dirt. Next, he controlled the hands to shape the dirt around as if playing with plasticine. Under his careful control, the dirt took on the shapes of animals, people, blades, plants. When he was satisfied with his test, Angor dropped the dirt and returned to his soundproofed room. He took out his notes and wrote down, high flexibility, almost no retard ants, the spell hands work like a pair of new hands. Drawback, the new pair of hands are at a different distance compared to the real hands, which hinders accuracy. With the spell done, Angor went to the basement again. He lit up the stove and waited for the fire element to fill up the air. Then he took out a block of Earth Fiend bronze and used Thaw to melt it down. He was familiar with this step, so he did a quick job. He still needed a long time to cast the spell, but other than that, nothing bad happened. When he placed the Earth Fiend bronze into the preheated Thaw model, the metal block soon became a viscous puddle under his gaze. A little worried, Angor slowly reached his spell hands into the great heat. I don't feel any heat. Angor was joyful at his successful attempt. He freely manipulated the hands and kneaded the metal liquid into the shape of a crescent moon, while leaving several plug holes on it. The crescent shape was one of the parts for making his alchemy weapon. As he determined the last plug hole, the next step would be to finally fix the shape. Skilled alchemists could use their innovations and imaginations to affix runes, add special materials or catalysts in this step. Someone could even draw a miniature magic array into the weapon. However, as a newbie, Angor could do none of that. After making sure the crescent part was correctly shaped, he quickly cancelled Thaw and used Condense to finalize its shape. Once this was done, Angor held the crescent part in his hand and inspected it. It was poorly made, but it was still easy to recognize that this thing belonged to some kind of weapon. It felt like metal. With no particular tool to smoothen it, its edge was all jagged. To test its hardness, Angor gave the metal part a mighty squeeze. It gave out a click noise. Angor opened his hand and saw no change in its overall shape. However, some small cracks showed up on its edges. Weird. Earth Fiend bronze is used to improve hardness. How did I break it with my hand? Angor wondered. He decided to snap it in half and see what happened. To break something made from Earth Fiend bronze apart proved to be quite difficult. Angor used up all his strength to break his creation from a small, existing crack. He finally realized what was going on when looking at the interior of the material. When kneading the metal with Hand of Spell, he did not pay attention to its density distribution. There was too much metal in some locations and too little in other parts. It was easy to crack up when external force was applied to the metal unevenly. However, being able to create a finished part, even a flawed one, was still an amazing feat for a new alchemist. Since the problem was found, Angor had to solve it. He already had something on his mind. Alchemy was not all about thawing stuff and shaping it with Hand of Spell. He needed to use various tools. For example, he could use a flat scraper to remove jagged edges and barbs on the metal. There was an engraving pen, designed for drawing runes. To achieve perfect density distribution, he could use specialized pressurized equipment. There were also paint brushes to make the product look better. Universal measuring glasses, suction pipes, air tanks, balance plugs. There were a huge number of different alchemy tools ready to be used. With enough effort, skilled alchemists could do everything without using these tools. However, that would take too long. Proper tools could save them a lot of time. Basically, every alchemist had his or her own laboratory. Angor wanted to build his own alchemy lab as well. Combined with all the alchemy tools, he could quickly gain experience. When thinking about this, Angor could barely hold it back. He took his bone card and rushed to the underground market immediately. Of course, Angor went to Dave again. After resting for a day, Dave looked a lot better. He was unsurprised when he heard Angor's request to buy more alchemy tools. He simply took Angor into the shop storage. The storage was full of various products. Most things were contained inside sealed boxes. A corner of the storage was occupied by some strange or really dangerous-looking plants. Master Prome studied apothecary before. He said that real alchemists do not find metals, stones, or vegetations different. The only thing that matters is how you convert them. But still, Master Prome is really good at tooling. As for his potions, he muttered a so-so in the end. It seemed Dave did not really want to comment on Prome's apothecary skills. He brought Angor to one of the outermost shelves where several long desks were placed together. It had various alchemy tools displayed on them, and most tools were covered in thick dust. They looked really aged. You already know how there are many people who want to study alchemy, but most of them gave up in the middle of it. There are very few alchemists in Brute Cavern, so these alchemy tools are really hard to sell. I'm positive this shop has the richest collection in the entire underground market, said Dave. He shrugged and continued, well, I think you can see how this stuff doesn't sell well. They're left here for decades. Even the dust removal spell arrays already lost their effect. If you want them, I can give you 50% off. Master will agree. Dave lowered his voice as he said, if Master Prome knows that someone actually came to buy them, he might even give you better prices. Of course I want them. But are you sure they work fine? They won't rust or cause explosions or something, asked Angor as he looked at all the dust-covered tools and felt a little worried. Won't happen. They're all made of special materials. They don't catch rust like iron. I borrowed these when making my propeller flyer, so I can guarantee their reliability for you, said Dave as he thumped his chest. Angor did not say anything. He walked to the desks and carefully picked up a bottle for keeping waste gas. Next, he cleaned the outside of the bottle with a handkerchief and saw the crystal clear inner tank of the bottle. The mechanism on the bottle cap was also in perfect condition. Without the dust, they look pretty good, Angor thought to himself. He looked through several tools he might use. They were all fine. Almost no traces of damage were seen on them. You sure I can have 50% off? Master Prome said that when clearing the storage 2 years ago. He said if someone wants them, 50% is the lowest we should offer. Half price compared to average market price, that sounded pretty good. Angor considered a little and decided not to check out the other shops. He quickly picked a dozen tools in various sizes, plus a giant blower box which looked like a fireplace. Dave glanced at Angor's selection and using the sharp mind of a wizard, he immediately worked out the final price. 19,744 merit points in total. After discount. I'll take 9,850 points. Angor checked the balance on his card. A little more than 9,200. That's so expensive. Dave spoke in an as a matter-of-fact manner, they won't be waiting for a buyer down here for several decades if they're cheap. These tools are only mid-tier ones considering their quality. Real superior tools will cost at least 10,000 magic crystals, each. Master Prome has a magic carving pen that cost him thousands of crystals. You already found a bargain here, so just consider yourself lucky. Chapter 170, Alchemy Product. So will you take them? If so, I'll give you an art design tool set for free, said Dave as he took out a black tool pouch from somewhere. It contained several utility tools such as pens, rulers, brushes, knives, and some inks for painting. Angor clenched his teeth. I'll buy them. The balance display on his bone card instantly lost several digits. Angor had to take out 7 magic crystals from his pouch to complete his payment. Want a delivery? Dave smiled. Angor quickly shook his hands. No thanks. I'll find help on my own. He paid 50 silver coins to 5 strong men to carry his packed tools back to his house. Once the tools were placed in his basement, Angkor asked his helpers to go to the marketplace in town and carry back several special laboratory tables along with some simple chairs. During the entire afternoon, Angkor redesigned his basement into an alchemy lab with the help of the helpers. It still looked simple, but Angkor was very satisfied with the result. The night had come, bringing an unpleasant chill into the town. Angkor looked at his neatly arranged lab and felt some sense of belonging. In the next days, Angkor's alchemy work progressed smoothly. He spent 3 days and created his very first alchemy creation in his life, a folded fruit knife. The knife was made according to a 3D printer blueprint saved in John's hologram tablet. It only required 3 major parts and 2 minor ones to assemble. Assembling was a popular way to create alchemy items. It required fewer skills compared to one-piece products. Assembled products usually had weaker effects. However, it was still a mainstream choice as the alchemy items were convenient to use and were universally accepted. The folded fruit knife had its handle made of a special tree, and it had with wooden grains on it as decoration. When the blade was unfolded, Angkor could feel the cold sharpness on it. When looked closely, he could even see faint patterns on the blade. With earth fiend bronze to improve its hardness and a special casting liquid to sharpen its edge, these 2 common materials created a cutting tool of superior quality. Angkor took out a touchstone and gave it a small cut with his new knife. A shallow cut was easily made. A touchstone was a special tool used by alchemists to test the sharpness of an object. No ordinary blades could damage the stone. Only weapons which could break open the magic defenses of apprentices could leave their marks on it. The fruit knife had no special traits, but its sharpness alone already surpassed mortal weapons by many levels. Being able to create a cut on the touchstone meant this knife was enough to be used as a supernatural weapon. Angkor was satisfied with his first attempt. The weapon was his first alchemy creation and a memorable one. It was just like the dagger Angkor found on the younger Sundars in the Nightmare Realm. The dagger was only a mortal weapon, but it was something really special to Sundars. Angkor put the fruit knife away in his inner pocket carefully. He suppressed his great joy. Without taking any rest, he meditated for a while to recover his mana before immediately continuing with making his second creation. Again, he chose a melee weapon found among the 3D blueprints. Or rather, a cooking tool. A Chinese kitchen knife. He chose this one as his second practice attempt because he wanted to try to make one-piece creations. Instead of assembling a blade with a handle, Angkor planned to create an entire item in Thawspell in one try. It proved to be harder than he imagined. Choosing the right materials already took him a lot of time. A one-piece item did not mean it required a single material. Instead, he had to use several materials to create a final product in Thawspell. After some experiments, Angkor found a dozen combinations from a book he recorded in Nightmare Realm called Material Polymerization and proceeded to try them out one by one. An ordinary alchemist might need months to discover a correct material combination. Angkor, on the other hand, could find help in the alchemy books of unknown origins and thus, skipped many steps. More importantly, everything he aimed to make already had a blueprint. Besides, the 3D hologram cast by his tablet could be observed from every angle with completely no blind spots. Even if he did not understand how something worked, he could simply copy its shape and make it work. After 5 days, his Chinese kitchen knife was ready. Its handle and blade were designed in an all-in-one style. As Angkor never learned how to apply runes on stuff, or had any special materials or catalysts, the knife did not carry any special effect. Gaining a special weapon effect without meeting these conditions was almost impossible. Angkor swung the kitchen blade and easily left a 1 cm cut along the surface of the touchstone. As expected, a one piece is more effective than assembled items, Angkor mumbled. The weapon felt more harmonious in his hand. Since his second idea was a success, Angkor thought about something wilder. He decided to craft a series of Chinese weapons. He did not make up his mind like that because of John's teachings. He only wished to get more practice and get familiar with different material combinations. 10 days passed. Angkor walked out of his underground laboratory while covered in dust. 3 new weapons were displayed along the wall of his lab. A sword, a blade, and a pair of spikes. A Qing Feng sword, a sheathless Tang Dao 1, and a pair of dual-wield Ime piercers. Among them, only the Ime piercers were one piece. The sword and blade were only assembled weapons like Angkor's fruit knife. If sold on the market, he could probably earn a magic crystal or 2. However, he did not intend to do that for now. Time was urgent. Even though they were actual alchemy weapons, these weapons were too weak. With enough effort, even mortal blacksmiths could also forge something like these. After shutting himself in his basement for several days, Angor decided to spend half a day off to rest a little before he headed back to his soundproofed room. The overall process of making an alchemy item required skills at controlling the heat, shaping, and condensing the item. Angor already knew how to do them. He made all these cold weapons just to practice his skills. But this did not mean that he was an apprentice alchemist yet. At his current state, Angor could be regarded as a master blacksmith in the view of mortals. However, he was definitely not an alchemist. Items made by real alchemists all had their own supernatural effects. Supernatural effects meant special traits such as a piece of equipment that enhanced its wearer's ability, a machine that stabilized energy, a weapon that cast spells, items with particular uses or other indescribable abilities. Even something like space storages and time manipulation items could be achieved with alchemy. Naturally, Angor was aiming for something like these. In general, there were several ways of crafting an alchemy item with special effect. First, rune craft. When making an item, an alchemist could affix runes in accordance with the materials used and gain a supernatural effect when the materials and runes amplified each other. Second, magic array. An improved version of rune craft. And third, activating the specialty of materials. These were not the only approaches, but they were mainstream choices. The first two approaches were also referred to as enchantment. As for the third one, it was also called synthesis. In the field of alchemy, an enchantment was a minor trick, while synthesis was more commonly regarded as a legit way of improving items. An appropriate synthesis brought way stronger effects compared to enchantment. When alchemists applied runes or magic arrays to an item to receive the special effect, they also had to consider the nature of materials instead of drawing any runes they wished. Beneficial effects created by enchantment were highly restricted. Synthesis, on the other hand, triggered certain specialties hidden within a certain material by combining different materials together. For instance, when winter gold and ice raven feathers were added with dozens of catalysts and brought under a special condition, a special freezing effect could be triggered by them. An effect triggered in this way could be applied to any material without obeying the restrictions when doing enchantment. Also, the effect was a lot stronger. If Angor wished to achieve something great on the path of alchemy, he certainly had to choose the third approach. However, the time to challenge Sky Tower was imminent, so he chose to take a shortcut for now and decided to go for enchantment. Angor took out basic alchemy and began studying how to enchant items. The first thing he needed to learn was runecraft. The art had its own set of characters, or rather, patterns. Every pattern inside a rune represented various reasons in the world. For example, a rune that quickened the growth of plants contained reasons for weather, dampness, dirt, season, and so on. Each of these lied within a pattern. Drawing the patterns according to a set of fixed diagrams meant creating a complete rune. An apprentice learning runecraft naturally had to start by studying the meaning of every pattern. There were 60 million basic patterns with different or identical meanings. Even a different time point could require a different pattern to express a certain reason. For instance, one had to use two completely different patterns to represent a setting sun in winter and a setting sun in the summertime. Angor did not have the time to memorize all those basic patterns. Instead of trying to comprehend the meaning of each pattern, alchemists usually forced their minds to memorize complete spell patterns and copied them onto their alchemy items. However, even copying was not an easy task. The process of drawing a rune also required a stable mana output and prolonged patience. Any mistake would not be tolerated. For example, when drawing a rune called Sea Wave, one had to add tens of thousands of strokes with different directions and curves inside a giant circle. The creator had to maintain his or her mana output while slowly applying the patterns onto an alchemy item, one by one. A tiny, miswritten stroke, no matter at which incorrect interval, direction, or size, would basically ruin the entire work. For this reason, there were few alchemists who chose to study enchantment. For Angor, however, studying enchantment was a very good choice. Chapter 171, Elementary Apprentice Alchemist. An alchemist only had to pay attention to two factors when doing enchantment: maintaining a stable mana output, and ensuring that the patterns were flawless. Maintaining mana was already possible for Angor. He just had to build a stable mana tunnel using the axes of the universe, like what he did when casting Thaw. Drawing absolute correct patterns onto an alchemy item was very difficult for apprentices. However, Angor could achieve it by using something else. Enchantment Cyclopedia, for starters, was a book Angkor recorded in the Nightmare Realm. It had more than 700 pages and was of a similar size to dictionaries if it was printed in papers. Every page described a complete rune. The rune on the first page was called Rune of Shapen, which doubled the sharpness of an item. The rune looked simple. It only required about 50 strokes to draw. Angkor took out his pen and paper and tried to sketch it. Of course, he failed. He continued it for 7 more attempts, which were all failures. Most of the times, he had to stop midway to think about how to draw the next line, and such pauses always disrupted his mana output. Even if he managed to complete a rune, there were always incorrect intervals or angles between the strokes. However, Angkor already expected as much. Time to cheat again, Angkor muttered. He saved the rune as a picture in his tablet and projected a hologram of the picture onto a paper. Following the hologram, he used his pen to outline the picture. It went well. He inspected the perfect rune he just printed on the paper and silently thanked his godsend tablet. He knew he could use the hologram to draw runes, and this was why he chose enchantment in the first place. However, this was not Angkor's own idea. There had been alchemists throughout the history who carved hollowed-out runes on wooden planks. They would then hang the planks in front of light sources to project the shadow of a rune onto an alchemy item and drew the rune along the shadow. Such an approach shared a similar principle to Angkor's idea. However, these shadows always had problems with sizes and angles due to environmental reasons. Human eyes often perceived light and shadow in varied ways, so this approach was later proved to be useless. Angkor's hologram, on the other hand, had no such problems. A true hologram projection always showed the exact copy of something, down to every last detail. Since his cheat was successful, Angkor decided to try enchantment for real. This time, he would use his mana to draw Rune of Sharpen. Ordinary papers could not hold supernatural energy, so Angkor first went to the underground market and bought several parchments. Next, he cast the hologram projection of Rune of Sharpen onto one of the parchments and controlled his mana output to finalize the rune onto the parchment following a 1:2 ratio. When the last stroke was finished, the parchment shined and quickly released a cold, knife-like aura. It's done? I made a Rune of Sharpen magic scroll. Angkor suddenly got a feeling that he did not need alchemy weapons at all. He could simply draw some magic scrolls to use them in challenging Sky Tower. As he was feeling really proud of his achievement, the Rune of Sharpen scroll abruptly exploded into pieces and scattered on the floor. What happened? Angkor was shocked. He found his enchantment cyclopedia, for starters, and tried to find an explanation. He got his answer in the middle of the author's comment. It seemed runes drawn by alchemists were different from those created by runecraft. Alchemists could not craft magic scrolls because the runes they drew were used directly on alchemy items. Furthermore, most of them were passive ones. For example, Sharpen and Armor Break would passively improve the sharpness or armor-piercing ability of a weapon. Passive rune was considered an advanced technique in runecraft. Only wizards who wished to study magic arrays would go for it. When combined with appropriate materials and an energy source, a passive rune could provide a permanent enchantment. Meanwhile, ordinary magic scrolls only had limited uses. Only advanced magic arrays had persisted effects. There were actively triggered enchantments as well, but these were all composite enchantments. They were already considered magic arrays beyond the level of runecraft. An active enchantment was created by overlapping multiple runes into a magic array following certain rules, and finally applying the array onto an alchemy item. For instance, Rune of Sharpen, Volley, and Midas could be fused together to create a magic array with the effect Rain of Blades. When the magic array was enchanted to an item made from a suitable material, it would grant Rain of Blades effect to the item. However, magic array enchantment was way too difficult. Even a successful one was a lot weaker compared to synthesis. That was why most alchemists only chose to memorize several low-leveled runes and go for synthesis when they were skilled enough. Now Angkor understood why his sharpened scroll broke apart. An ordinary parchment could not contain a passive rune. What he just created was an advanced technique in runecraft, a basic element used to create complicated magic arrays. He was still happy about it though. At least his rune was a success, which meant he could try to draw more of them. He could go buy a book about runecraft and some blank scrolls. He would then triumph in the Sky Tower by dumping scrolls at his opponents for real. In the next week, Angkor read through Enchantment Cyclopedia, for starters, and practiced with the runes one by one. With the help of his tablet, he began to draw the runes faster and faster. Also, thanks to the holograms, all of his works were perfectly done. When he felt adept enough, he could even draw the runes on his own without using a hologram. The month of Blossom had made its way for the month of Offering. Today, Angor took out some materials which included starfrost gold, ice glue, earth fiend bronze, steel wood, and made them into different parts with thaw spell. For earth fiend bronze, he shaped it into a crescent blade and applied a rune of sharpen on it with the help of his tablet. Next, when the blade was being cooled by condense, Angor used a utility knife and carved the patterns of sea waves on the edge of the blade. He was going to paint a picture of vipers as shown on the 3D blueprint. However, he could not keep up thaw with his almost exhausted mana, so he only carved some random sea waves as his final art design. The crescent blade displayed a terrifying glimmer when Angor placed it on his lab table. When he tried to assemble the blade with the other parts, the sharp aura of the blade cut his finger. Blood came out quickly. His bright red blood flowed onto the surface of the weapon and dropped to the floor. Not a single trace of blood was left on the blade itself, which always shined like a newly produced mirror. Even the side of the blade was affected by sharpen. A finished weapon could probably be used as a fine supernatural alchemy weapon, Angor thought. He finished assembling the weapon quickly. When he held the weapon in his hand, it could be easily recognized as a farming sickle, used by working peasants. The blade had a length of 31.2 centimeters and a width of 13.7 centimeters. The handle made from steel wood was 65.1 centimeters long. Overall, the sickle was not big and was a suitable one-handed tool. The design of the weapon was pretty average. There were simple art patterns on its blade, and its handle was smoothed and polished. However, these were all ordinary stuff. As for its power, Angor took the sickle from his lab and walked into the woods along the river. He swung the sickle at the trunk of a grown maple tree. The trunk, which was as thick as an adult, was cut in half easily. Superior sharpness. He tried again. This time, he injected mana into the sickle, which created a faint aura along the blade. Then he aimed for another maple tree. The tree snapped nice and clean. However, this time, the cut was not smooth. A number of cracks and barbs could be seen around the cut on the tree. Angor believed that this was the effect of sharpen rune. He tested the weapon several times. At one point, a tree broke in half when the sickle did not even connect with it. So this is the power of a supernatural weapon. Angor smiled in satisfaction. The rune of sharpen allowed the weapon to carry a sharp aura on its blade and cut something afar. Being able to create a supernatural weapon meant Angor had officially become an elementary apprentice alchemist. And he had only spent 1 month on it. Any other alchemists who learned about Angor's achievement would probably run away in shame. From the beginning to finally becoming an apprentice alchemist, most people needed many years. There were many complicated steps on the way of learning alchemy, each of which could easily hinder someone's progress for a year or two. Angor, well, he was born to break these rules and maybe attract hate from others while at it. However, he still felt it a pity that he could only follow 3D blueprints he already had. He was yet to create something on his own. Upon returning to his villa, Angor decided to try creating another alchemy weapon before finally going for something he could use when challenging Sky Tower. He suddenly remembered Nausicaa. If not for Nausicaa's help, when the world's consciousness descended into the mirror world and brought a terrible gale with it, Angor would have been on the ground as a pile of broken human flesh and became fertilizer for the Tree of Eternity. Thinking about this, Angor decided to craft an alchemy weapon for Nausicaa. Chapter 172, Smith Wesson Bear Claw. Nausicaa always carried a soft dueling sword used by knights. Angor wanted to make one as well, but he could not find any blueprints for it. Besides, he still did not know many materials. Those he could use were basically for making hard weapons. In the end, he gave up on the idea of making a knight's sword. Instead, he was going to make something for close combats. Angor went through the 3D printer blueprints one by one. Finally, he chose a weapon with a bizarre design, but serious damaging power. Smith Wesson Bear Claw Knife. It was a slotting knife designed in the shape of a bear's claw. The handle had 3 finger holes for more convenient wielding. When cutting people, the knife applied a biting force to its victim and ensured the cut went all the way through. When forging the knife, Angor used a rune of frost instead of sharpen. The rune of frost allowed the weapon to leave a freezing effect on anyone it hit and cause a temporary slowing effect, which was highly effective during battles. Angor's first attempt ended up in failure. The rune of frost conflicted with earth fiend bronze. Angor spent a night reading through material polymerization and changed his material combination to starfrost gold and high bronze. They would be the main materials for making the blade. The bear claw knife was pretty small in size. When he used condensed to cool the blade, Angor carefully added some designs to it with his utility knife. However, he was not really good at art design. He only found existing pictures in his tablet and copied them. In the end, he drew a single butterfly wing on the blade's handle and clusters of tea flowers on the blade itself. When condensed spell was finished, Angor's mana was almost spent. He tossed the new weapon onto a table and closed his eyes to meditate. When he recovered a good amount of mana, Angor rubbed his sore arms and walked to the lab table where a piece of silver, metallic artwork was displayed. The butterfly wing and tea flowers combined into a harmonious picture as if a real butterfly is collecting pollen. The small weapon looked both delicate and beautiful. The flower patterns were not colored, but they allowed the sharp blade to release a cold, sweet atmosphere. If it was not seen as a deadly weapon, it would make a fine piece in a museum exhibition. Angor put his fingers through the grabbing holes and held the weapon in his hand. A chill quickly spread from his hand to his entire body. He tried cutting the touchstone. A knife cut about 3 centimeters long immediately appeared on the stone, which also released a current of faint, freezing air. Angor took out his note and wrote down the information of his creation: total length, 292 mm, blade, 108 mm, weight, 312 grams. Causes mild frost without using mana. Next, he injected some mana and tried it on the touchstone again. A deep cut was left on the stone as if it was made of soft cotton. Visible cold air spread out from the cut. Definitely supernatural level. The exact extent of power remained to be seen by its user, Angor noted down, satisfied with his artistic creation. He was not much of an artist, but he knew about cultures from Earth, which helped him make the weapon into a piece of art. Naturally, he was proud of himself. Angor felt great joy. Gifting such a beautiful weapon to someone would only improve his ego. Even if Nausicaa would give up the weapon one day, he could still hang it inside his house as decoration. In the afternoon, Angor went straight to the cave field with the Smith Wesson bear claw in his pocket. He came to Nausicaa's door and knocked. "Come in." The lady's voice came from inside. Angor pushed the door open and was welcomed by a room filled with smoke, which was totally expected. Nausicaa was sitting in front of a desk and writing something. A lit pipe was placed nearby as it released more smoke into the room. Angor could not help coughing helplessly after inhaling some smoke. Someone suddenly laughed. Angor looked up and saw someone else besides Nausicaa in the room. A big male had been leaning against the wall on one side. Angor failed to notice him because of all the smoke obstructing his view. The man had short, grey shock hair and was wearing a short sweater combined with buckskin pants. A giant sword was placed against the wall near him. Before Angor could reply to the laughter, Nausicaa glanced at the man and spoke first. "Ebony? Shut your trap, if you will." "Okay, okay. I will," said Ebony. He raised his hands in the air and surrendered. Satisfied. It was Ebony, Nausicaa's previous subordinate. Then, Nausicaa turned around and looked at Angor. "It's you. What brought you to my place?" Angor glanced at Ebony. Apart from morally offending him on the Cloud Whale at one point, the man never showed his presence much. Thus, Angor never paid much attention to him. Besides, Ebony appeared to be always looking down at him, so Angor preferred not to mind this man too much. "Nothing in particular. Just checking you out," said Angor as he sat on a chair in front of the desk. "I didn't see the desk and chairs the last time I came. Now your room looks more alive." "You mean I was dead before?" Nausicaa put down her pen, crossed her arms, and joined Angor. I mean, the room is now more suitable to live in," Angor explained. Nausicaa only smiled. She knew what Angor wanted to say, but she just loved teasing this young boy. Pity, Angor tended to take everything too seriously. After some other random topics, Nausicaa realized Angor did not talk about what he really came for, and squinted her eyes. "Getting a bit hungry. It's pretty rare for Angor to come, so maybe we should get Salem and have dinner together." Before Angor could reply, Nausicaa spoke quickly. "Hey Ebony, go to the cave restaurant and order 3 servings to be delivered, all right?" Ebony instantly understood that Nausicaa was simply asking for some privacy. The man curled his lips, picked up his great sword, and left the room. But he quickly stopped in his tracks. 3 deliveries? So Nausicaa wanted to eat with Angor and Salem, which meant, he was left out? When Ebony walked away, Nausicaa picked up her pipe. She breathed out some smoke rings and asked, "Come on, what's on your mind? There's no way you came here to chat." "I don't believe it." Angor chuckled. Instead of talking about his gift, he tried to ask for some other information. "What's Ebony doing here? I would never notice him sitting in a corner if he didn't make a sound." Nausicaa shrugged. "Salem, and Ebony have been accepting quests from the questing hall. Life is so hard without enough merit points. We went to ask you to join us last time, remember?" Now that she mentioned, Angor recalled that when he was busy studying alchemy last month, Nausicaa did come with Salem. They were saying something about earning merit points, but he refused. "Well, I'm kinda short on points too," said Angor as he sighed. After buying his alchemy tools from Dave, he only had 50 points left. "Will you join us on a quest together?" Angor shook his head. "Not now. I can still manage. When I go challenge Sky Tower several days later, I'll start earning points." "You're going to the tower now?" "Yeah, preparation's almost done." "Which level are you on now?" Nausicaa released some smoke. "I haven't been there for 2 weeks, so I'm still at the 3rd level. I want to get some merit points and buy magic scrolls before going further." Nausicaa picked up some papers on her desk. "I'm studying runecraft too. But I always forget what I just read. You said last time that you're going to use alchemy weapons in the tower. So did you make them?" Nausicaa wondered. "I heard someone saying that alchemy is extremely hard to learn. There's only one elementary alchemist in the entire Brute Cavern." Angor shook head. "No. I don't have my weapon yet." Nausicaa tried to comfort Angor. "But I made one for you," said Angor. He smiled and took out an object wrapped in white cloth from his pocket. "An alchemy weapon just for you. Thank you for keeping me safe on the leaf back then. Otherwise, I'd have kicked the bucket for sure." Nausicaa revealed a doubtful look. "You actually learned alchemy? You aren't pulling my leg, right?" Angor nodded. "I'm an elementary apprentice alchemist for now. The weakest sort. Were they lying to me? Is alchemy actually easy?" Nausicaa mumbled. Angor handed the wrapped object to Nausicaa. Nausicaa glimpsed at it. "I don't want payment for helping you. I have my own weapon anyway. It's not supernatural, but it feels good on me. But I want to thank you. It's just a cheap, low-level alchemy item. Just consider it a gift from a friend," said Angor. He winked at her. "It a new invention created by a future master alchemist. Take it, okay? Who knows, maybe it will value a lot more in several decades when I became more famous." Nausicaa put down her pipe and picked up the wrapped item. "All right. Let's see what kind of treasure is made by the hands of Angor the great alchemist." She slowly unwrapped the object. Her hand stopped midway when she saw the silver bear claw blade. The small arm had a shape she never saw before. She was unsure of how sharp it was, but she already took a liking to the beautiful design. As a former pirate who dominated the sea, she had seen a lot of works of art, and she was confident that the short blade in her hand could be considered a well-made piece. The carvings on it were not a masterpiece, but the design combining weapon and art already felt like the innovation of a promising artist. Nice. Butterfly on flower blossoms, and a shining silver edge. "It doesn't look powerful, but I'll keep it in my collection," Nausicaa exclaimed. "My oh my, Angor, I never know you're so good at engraving. Maybe you really will become a master when you hit 30, or even earlier." Angor blushed a little at Nausicaa's compliment. He only copied the work of a master sculptor from Earth. "The shape is so strange. What is it called?" Nausicaa held up the bear claw knife and asked a question. When she tried to feel the blade with her hand, a painful chill suddenly came from her finger. Nausicaa's expression shifted drastically when she realized something. She quickly stroked the edge of the blade. A single drop of blood fell from her fingertip, which soon turned into ice. Her finger only connected with the blade gently without applying much force, and it was already sliced open. At the same time, a freezing sense invaded her body. "This is a supernatural weapon." Nausicaa was astonished. Chapter 173, Soulfly. "Yeah, I applied a freeze enchantment to it. Unaware enemies will catch frostbite when you hit them," Angor explained. "You are an apprentice alchemist for real?" Nausicaa stared at the boy with great shock in her eyes. Do you have any idea how much supernatural weapons like this one go on the market? Nope. Several magic crystals. Angor took a guess. Nausicaa shook her head. Her expression was filled with mixed emotions. Last time I went to the underground market, I saw a machete with a similar effect on it. The seller asked for 130 crystals for it. And someone bought it really fast. Now this one has a skilled design. With the frost effect, I think it'll sell for 150 crystals. At least. Angor was also shocked now. 150 magic crystals? In making this weapon, he had barely spent 1 crystal on the materials. No wonder how people with certain skills were rich beyond measure. The profit was real. Nausicaa saw Angor's dumbfounded look and shook her head again. Nice. Looks like you won't have to worry about earning merit points really soon. Angor only scratched his hair. He did not know what to say now. Nausicaa stared at the innocent boy in front of her and quickly dispersed the tint of jealousy in her mind. Maybe alchemy is actually easy? Or Angor just happens to be talented for it? Or this thing costs a fortune. You sure you want to give it to me? Asked Nausicaa. Of course. Don't mind if I keep it then. Deep in her mind, Nausicaa also adored this particular weapon much. Both its design and potential power really seized her heart. After fiddling around the weapon a bit, Nausicaa asked again, You haven't told me its name. It's called a bear claw knife, said Angor. He explained various specifications for the weapon as well as how to use it. You can think of a name for it since it's for you anyway. Oh right, check out inside the finger holes. Nausicaa looked into the biggest of the 3 holes where her name was neatly engraved in the universal language. Oops, it got my name on it. Now I can't refuse it whatsoever, said Nausicaa. She paused for a moment before saying, I'll call it Soulfly. Naming the weapon after the butterfly wing, but ignoring the flowers. Maybe Nausicaa had other meanings by giving it this name. She spun Soulfly in her hand like holding a bladed fan. The movement created a round and fuzzy outline in the air. Next, she released the spinning knife into the air and reached out her hand to a spot upon which the blade was going to fall. Nausicaa? What are you? Angor was astonished at her action. Considering how sharp Soulfly was and how fast it was spinning, if the blade reached her hand first, Nausicaa would certainly lose a body part. Nausicaa did not say anything. Her gaze followed the Soulfly closely. The knife slowly reached the peak of its course and began to drop. When it was about to hit Nausicaa's hand, Angor frowned stressfully. Zip! The blade slashed past Nausicaa's hand and kept falling without being obstructed in the least. With a loud thud, it stuck onto the desk. Angor quickly checked Nausicaa's hand and found a faint, bloody trace along her wrist. He was really worried. Was she wounded? However, Nausicaa only retracted her arm calmly and put an index finger on the blood. Then she licked some blood off her finger. Frost effect without using mana on the blade. Looks like I underestimated its value after all. The weapon costs at least 200. You okay, Nausicaa? Angor sighed in relief when he noticed Nausicaa could still move her wrist freely. It's nothing. Just a shallow cut made by the freezing aura. But what for? Nausicaa gave Angor a bright smile. She picked up Soulfly from the desk and put her thumb, index finger, and middle finger into the holes. For some unknown reason, Angor could feel that the blade now had some kind of connection with Nausicaa, a connection like how someone and someone's possession began to attract each other after being together for a long time. Before Nausicaa's display, she and the blade were 2 separate objects. But now, they had joined as one. As if Soulfly had already served Nausicaa for several decades. It's a ritual. Nausicaa chuckled. A ritual when every swordsman chooses a weapon. If my hand is cut off, it only means the weapon doesn't agree with me. Now I can see that Soulfly has deemed me as its master and lifelong partner. So the ritual was successful, said Angor. He wished to ask about the reasons behind the ritual and whether it was worth it, but in the end, he did not. Everyone had different senses of value. He had better not question someone's view just because it was different. Yup, very successful, said Nausicaa as she fixed Soulfly along her waist. It really suits my style. Thanks. Angor shook his head and smiled. Should the weapon get damaged in the future, just find me. It's one of the first creations of a master alchemist, so I'll repair it for free. I'll use it carefully and make sure it doesn't reunite with you too soon. So, what's your next plan, now that you're an alchemist? Nothing in particular. Alchemy isn't easy. I need a lot of time and effort. It requires too much physical stamina and mental spirit. Nausicaa agreed. You're right. A schoolmate mentioned this to me when I tried to study runecraft too. Many alchemists only created something every other 10 years. I mean, real alchemy products. As for apprentices, they probably needed similar time lengths. I heard there's an intermediate apprentice alchemist in the underground market called Pro something. Prom. Angor said. Yes, Master Prom. They said it usually takes him half a year to make a new creation. Angor was speechless. When he said it took a long time, he thought several days to make a single item was already pretty long. Now that Nausicaa mentioned it, he was glad he did not tell Nausicaa how long it actually took him to craft Soulfly. The reason why Angor could make something so fast was mainly due to the fact that he had already possessed blueprints and easy means of enchantment. The other alchemists usually needed a long time to design a blueprint and memorize runes. Half a year for an item was already fast enough. Together with his friends, Angor stayed at Cave Field and had roast beef for dinner. When Salem heard that Angor had become an apprentice alchemist, he kept asking about all kinds of related questions all night. Angor gladly satisfied his curiosity. They had fun. The joyful reunion of friends finally ended with Salem's loud snores. Ah, it's so good to be young. You can sleep whenever you want, said Nausicaa as she lit her pipe. I don't remember how long ago since I had a good sleep. I always used meditation to rest. Angor wanted to ask why she worked so hard, but he decided not to. Again, different views. After sending Salem back to his room, Angor prepared to bid farewell to Nausicaa. I'll walk with you for a bit. To catch some fresh air outside, Nausicaa said. The trip remained in silence. When Angor's house was already in view, Nausicaa suddenly said, Hookdick is taken to somewhere by his mentor, so you don't have to worry about him for now. But he did create lots of rumors about you. I know. Salem told me last time. You're not bothered? He told people that you're useless, you take too much resource, you don't have any talent and only know how to hide behind people. Did anyone believe him? Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. Almost none, as long as they know Mr. Sunders is behind your back. Still, there are those who get a little foolish. That settles it then. Rumors will gradually break apart in the face of truth, said Angor as he recalled John's words of teaching. Their doubts and misapprehensions cannot represent one tiny bit of my true self, but they can reflect the true natures of their creators instead. Right. Only weaklings need rumors to support their incapable natures, Nausicaa snickered. My oh my. You're an ideologist too? Welp. Since you're fine with it, I'll leave you be. Good luck on your tower challenge, and good night, young man. Angor checked his calendar. According to Butler Good, the message about the Garden of Purification would be made public in 45 days. To avoid running into strong opponents who came to seek the opportunity, he had to do everything he could to reach the top level within that time. And the time was short. Angor decided that in the half-month to come, he would spend all his time on the final alchemy weapon as well as getting used to the combination spells he chose. Half a month passed quickly. When the month of offering entered its second half, Angor left his house while covered under his black bedsheet. Toby fluttered around and landed on Angor's shoulder. The bird rubbed its tiny head against Angor's affectionately. I'll go to the tower today. You stay outside and get familiarized with the arenas for now, Angor spoke to Toby. He also spent several days practicing teamwork with Toby. After learning the sequence of gravity, the bird gained several levels in strength. Previously, Angor thought he could defeat Toby easily with his finished alchemy weapon. But the truth proved otherwise. During one-on-one battles, Toby's swiftness was way beyond his imagination. He was using a long-range weapon, which would not help him at all if he could not get any good aim on Toby's figure. Still, the battles helped Angor understand his weaknesses. He would have a difficult time fighting against fast opponents, so of course, he needed to think about it. Angor had created several plans to prevent fast enemies from approaching. The best approach was asking Toby to take on the enemy head-on. In general, Angor was going to play dirty down to the last minute. All of his damage would rely on external help, alchemy weapons and Toby. His own cantrips were all about defense and opponent control. They were to help him wear down his enemies. The first floor of the Sky Tower was bustling as ever. Angor watched several matches first and gained a basic idea about who he was going to fight against. The matches still looked miserable, but at least they now appeared more heated as compared to King of Beasts vs Monarch of Eternal Freeze that he saw the other day. The participants were actually fighting, causing the mortal audiences to cheer in excitement. After he had watched enough, Angor went to the registration hall. Chapter 174, White Bear. Getting registered. The clerk placed a registration form in front of Angor skillfully. When Angor took a pen to fill in the paper. "Sir, you should know that the title you chose in the Sky Tower will accompany you to the last." "Stop." Angor waved a hand at him quickly. "I know. A showy title is better." The clerk gave him a big smile. "Nice. I'll not bother you with the explanation then." Angor quickly wrote down a title he already created and stuffed the paper in the clerk's hand. The clerk took the paper with the same smile and looked at the handsome and intelligent young man in front of him in satisfaction. But when he began to read the registration form, his smile froze instantly. "I am the truth." Angor displayed a proud look. "How about it? Showy enough, right? The idea took me 2 weeks." The clerk forced up a smile. "Sir, the title is, well, outstanding. But it isn't a really good personal title." Angor blinked innocently. "Why? I think it's okay." The clerk's lips twitched. "Sir, please think about it. Once you become a wizard and get your name known around the world, how should people address you? Mr. I am the truth? That doesn't have a good ring to it." "I think you're right," said Angor. He took a new form and wrote down a new title he just came up with. The clerk looked at it with his expression unchanged. "Absolute ultimate truth." "Sir, that's quite difficult to pronounce too. How about something like Philosopher of Truth or Keeper of Truth?" he suggested sincerely. "Philosopher? Too lame." Angor shook his head. "So, what do you want to be in the future, sir?" "Everyone's friend." "That's a phrase, not a title." "Then, I have a bird." Angor poked at Toby on his shoulder. Toby quickly lifted its head high. "That's not good. People will get the wrong impression." "One, please choose another one." The clerk was still smiling, but he already freaked out deep in his mind. He witnessed many people who fantasized too much about themselves, but he had never met someone like Angor, who fantasized into a completely wrong track. At this moment, he only wished that Angor could come up with a normal name quickly. Apple, strawberry, flower, or blah blah, anything would do. He did not care whether it was showy. Seeing how Angor was still hesitating, the clerk quickly asked, "Sir, how about choosing something you really like, and add a beautiful word along with it? Such as Queen of Sugar, Prince of Great Sword, Princess of Boobs." "Can I? What about Baron Milk?" Angor then quickly denied his idea. No, that goes against my manly image." "Baron Milk, is it? Nice, I'll note it down." The clerk's ears twitched and swiftly put the new title into Angor's form with a big smile. Then he quickly pushed Angor away. "Sir Baron Milk, the lottery section is over there if you wish to join a battle right away." "Please." Bam! The clerk slammed the office door against Angor's nose before the boy could register what just happened in his brain. Also, in the last second before the door fully closed, the worker tossed a transparent card object to Angor. Angor punched the door. "No. I want to change my name. It sounds terrible." Inside the office, the clerk found 2 cotton lumps and plugged them into his ears before resuming his daily work. Angor punched and kicked at the door for a while. His action attracted the attention of everyone inside the registration hall. In the end, he could only give up under the cold gazes of people. "Baron Milk. Fine. I'm gonna stay under my hood anyway. No one will see my face, and my manly image will be fine, right?" Feeling a little sad, Angor put on the hood of his black bed sheet, picked up his card from the floor, and quickly ran out of the registration hall. The lottery section was basically a backstage of the arenas. When Angor lifted the curtain and went inside, he saw a number of participants waiting in the room. Every fighter was dressed in strange styles. The whole place looked like some kind of masquerade party, and it took Angor some time to find the lottery box. He walked past all sorts of strange figures and smelled the weird scents coming from them. When Angor reached the box, everyone looked his way as his lottery might determine one of them as Angor's opponent. Different emotions were directed against Angor. Malevolence, stress, charm, disdain. Sir, please show me your profile. A middle-aged woman standing behind the lottery box spoke in a serious tone. She was wearing a grayish-black uniform and coiled-up hair. Angor took out his small, transparent card. The woman took the card and moved it against an alchemy machine. Next, Angor's title showed up in the glass screen on the desk. Baron Milk. The woman's strict face went stiff a little upon seeing Angor's title. Also, her lips curled upwards in a mild smile. She then looked at the hooded but obviously immature boy in front of her and realized such a title really suited him. The other participants waiting in the backstage also saw the title. Laughters immediately boomed around the room. Baron Milk? Bah ha ha ha. A freaking kid came to fight. Ah ha ha ha. I can beat down a dozen kids like that in one go. Oh, please match him against me. I, Ocean Reaper, will chop him in half. Ocean Reaper? Oh ho. I, Templar Authority, will try him out. Get out of my way. I, Bishop of Twilight, will drink this cup of milk. The middle-aged woman spoke to Angor in a gentle tone, which was rare for her. Mr. Baron Milk, do you want to choose an opponent right now? Yes, a small, timid voice came from under the black hood. Go ahead, please, the woman signaled Angor toward the box. The lottery box looked like a small, square box on the outside. However, when Angor reached a hand in there, he realized that the inside was exceptionally large. Considering how they could place a space expansion rune into such a tiny lottery box, floating Mech City was really a powerful place for alchemy. Angor took out a random ball from the box. A number was printed on the ball, 038794. The woman took the ball from Angor and quickly noted something down. A moment later, the screen in front of her showed Baron Milk vs Blackjack, in 30 minutes, Sky Tower Level 1, Arena 7. The woman frowned a bit when she saw the name of Angor's opponent. She looked at Angor with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Blackjack, hey? Nothing to do with me then. The kid got Blackjack as his first opponent. That's gonna leave an ugly mark in his heart in the future. Future? Ha! The brat won't have a future. Just think about how Blackjack deals with his enemies. From the discussions coming from behind him, Angor thought that this Blackjack figure might be someone powerful. However, when he went through the participant information about seeded players he received from Dave, he could not recall anyone by that name. Which meant there was nothing to be afraid of. Angor took back his profile card nonchalantly and turned to the resting place for participants. Because of his terrible title, he did not intend to talk to anyone for now. Instead, he chose a corner of the room which was free of people and hunkered down. With nothing to do while waiting, Angor simply started to meditate. He did not even get to meditate for long before he heard footsteps coming near him. Angor frowned. He intentionally chose a corner where no people would pass by. Why would someone come here? He opened his eyes and saw someone, or something, standing in front of him. Yup, something. The figure was covered in a full cosplay suit of a white bear. He was also wearing a headband with white, decorative bear ears on it. His face was exposed, but it was not obvious since his face looked white, round, and chubby, kinda like a real bear. Nice to meet you, Baron Milk. The white bear waved a hand at Angor. Angor would definitely respond with the same politely manner, if not for his embarrassing situation. Now, he only planned to display a distant and unfriendly image for Baron Milk, so that he would not get his true identity exposed. With that in mind, Angor humphed and disregarded the white bear. The white bear did not give up at all. Instead, he sat down beside Angor as if meeting with a close friend and revealed a big smile. Hey Baron Milk, I love milk too. Let's become friends. Friends? Angor inspected the face of the white bear from under his hood. Putting that suit aside, the man's face looked really chubby, about 20 years old? The man reminded Angor of a grown-up version of Alan Morn. Angor humphed again and pretended to have a hoarse throat. I'm not interested in milk. The name's just a big mistake. The white bear remained friendly. It's fine. Fate gave you such a name. Even if it's a mistake, it still brought us together. Let's be friends. My title is Earthen Bear. You can call me White Bear, or just Cubby. Cubby. Angor shivered. And what was the deal with fate? This man felt like those unreliable fortune tellers that he read about in novels, those who always spoke strange and obscure languages without making any sense. Humph, Angor let out some air from his nose, playing his cold and unfriendly figure to the best extent. White Bear did not mind Angor's attitude at all. He kept speaking while carrying his usual smile. I saw your first opponent being Blackjack. Do be careful, he's far from the kind type. Seeing Angor was still unresponsive, White Bear paused a little and spoke again. Blackjack is a famous fighter in the first level. He's already strong enough to join the next level, but he'd rather stay here even if he can't earn many points. Because, he's known for being a sadist. A very dedicated one. And he gets more excited when fighting against weaker opponents. That man remained at the first level and loves to pick on new fighters. Blackjack is an occult apprentice, but no one has recognized exactly which branch. He knows a trick that could seal your voice. So, if you're not confident, make sure you tell the judge that you surrender before your match begins. Angor was not interested in Blackjack's strength at all. Instead, he glanced at White Bear and asked in his pretended low voice, just be frank. What do you want from me? Chapter 175, vs Blackjack. White Bear paused at the question before speaking out, the fate has guided us. Human speech, brother, said Angor. He kept pretending to be of cold temperament but with a little extra impatience this time. White Bear scratched his head in a silly manner. He thought Angor was agitated for real. Because, I'm wearing a couple set with your bird. That's the guidance of fate. Couple set? Bird? Angor was taken aback. Then he looked at Toby, who had been standing on his shoulder. Toby chose different clothes to wear every day. Griya prepared countless selections for him. Today, Toby was wearing a fluffy animal costume, but it was not a bear. The bird was dressed as a white otter. Considering Toby's miniature figure, the pair of adorable otter ears did look like a bear. Toby was also shocked at White Bear's words. The bird dashed in front of White Bear and kicked at him in rage. A claw mark was left on White Bear's face. The force of the kick pressed him against the wall, which further proved how much burst power Toby had gained. Then, Toby tweeted and chirped at White Bear non-stop. It was as if it was cursing at him. Well, that's an otter costume, which is different from your bear one, Angor explained in a sympathetic tone. Also, my bird is a he, and it just rejected your couple proposal. With that, Angor called Toby back and turned to leave. A moment later, White Bear struggled to climb upright while still being a little afraid of the violent bird. After considering a little, he took out a short, black cane from his animal costume and placed it on the floor. The cane stood upright, without anyone to support it. White Bear closed his eyes and chanted some strange words. Magic ripples slowly spread from him. When the ripples reached the standing cane, the cane fell down and pointed to the direction toward which Angor just left. White Bear scratched his head again. But I was right. The fate did guide me to him. Angor chose another spot to meditate until an announcement told him to join the stage. He felt tensed since this was his first battle. When he walked in the player passage, he kept breathing in rhyme to adjust his heartbeat. Oh my! This milk kid really came for his first battle in his life. Ah, look at his face. He's gonna have a really bad time. You saw Blackjack? I didn't see him anywhere. He's already here. Check out the passage at the other end. Angor walked out of the passage and saw that the audience stands around Arena 7 was already filled with people of various ages. Almost everyone was cheering Blackjack, in unison. Some frenzied female fans even moved seductively with their bodies being overexposed. Before Angor climbed onto the stage, he saw a figure already standing on the other end of it. Considering how the audiences were directing their excitement toward there, that must be his opponent, Blackjack. And it seemed Blackjack had quite a fame around here. It was rare to see an arena so full of onlookers in level 1. The glass screen above the arena showed their names. Baron Milk vs Blackjack. Match starts in 4:59. A portrait was also shown along with Blackjack's name. It was a man wearing a black gentleman top hat and a black monocle. Angor's name, on the other hand, only had a black shadow beside it along with 3 question marks, which obviously meant that his information was not fully updated yet. Blackjack's portrait kinda dressed like the professor. Maybe he's a fan of Sunders. Angor looked at the screen and thought to himself. Apart from the different color of his monocle, every piece of clothing on Blackjack basically copied Sunders' style, which gave Angor a really strange feeling. When the countdown reached 2:59, the screen showed something else: fighters on stage. Angor took a deep breath to suppress his stress. Then he whispered to Toby, "Stay alert and don't attack him at first." Toby tweeted and left his shoulder to circle in the air. Baron Milk? Such a weird name. I think he's just a kid. Look at his body. Maybe a little girl? Hey, look. Blackjack is all worked up. Angor walked up to the stage slowly. With the black bedsheet covering his entire body, people could only take guesses according to his overall size. Fa-fa-fa-fa. Blackjack suddenly put a palm over his face in an exaggerated manner and let out a series of strange laughter. Lady Luck favors me today. Fa-fa-fa. A chick is my opponent. Let me snap those pathetic wings of yours. Fa-fa-fa-fa. Angor was totally dumbfounded at those embarrassing words. How could someone even speak like that in public? When he heard about the name of his opponent, Angor thought Blackjack was a serious and composed participant as compared to those kings or lords or something. But he was wrong. This man was worse. A psycho. Lord Blackjack. Go break his wings. The audiences cheered in even more embarrassing manners. What was more, most of the audiences were now mimicking Blackjack's pose. They covered their faces and laughed maniacally. Angor glanced at them and felt as if the embarrassment was going to materialize in reality. Lord Blackjack, enough with that boring kid. Come and break my wings, sweetheart. Some shameless female fans of Blackjack teased. Fa-fa-fa. Fear me. Tremble before me, chick. Blackjack taunted again. Angor tightened his hood and made sure it would not fall off. He then looked up at Blackjack and inspected the man. Blackjack was pretty tall. Angor's own head only reached his neck area, so he must be at least 1.9 meters. His body was slim. To go with his black top hat, he was also wearing black tuxedo combined with white undershirt with a lace collar. There was a red and black checkered bow tie at the collar. From what was exposed on his face, Blackjack looked decent. No wonder so many women fell for him. He might have a problem with his brain given the way he talked. Blackjack kept taunting for a while. Even if he was playing a distant and wordless character, Angor thought he should at least reply a little. Angor humphed. You think you can become him if you copy his clothes? What a joke. None of the audiences understood what Angor meant. Even Angor was not sure if Blackjack could comprehend those words. He just spoke like that to improve his image, by pretending that he knew everything about his enemy. The audiences remained silent for a while. Him? What was Baron Milk talking about? Blackjack, however, quickly put on a completely different expression. Who the heck are you? How did you know my deepest secret? Angor was speechless now. Your deepest secret? What's going on? Blackjack's expression shifted. In the end, he squinted his eyes and displayed a really wicked look. I was only planning to pluck your nails one by one and remove all your limbs. Since you know my secret, I'd rather you die. Angor remained speechless. What's his problem? Is his secret all about copying Sunders? When the countdown reached 0, the magic inhibiting array on the stage was lifted. Angor felt his mana flow returning and quickly began constructing a spell model. But Blackjack moved faster. The man revealed an eerie smile and took out 4 cards from his pocket. Fa-fa-fa-fa. Card, Kiss of the Tongueless. A beautifully crafted card was tossed into the air. A shadow of a tongueless individual suddenly emerged from the card and covered the area above Angor. Quickened spell. Angor immediately thought about such a word. The shadow's immediate effect caused Angor to panic a little. The shadow was not really fast, which somewhat soothed Angor's panic. He thought it was just some kind of attacking spell, so he quickly moved aside. However, instead of attacking him, the tongueless shadow only stayed afloat above his head while kissing the air like mad. Angor looked at the worming lips of the kissing shadow in disgust and cursed in a low voice. That was when he realized he could not speak anymore. He recalled White Bear's words, that Blackjack could seal someone's voice to prevent his opponent from surrendering. Previously, Angor thought it was only a sound-related spell, not such a bizarre-looking trick. Angor controlled his mana flow fluently. Seemed like the tongueless shadow only blocked his voice and nothing else was affected. Blackjack noticed Angor's panic and revealed another cold smile. He picked out another card from the 3 cards he was holding. From a quick look, Angor saw a man with a really long tongue whose neck was tangled in a rope printed on the card. That looked like something that could hurt or restrict people, and Angor did not wish to experience it. Before Blackjack could throw the card, Angor quickly reached under his black robe and released a golden light beam which pierced the air and reached Blackjack in an instant. The light beam was too fast. Blackjack already noticed it, but his body could not react in time since he was not a bloodline wizard. The beam pierced Blackjack's left arm. Blood splashed out quickly. Blackjack yelled in pain and knelt on the ground. He held his wounded arm and looked up at Angor. "You know quicken spell? That's impossible." Angor humphed again to maintain his arrogant image, but he had already begun to build another cantrip model in secret. Blackjack looked at the giant hole on his arm and clenched his teeth. He took out a card decorated with the image of a flower-watering goddess. The card melted into a warm puddle and slowly mended his bleeding wound. "Thank God Baron Milk is such a noob who doesn't know he should finish me off when I'm down. Fa. Once I patched up my arm, I'll grind you under my heel." Blackjack frowned and cursed. He now felt both lucky and a little anxious. Chapter 176, Blackjack's Secret. Card, Garden of the Twilight Goddess. This card in his card set had a healing effect which was as powerful as level 2 cantrips. However, it was very costly to use since he could only make one of these every other 2 days. After using Garden of the Twilight Goddess, the wound on Blackjack's arm was almost healed. At the same time, a tiny, golden arrow was removed from his damaged muscles by the healing effect. Blackjack looked at the golden arrow and grimaced. "A long-range alchemy weapon? So that was how he attacked me so fast." A hint of greed showed up in Blackjack's eyes. In Brute Cavern, where alchemists were rare, alchemy weapons were beyond valuable. Let alone a long-range weapon which could be used by level 1 apprentices. "That alchemy weapon will be mine. Once I'm healed, I'll use my card, Punishment for the Hanged Man, and I'll break the chick's wings into pieces." Fa. Blackjack laughed in a low voice. "He's just an inexperienced chick who doesn't know when to double tap his enemy. Must be a new wizard who never witnessed the cruelty of this world. He still has the pathetic sympathy of a mortal. Now, I only need to lay low and pretend to be weak, and he'll hesitate, then I can crash him under my feet." Thinking about this, Blackjack put up a weak but stubborn and determined expression. He watched mortal dramas before, and he knew such a display always did a good job of moving people's emotions. "Ha! The chick will cry at my performance." Blackjack directed his dramatic expression at Baron Milk, hoping to stop his action. 5 seconds would do. However, when Blackjack noticed what Baron Milk was doing, he felt his breath blocked and almost wanted to cough up blood. "Chick my ass! That's a shameless bastard. He was hit by the alchemy weapon 6 seconds ago. 6 seconds ago. And Baron Milk already put up 4 defensive spells in front of his face. And the brat was still chanting something else. Are you afraid to get hurt so badly? Is your spell combination all about defense spells?" When Blackjack's wound was completely cured by Twilight Goddess, Baron Milk was behind the protection of 7 spells in total. 4 defense ones, and 3 control ones that prevented people from approaching. There was also a firewall made from a combo of grease and ember. Shameless. Impudent. Stupid. You dirty smuffing arse. Even level 2 apprentices would probably need 5 or 6 seconds to penetrate all that defense. Blackjack was only level 1, and he needed at least half a minute. Angor did not feel ashamed at all. He planned to trick his way to the top level of Sky Tower from the start, so some cursing words would not hurt. Besides, he had way dirtier tricks up his sleeves. No one knew his real identity anyway. He was a wordless and arrogant Baron Milk at this very moment. Angor lifted a hand and another golden beam was released from his sleeve. Blackjack had just barely recovered from his wound, and he was in no condition to dodge this one. The golden arrow pierced his right arm this time. Angor's attack did not end here. A number of small golden arrows came rushing from him non-stop and aimed for Blackjack's vital points as if Angor was simply throwing away free candies rather than using a valuable alchemy weapon. Blackjack was terrified of the barrage in the air. From his remaining 2 cards, he quickly took out a card with the picture of a cross shield on it. Card, Knight Shield. Blackjack placed the shield in front of him which helped him deflect some of the arrows. However, under the constant attacks, the shield began to crack. "Stop! I give up. Please!" Blackjack yelled loudly and tossed his profile card into the air. He could neither break open his opponent's defense nor escape from the deadly arrows. Any longer and he would drop dead for sure. The Sky Tower arenas did not forbid people from killing each other. However, as long as someone surrendered and threw his or her profile card, the arena judge would activate a spell array to separate the participants instantly. When the card was shown in the air, a magic array appeared quickly, along with a faint glass barrier which showed up between Angor and Blackjack, blocking Angor's further attacks. Winner, Baron Milk. As the screen above the arena announced the end of the match, Blackjack's profile card released a light beam in the air. It then flew toward Angor's pocket and disappeared into Angor's card. Angor took out his card to check. A message showing his victory against Blackjack was now shown on the card. He had just earned 3 match points. Also, according to the number of matches and the victory rate of Blackjack, he also gained 150 merit points as a reward. Not bad. At least that's enough to pay for my bolts, said Angor as he put away his profile card and strolled off the stage. Blackjack slumped on the ground. He had several bleeding holes on his body. Several workers of the tower came and carried him away. When Arena 7 returned to being unoccupied, the audiences all exclaimed in wonder. But Lord Blackjack! He was going to snap the chick's wings. How? Chick? He destroyed Blackjack. There's no way he's a chick. Maybe it's a level 3 apprentice hidden under that robe. Almost all the audiences were mere mortals, so they could only take blind guesses. The few apprentices among them, however, also whispered to each other. Blackjack lost? The Blackjack! Didn't you see Baron Milk used his alchemy weapon? A long-range weapon at that. Of course I did. Damn it. I want one. Let's wait when the kid got no one around and take his stuff. We don't know who he is. A level 1 apprentice with a powerful alchemy weapon means someone really strong is supporting him. Let's not look for trouble. Coward. As Angor returned to the backstage waiting room, all the other participants now looked at him with completely different emotions. Fear, astonishment, and mostly, greed. Angor walked to the lottery box again. The middle-aged woman watched his match too. She glanced at the boy's robe-covered wrist and revealed an inconspicuous smile. Mr. Baron Milk, do you want to keep going? Angor nodded. He was stressed because it was his very first battle, and he exhausted most of his mana by casting 7 spells in one go. Still, a little meditation should keep him going for several more matches. It was unlikely that he would keep running into opponents like Blackjack. All right. Draw a lottery please. Angor reached a hand into the box adeptly this time and took out a ball using his instinct. 035325. The woman took over the ball. Soon, a line appeared on the screen in front of her, Baron Milk vs Ashen Warrior. In 30 minutes. Sky Tower Level 1, Arena 6. While trying to ignore the whispers of discussion among people, Angor moved to a far corner and closed his eyes to meditate. He was still displaying his leave-me-alone temperament. He had not even meditated for long when he heard similar footsteps again. The fate guided you, not me, said Angor without opening his eyes. Hey, Milk, I saw your fight. You're so good. White Bear still sounded joyful as ever. Don't call me Milk. Baron, was that an alchemy weapon? Nice. Did you get it from Master Prom? What's it to do with you? Angor opened his eyes this time and inspected the man in front of him from under his hood. The man was still in his white bear costume and was wearing the same smiling face. However, he was holding a short, black-painted magic cane this time. Angor sighed in his mind. Why did this guy keep buzzing him? I'm just curious. In Brute Cavern, there are only a handful of people who own alchemy weapons, and people have already squeezed every last bit of information out of them. But your weapon only showed up for the first time. It didn't look like any of theirs. So what? Angor grew impatient. Again, what do you want from me? White Bear kept smiling. Our fate intertwined, so I'm destined to meet you again. You crept up on me yourself. Don't give me that fate nonsense. Angor waved a hand. If you're not going to talk, just leave me be. I have matches coming up. I have to rest. Hearing these, White Bear took his cane and walked away, still smiling. When the figure of White Bear finally disappeared into the crowd, Angor frowned and wondered what was the deal with that man. After meditating for about 10 minutes, Angor heard footsteps again. They sounded heavy this time when compared to White Bear's footsteps. Angor looked up in frustration and realized it was Blackjack. The man was heavily bandaged up. Neither his top hat nor his monocle was there. Angor could clearly see his short, greyish-green hair and handsome face this time. Angor opened his mouth and immediately realized he was barren milk for the moment, so he only let out a snort in the end. He waited for Blackjack to speak first. I lost the match and I admit it. But I warn you. Don't you tell my secret to anyone, or I'll make sure to mess up your life, even if it costs mine. The words sounded firm and determined. But Angor still did not know what Blackjack meant. Secret? Was it about Blackjack's dressing style which he copied from Sunder's? Angor checked Blackjack carefully. Without his hat, the short grey-green hair looked almost exactly the same with Sunder's own hair. Also, Blackjack's face kinda looked familiar. Don't tell me he's the professor's bastard son. Angor quickly thought about a touching love story in which a bastard son sought to be accepted by his stern father by mimicking his father's clothing and character. However, the merciless father completely disregarded his effort, which caused the son to develop a twisted mindset and found joy in torturing newbies. After warning Angor, Blackjack limped away on his walking cane. Sigh, poor son. Angor looked at Blackjack's pathetic figure and concluded the story he just made up. Chapter 177, Stalked. When Blackjack was gone, Angor began thinking about his previous match. It appeared to be easy, but if Blackjack chose something else to use at the beginning, such as using an attack-based card, the result might be different. All 4 cards were quickened spells, and they all had strong effects. Blackjack lost his chance to retaliate due to his carelessness and the fixed approach he used in the other fights, and it allowed Angor to gain experience instead. I wonder which branch Blackjack is studying. Those cards were good. They're as powerful as magic scrolls, Angor thought to himself. Next time, he would go to Sunder's and ask about this, considering how Blackjack really looked like Sunder's himself. The second match, Baron Milk vs Ashen Warrior. The name suggested that this one was a bloodline apprentice. Bloodline wizards were relatively strong compared to the other wizards of the same level, but they had to absorb a strong bloodline to strengthen themselves first. Ashen Warrior was only a level 1 apprentice who had not found a suitable bloodline yet. He only knew basic punches and kicks. Angor only needed a frost spell to control the field and easily defeated him with the alchemy weapon. The victory against Ashen Warrior won Angor 13 merit points, which was totally neglectable compared to his winnings from Blackjack. Angor proceeded with the third match, which was to fight against an element apprentice adept at frost fire spells. And he triumphed easily. His 3 consecutive wins caused all the participants waiting in the backstage to completely change their attitude. His tactic was a little dirty, true, but owning an alchemy weapon was still considered to be someone's strength, so no one really questioned Angor's victories. However, most of the fighters grew really curious about Angor's alchemy weapon. People guessed that his weapon could be something like a bow since they all saw the small golden arrows coming from under Angor's sleeve. But, could someone use a bow with only one hand? There were also assumptions that Angor was using a blow dart of some sort since it could be manipulated remotely. Blow darts, however, were usually weak. In the end, someone concluded that Angor was using a fast and powerful weapon like a small crossbow. These guesses were all in the right direction, but none of them were accurate. After his 3 victories in the first day, Angor's match point ended up at 9. With the arenas closed for the day, all the players scattered and headed their own ways. Angor tightened his robe and left Sky Tower. But very soon, he noticed someone was following him. He frowned a little. He had already expected someone to get greedy, but not so soon. Angor sighed and kept walking, without minding his stalkers. With Toby to alert him, every movement of those people was completely obvious to him. Angor was planning to head home straight away, but since someone was following him, he chose to take detours in the complicated paths of the underground market instead. There were many shops and human crowds here. Angor was confident that the stalkers would not dare to attack him openly in the market, so he boldly chose crowded paths and moved quickly, hoping to shake them off. Ordinary people would lose Angor's tracks at this rate sooner or later. But this time, Angor underestimated the abilities of supernaturals. Even level 1 apprentices might possess certain useful tricks. Among his stalkers, there was such an apprentice who could use canine summoning spells. With the animal's sharp sense of smell, it was difficult for Angor to get away just by running. After realizing that he could not get rid of the offenders by running around the market, Angor shook his head and decided to give up. The golden arrow was not his only creation. With the other stronger weapon and Toby's help, he knew he could take on 2 or 3 people at the same time as long as there were no level 3 apprentices or someone stronger. With that in mind, Angor stopped hiding and walked toward the surface. The people following behind also noticed Angor's change in behavior. They also gave up being all cautious and walked just about 10 meters behind Angor without bothering to conceal their arrogant and violent looks on their faces. Angor noticed 4 people. Also, he recognized them since he saw these people in the participant waiting room at level 1, which also meant they were merely level 1 apprentices at best. Angor grew more confident. Upon reaching Apprentice Town 8, Angor headed to the woods near the town rather than his villa. He had to fight them anyway, so he might as well pick somewhere vacant. The mirror world might look like a small paradise to outsiders, on condition that people only stayed low profile for their entire lives. The Tree Spirit Garden was never a safe place. Apprentices fought among each other very often. To live or die could be determined by a simple decision. Every inch of the ground might be hiding the corpse of someone beneath. Angor walked fast, and so were the 4 people stalking him. Angor even heard them discussing how to divide their loot after killing him. Disorder. The true site of Brute Cavern. After entering the woods, Angor was soon surrounded by the stalkers. Baron Milk, give us your alchemy weapon, and we may consider sparing your life. The speaker was a bearded man wearing a bandana. A hound with white and yellow coat crouched at his heel. There was a hot-looking woman who had a laced, folded fan in her hand. When talking, the 2 giant objects in front of her chest area flipped up and down like 2 overfilled water balloons. Hey, handsome. I really like that weapon. So, pretty please. The last 2 people were twins. One of them wore his standard black robe, while the other was in a white one. They looked almost identical apart from some small details. The man in the white robe had an ocean-colored earring, while the black-robed man wore a flame-colored one. Your weapon is so good on my big brother. I'll use it as his birthday present tomorrow, said the white-robed twin. Your weapon is so good on my little brother. I'll use it as his birthday present tomorrow, said the black-robed twin. Big bro. Little brother. The twins looked at each other affectionately. To hell with you all. Come and get me if you want, said Angor. He did not intend to waste any breath on these people or learn anything about who they were. Angor signaled at something. A swift shadow descended from the sky and rushed at the bearded hound user in a blink of an eye. At the same time, a number of golden arrows came from Angor's sleeve in a shower of light beams. Why you? That was the only thing the hound user managed to say before the black shadow tore his throat open. He fell dead on the ground, along with his dog. Naturally, it was Toby who just displayed the perfect combo attack with Angor. Toby did not rest after its attempt. The bird used the corpse of the hound user as a leaping stone and shot himself toward the sexy woman next. Angor left Toby to its own job. His targets were the twin brothers in front of him. His instinct told him that these 2 were harder to deal with. Under the attacks of countless golden arrows, the brothers held each other's hands tightly like a pair of newly married couple. Under Angor's troubled gaze, a fire wall came from the elder brother's body while a water wall came from the younger brother. The 2 conflicting elements somehow existed in harmony and fused into one. The golden arrows could only pierce the first layer of the fused barrier and were completely bounced away by the second. Brothers of one mind. Water and flame barrier. Brothers of one mind. Water and flame barrier. Angor felt really uncomfortable when he heard the brothers yelling in unison. Seriously, why would people announce the names of their skills like that anyway? He did not stop his action though. He still had 200 bolts. There was no way that the barrier could hold on forever. The twins needed their mana to sustain the barrier while Angor simply needed to move a finger. Let's see who's gonna give up first. As Angor released his arrows continuously, a woman's scream came from behind, along with the booming noise of an explosion. Angor glanced away. The twins also spared some effort to check out the battle in the other direction. They saw the hound user already dead, and the sexy woman was pushed into the ground by a black shadow. The explosion was caused by the woman's body when it broke the ground open. What's that? Baron Milk's familiar? What's the deal with that strength? The white-robed twin exclaimed in shock. I saw it, little brother. The black-robed twin yelled. It's a bird. They both shouted. Angor, on the other hand, felt as if he was watching a drama display. The water and flame barrier created by the twin brothers was quite sturdy, and Angor could not penetrate it. Toby already finished its own fight really fast. The bird was now rushing toward the brothers like another bolt. This is bad, little brother. My mana is spent. Me too. As Toby was about to reach the barrier, someone else suddenly spoke in a puzzled tone. To Toby. Toby halted in the air, and along with Angor, they looked at who just called his name. They saw a young man with a pockmarked face, who was wearing a pair of goggles over his forehead. The young man was carefully following behind another middle-aged, elegantly dressed man, who had just emerged from a narrow path in the woods. Dave. Angor realized who had come. It was Dave who just called Toby. Angor did not recognize the middle-aged figure beside him. The appearance of Dave distracted Angor and Toby's attention on the twin brothers. Master Prome? The alchemy weapon of Baron Milk was made by Master Prome. It seemed the twins knew the identity of the man. They quickly exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. Run! They ran in opposite directions. One toward the depth of woods while the other headed outside the woods. When Angor noticed their actions and looked back, they were already at a good distance away. Toby pointed a wing at them and asked Angor if it should chase them. Angor considered for a bit and shook his head in the end. Chapter 178, Prome. Angor. Dave still sounded surprised. Angor removed his hood and revealed his identity. It's really you. Why are you here? I mean, why were you fighting Chloe brothers? Dave walked out from behind the middle-aged man and asked. He then said, Master Prome, this is my friend, Angor. Master Prome. Angor looked at the man in front of him. So this was the famous alchemist in the underground market? The man looked a little bit overweight. He was wearing a violet-colored wizard robe decorated with many gold and silver charms. It looked really expensive. Ah, so this is the Angor you're always talking about, Prome replied. But he did not pay any attention to Dave. Instead, his gaze shifted around the scene and quickly observed everything, including the hole behind Angor, as well as the corpses of a dog and a human nearby. Greetings to you, Master Prome, Angor addressed Prome using his noble manner. Prome nodded. Impressive, child. You defeated 2 apprentices alone, and forced Chloe brothers to run for their lives. Dave was shocked at those words when he also noticed the corpse. Canine Master Potung? You killed him, Angor. Potung was a pretty famous figure around the underground market. There were 3 genius summoners and 3 useless summoners, and Potung was one of the useless ones. Since the corpse was just here, Angor could only nod and admit to it. Dave opened his mouth again but did not say anything further. It was Prome who spoke next. Dave, you stay here and spend some time with your friend. I'll go alone. Dave jumped at those words, and then quickly shook his head. Please, I can visit Angor next time. Master's going to craft an energy core, and I can help as your assistant. Dave threw Angor a meaningful glance, then quickly followed behind Prome and disappeared into the path. When they were gone, Angor walked to the hole on the ground and checked. Dave looked shocked when Prome said there were 2 dead wizards because he only saw the corpse of Canine Master. Angor, on the other hand, knew that Prome was referring to the sexy woman down in this hole. His heart skipped a beat when he looked down. The woman, well, was beyond dead. Her corpse looked miserable. There was a giant wound which cut open her entire chest and abdomen. Yellowish body fat, bloody flesh, and guts were exposed in the air, releasing a terrible stench. Angor could not connect this destroyed body with the beautiful woman he saw a moment ago. Toby, your burst power is, scary, Angor managed to comment. Before learning the sequence of gravity, Toby was fast but with average strength. It could not really damage people as long as its opponent was prepared. But now, the bird blasted an entire human being into the ground. His speed and power amplified each other by several folds. Angor suddenly got the feeling that he would not even need a weapon to reach the top level of Sky Tower. Using Toby was enough. Toby lifted his head high and tweeted happily upon hearing Angor's words of compliment. Stay alert in the air, and tell me if anyone comes. I need to bury these 2, Angor asked Toby to fly higher. He tossed the corpse of Canine Master into the hole and proceeded to fill the hole up. It went smoothly. Apart from their bone cards and profile cards used in Sky Tower, they did not have anything else on them. From the cards, Angor learned that the woman was called Balius. He spent some time to recycle the golden bolts scattered about. Some of them were lost in the dense vegetations, so he could only give them up. After collecting about 30 bolts, Angor signaled Toby to leave the woods. This was the first time for him to actually maim someone. Angor's mind was only disturbed a little when he saw the ruined body of Balius, and it was only caused by his instinct to avoid ugly stuff. Maybe he felt calm because it was Toby who did the killing, or maybe the mindset of survival of the fittest he always worked on ever since he came to Brute Cavern worked wonders. Nevertheless, he did not regret his action. Those people came looking for trouble first. Making such a decision meant they had to accept the consequence of it. Far away from Angor, Dave had already left the woods area while following behind Prom. However, he was still glancing back every now and then. The fact that Angor just killed Canine Master really shocked him. Canine Master Po Tung was 1 term ahead of him, and 2 terms ahead of Angor. That man joined Brute Cavern 10 years ago. Po Tung was not strong. Even if the man was titled a useless summoner, Dave was still sure Po Tung could at least defeat him with ease. But now, Angor killed Po Tung. Besides, Angor's wizard robe did not seem wrinkled or tainted at all, which meant he did a really easy job at killing his opponent. That was shocking news. Dave clearly remembered that when he went looking for Toby to test his propeller flyer Mk2, Angor was still immortal. And when Angor said his talent was poor, Dave believed him. Poor talent? Dave got the feeling that Angor was hiding a lot of things from him. Your little friend possesses a really good familiar. We interrupted his fight and allowed the Chloe brothers to escape. As a level 3 apprentice, Master Prom naturally knew a lot more compared to Dave. Dave realized that Toby stopped its attack because he called its name. Maybe the Chloe brothers would actually get killed too, if not for his action. Was Toby actually really strong too? Wait. 2? Don't forget to apologize the next time you meet him. You bothered his plan and let his enemies live. If I were him, I probably would hate you to the guts, Prom spoke. Dave went through what just happened. Master Prom was the one walking ahead and saw the battle first. Dave remembered seeing Master Prom stop to observe without interfering with the fight. Dave, however, called out Toby's name immediately. And he felt really bad when thinking about this. Just as Prom said, if he had not made a sound, maybe the Chloe brothers would not get away. I understand. I'll go and apologize to Angor tomorrow, said Dave. He looked down. He just did Angor a disservice without realizing it, which could cause Angor some troubles further down the road. Prom looked at Dave's expression and smiled. Don't worry too much. You know the Chloe brothers. They never care about anyone else. Even if they are to retaliate, they won't find others for help. And your little friend should have no problem dealing with the brothers. To be frank, I think the Chloe brothers will choose to give up first. I understand. Sure, Dave knew their characters. Everyone in the underground market knew about them. Still, people could easily change. Who knew whether the brothers were only faking their strange temperament while hiding their true natures deep inside? I wonder what Angor did to get ganged up by all of them. He's never the one to create troubles first, Dave muttered. As for that, I may have an idea, Prom suggested. Dave looked at his mentor in bewilderment. Here. Check this, said Prom as he took out a small golden bolt from his sleeve and handed it to Dave. Dave accepted the object. An arrow? It looks average. No special ripples, made of starfrost gold. Hey? Is it ammunition for a bow-shaped alchemy weapon? No, Prom shook his head. Dave thought Prom just created a new weapon, so he examined the object as careful as he could. It's too small for a bow. A crossbow maybe? A really small one that can be used single-handedly. Dave tried. Instead of answering, Prom mentioned his idea earlier. I think this is the reason why those people attacked your friend. Attack Angor? For this? Wait, this is not yours, Master. Prom shook head again. This golden bolt came from your friend's robe sleeve. I think he has a remotely controlled, long-range alchemy weapon hidden on his wrist. I saw it working just now, and it was very deadly. 2 or 3 seconds more and the brothers' barrier would have been broken. Considering how Canine Master and Red Butterfly usually behaved, they must have gotten greedy about the alchemy weapon, so they came to seize it. This is Angor's alchemy weapon? His professor gave it to him? Oh, I never asked who his professor is, Dave mumbled before he grew surprised again. Red Butterfly is here. Red Butterfly is Balia's title in Sky Tower. She was an extremely wicked and infamous figure in the underground market who was always described with words like greed, dissolute, lust, and crafty. She was not strong, but she gained the trust of several powerful apprentices using her charming looks. Because of this, few people would bother her for her unpleasant behaviors in the market as they feared her supporters. Correct, Red Butterfly also joined the attack. But she died in the pit. Tisk, such a beautiful body, wasted as a pile of broken organs. Prom recalled the terrible scene he saw with his spirit feelers inside. Dave's face went pale when hearing about the death of the Red Butterfly. Becoming an enemy of the Chloe brothers was not a big deal. But Red Butterfly, if those people behind her back found out, Angor could be. You're worried about your little friend? Yes, Master. Red Butterfly is just an expendable tool in the eyes of Vice. She's smart enough to pretend that she was in a relationship with Vice, and she did a perfect job at avoiding triggering Vice's anger, so she both enjoyed Vice's fame and stayed safe from the man. Still, her vision is too limited. Her death will not cause anything too serious, Prom explained. What's more important is, I want to know who created the alchemy weapon. A weapon which can be controlled freely and remotely, high attack frequency, and with a damage potential that's beyond average. It isn't anything ordinary. Chapter 179, The Trigger Crossbow. An unordinary alchemy weapon. Prom's comment left Dave shocked in the entire day. Somehow, Dave already had an answer for where the weapon came from. But this answer was too unbelievable to anyone, including himself. Yet he could not get rid of the answer from his mind. It remained there like an unanswered math puzzle, waiting for someone to reveal the already existing solution. Angor returned home and planned to craft several dozens of golden bolts. It would take him some time to do so. After removing his robe, he lifted his inner sleeve and revealed the alchemy weapon affixed on his wrist. It was a small crossbow bound to his wrist joint. But compared to a miniature hand crossbow, this weapon looked more complicated. It was made of over 6 major parts and countless smaller ones. All the parts were assembled together to create such an automatic, long-range alchemy weapon, the trigger crossbow. It appeared similar to something coming from science fiction. At least it was way different than the common alchemy items used today. There was a really long golden strap wrapped around Angor's arm, which climbed all the way toward his shoulder. The small golden bolts were fixed on the strap. If Angor knew space expansion runes, he could store the bolts easier. But since he did not find such runes in his hologram tablet, he had to find the time and look for them in Cloud Library in the future. There were 2 energy sources for the trigger crossbow. 1. Microelectricity generated when his body moved around, which was then turned into kinetic energy and boosted the golden bolts. The bolts themselves were only ordinary ammunitions without any special traits. The other energy was his own mana, which was used to control the trigger crossbow to shoot the bolts, as well as activating the runes on the golden bolts to grant them special effects. However, applying runes to each of the bolts was too tiring and time-consuming, so Angor only prepared 10 bolts with runes on them. Most of them had frost runes, while the others had flame runes and armor-piercing ones. Making these special bolts cost his too much effort, so he only planned to use them when absolutely necessary. After replenishing his ammunition on the strap, he began his everyday meditation to expand his mana pool. Improving himself was always the foremost task. When Angor came to the Sky Tower on the next day, people in the participant waiting room immediately began to discuss this mysterious fighter. Baron Milk is here. I saw several people going after him yesterday. How come he's not hurt at all? Yet, Red Butterfly, Canine Herder, and the Chloe brothers went for him. I thought the guy's dead for sure. But I was wrong. By the way, Red Butterfly and Canine Herder are nowhere to be found. Did Baron Milk kill them? But the Chloe brothers are fine. Did you ask them? Those two only care for each other. They don't answer our question at all. Fuck those fools. No matter what happened, Vice is gonna look into him since Red Butterfly's dead. Let's stay away from him for now so we don't get dragged into the mess. Angor did not really care about their whispers. He simply walked to the lottery box to find his opponents for today. All 3 matches in the morning were easy. The overall strength of fighters in the first level was quite weak, and Angor quickly earned 3 wins, plus 9 match points and 39 merit points. Most participants needed lots of mana in their matches, so 2 matches in a day were already tiring enough. Angor, on the other hand, obliterated his opponents using his alchemy weapon and did not spend much mana at all. The Sky Tower had not witnessed such a fighter in decades. Despite their showy titles, the participants were mostly low-leveled apprentice wizards. Few of them possessed alchemy weapons. It was only natural that Angor could progress so fast. However, the other participants were thinking about something else. Why would someone with such a strong weapon come here and take merit points from us? Fuck the asshole. Do any quest and he'll earn way more points than that. Someone even thought Baron Milk was the same type of figure as Blackjack, who loved hurting others for fun, thus satisfying their twisted ego. The only difference was that Baron Milk never actually killed his opponents, while Blackjack's victims usually ended up as corpses. It was just one day, and everyone was looking at Baron Milk with a completely different view. Angor was not interested in what these people were thinking about at all. He simply tried to gain victories as fast as he could. Reaching level 2 required 30 match points, which meant he could achieve it by getting 4 consecutive wins in the afternoon. After what happened yesterday, no one stalked him again when Angor left Sky Tower at noon. He had lunch, meditated for a while, and returned to the tower. The matches during the afternoon were still one-sided. The only thing that caught Angor's attention was when he went against King of Beasts during one of the battles. The weirdo who wore colorful feathers on his head had a bow he never used behind his back, and a white kitten named King. Angor still remembered how this man fought his last match. Half a month had passed, and he was still hanging around the first level, which meant he was just another cannon fodder. The match was even easier than the others. Angor simply cast several spells to lock up that kitten without the need to even shoot a single bolt. When his kitten was pinned down, the King of Beasts immediately knelt down and surrendered on the spot. Then he rushed to his pet quickly to check if the animal was wounded. It was as if Angor was some kind of mad cat-abusing scientist. Angor was wondering though, if the man really cherished his cat, why would he bring it onto the arena in the first place? Still, the man's strange behavior left an impression in Angor's memory. You want to proceed to level 2? Yes, ma'am. Angor came to the registration office again, but for a different purpose this time. Instead of the male clerk yesterday, a decent-looking lady addressed Angor this time. She checked Angor's profile card and noticed the hooded figure gained 30 match points in just 2 days to get himself promoted. This was the first time she saw someone working so fast in her career, so she kept extra attention on Angor while handling the promotion papers. But with Angor's hood and fake voice, she never managed to figure anything out. When the work was done, it was already 7 in the evening. Angor did not intend to fight this late, so he took his updated profile card and quickly left the Sky Tower. Rather than heading home, he took a turn and went to Prome's alchemy shop first. It had nothing to do with the incident yesterday. He only needed to buy some alchemy materials. Crafting the golden bolts had cost him most of his stock. Besides, he was planning to buy some new materials for the other attributes. He had read about a lot of useful runes in Enchantment Cyclopedia, for starters, none of which were suitable for the materials he currently had. Upon reaching the cave wall where the shop was located, Angor saw the door of the shop tightly shut. A lock was placed on the door. Usually, Dave lived in the shop even when the shop was closed for business. It seemed that Dave was not here. Angor could only go back home. To his surprise, he saw Dave in front of the gate of his villa. From afar, Angor noticed that Dave was looking at something in his hand with the help of the lamplight around the gate. "What's up?" "I went to your shop and missed my mark," said Angor as he removed his hood and greeted Dave with a smile. Dave looked troubled. "I came to say sorry." "Sorry?" Angor opened the gate and signaled Dave to come in. "For what?" "You said something funny behind my back." Angor prepared Dave a glass of water and joined him on the sofa. "Yesterday, you would have dealt with Chloe brothers if I didn't call Toby like that." Dave looked really ashamed now. "The Chloe brothers might bring more troubles to you." "I'm so sorry." Angor was a little surprised. He smiled again. "Killing and tricking each other, isn't that how the wizarding world goes around?" "But I'm still sorry." Dave lowered his head to avoid Angor's gaze. Angor remained silent for a while. "All right then, I accept your apology. Let's forget it. I'll deal with Chloe brothers. I already saw them today, and they tried to run away again. If you want to amend your mistake, tell me something useful about those two." Dave nodded. "The Chloe brothers aren't a big deal. I don't think they would attack you again, but you should stay careful nevertheless. The real problem is the red butterfly." "Red butterfly?" Dave briefly explained Red Butterfly's connections with other people. Master Prome said that Red Butterfly didn't really have a deep relation with Vice, like how everyone else believed. But Vice isn't the only one related to her. She had several more admirers. If they team up and come for you, it'll be really bad." "I see. I'll keep that in mind." Fearing that Dave would only grow more worried, Angor did not comment much. Give me the information of those people through your transmitter next time. Oh right, I need to ask something too, said Angor as he decided to change the topic. I want to buy materials, and maybe sell an alchemy weapon at the same time. Can you give me an appraisal for it? Chapter 180, Appraisal. Sell a weapon. Dave was shocked. He lowered his voice and asked, Are you talking about what I'm thinking about? What you're thinking about? What do you mean? Dave took a deep breath. Are you selling an alchemy weapon you crafted yourself? Angor nodded. Yeah. Of course, Dave choked a little at the answer. You already made an alchemy item. Well, yes. You made one too, right? The propeller machine is way more complicated than mine, Angor said. That's different. I've been studying alchemy for 5 years. Angor smiled. I used to learn to smith before. I know how to make molds or other tools, so making weapons is easy for me. Really? Of course. Of course not. But seeing how Dave was about to cry again, Angor decided to keep his white lie going. Angor's explanation somehow soothed Dave's sadness and jealousy. Alchemy weapons are completely different than ordinary weapons. Even if you've had experience before, you still need really good talent to be able to craft a real weapon so fast. Let's go see my scythe. You can give me a price for it, said Angor. He stood up and led Dave toward the basement. You made a scythe? That's a rather rare weapon. Because I'm familiar with it. I used to care for gardens and grow vegetables myself. He was not lying this time. Ever since John could no longer move around freely, it was Angor who took care of his mentor's fruits and vegetables. You mean a farming scythe? I thought it was those used in combats, said Dave. He paused for a moment before saying, there aren't many scythe users in Brute Cavern, but war scythe still sells well. If it's a farming tool though. No problem. As long as I earn something. 1 crystal will do. It was the first time for Dave to come to Angor's basement. The broad space was now filled with all kinds of alchemy equipment. The tables still had stains and unfinished materials on them, along with burnt damages caused by melted metal. The whole place looked messy. The mess did not prevent Dave from casting an envious look around the basement. Every corner of the place gave him a familiar sense. Telling from all the marks, you really have become an alchemist, Dave exclaimed. He really wished he had his own alchemy lab. Overpraising me now. Angor wiped his tables clean quickly and took out the scythe wrapped in cloth from a cabinet. When he turned around to ask Dave to look at the scythe, he saw Dave in front of the weapon rack, looking at the Chinese weapons he made the other day. They look simple. No engraving on them, but their overall designs are beautiful. Dave looked at Angor and asked, You made these? Can I check them out? Angor lifted a hand to tell Dave to help himself. This is a sword? A really interesting one. But isn't it easy to break apart? Dave picked up the Qing Feng sword and moved it along the touchstone in the corner, leaving a shallow cut on it. A basic alchemy weapon. It could sell for a small sum. Next, he picked up the Ime piercers and moved them around. Nice. Both good design and power, and they're easy to carry around. Ideal self-defense weapons for certain witches. The design will attract buyers quickly. In the end, Dave picked up the sheathless Tang Dao. Of the 3 weapons, he loved the design of this one most. The blade displayed a deadly beauty without having any extra decoration on it. Moving it in the air proved to be easy and smooth as well. This weapon will sell for at least 10 magic crystals, I'd say. Dave seemed very satisfied with them. If you sell these, you can probably earn back all the materials you have bought from me. Dave was jealous again. Alchemy weapons always sold well on the market, including ones without special effects. His own creation might seem more advanced than Angor's weapons, but it was not meant to be used by the public, so it would not sell as much. So do you want to sell them? Dave asked. I do if I can. But I don't have a place to sell stuff. Dave thumped his chest. Put them in Prome's alchemy shop and I can help you with it. Can I? No problem. I'll ask for a 10% share in the process. Master Prome's requirement. 10% was pretty high already. However, without a proper shop, Angor probably could never get the weapons sold on his own, so he agreed in the end. All right. Along with the scythe, I'll leave them in your hands. Dave thought that the scythe was just something similar, so he nodded without a second thought. But when he saw the shining edge on the scythe, he felt he was just tricked by Angor again. You said you learned to smith before, so you can forge weapons easily. I did. Can you tell me then, what kind of blacksmiths teach you how to draw runes? This is a perfect rune of sharpen. Could an ordinary blacksmith create that? Dave felt defeated now. As long as Angor knew how to use Thaw and utilized his smithing knowledge, the previous 3 weapons were not really hard to make. The scythe, though, was not a basic alchemy weapon. The obvious sharpen rune shining on the surface of the blade meant it was already a tiered weapon. A low-tiered one maybe. But even something like this would be valued at 100 magic crystals or beyond. Dave took another deep breath to calm himself. I warn you. Don't you tell me you happen to be talented to learn runecraft too. Angor recalled how Dave almost cried out when hearing about his alchemy talent, and carefully arranged his words. Maybe I have a really good memory. Dave gave Angor a thoughtful look. You've already tested my nerves the last time, and I thought that was it. I was wrong. Dave picked up the scythe and triggered the rune on it using mana. He gave the touchstone a mighty slash. Looking at the deep cut on the touchstone, Dave turned back slowly. Okay. I'm a failure. A terrible failure. Angor did not know how to respond. It took Dave half an hour to complain about his frustration before he could talk like normal again. The scythe is a tiered item. Only a low tier, but it still costs 100 crystals, at least. It may go for more if there's an urgency, said Dave. Urgency. For example, someone is going to explore a ruin and needs a new weapon real quick. Or when someone is dueling another wizard for his life and will spend anything to buy a weapon that can save his life. Angor considered. I see. Can you put them up for sale 1.5 months later? 1.5 months? Is there a reason? Well, yes. You'll know by then. After agreeing upon a price for the weapons, they came to Prome's alchemy shop together. Angor spent 17 magic crystals on some new materials. Before Angor could leave, Dave took out an object and asked Angor a question. Is this yours? Angor looked at the small golden bolt in Dave's hand and raised an eyebrow. Yes. You found it in the woods. Not me, Master Prome did. Dave paused a little before saying, Master Prome seems really interested in your long-range weapon. Can you show it to me? Angor lifted his sleeve and revealed the trigger crossbow on his wrist. An alchemy item. Sort of, yes. Dave carefully inspected the weapon's delicate designs, but he saw no runes on it. It's not a tiered item, but the creation alone is impressive. And it's deadly. Even without runes, it can penetrate most defensive spells with enough shots, Dave commented. He did not know that Angor drew runes on the bolts, not the crossbow. By the way, who came up with such an interesting idea? Dave asked out of instinct. When he saw Angor trying to answer, Dave quickly raised a palm. No, stop. I've had enough terrible surprises today. Angor reached the 2nd level of Sky Tower by the 3rd day of his challenge plan. Scattered around the underground market were cableways for participants to reach higher levels. Being able to board a cabin hanging on such a cableway also displayed one's strength to others. Audiences had to buy tickets to watch the matches at higher levels. Those with enough money all went to the top level. No one would waste money on the 2nd level. Mortals who did not have magic crystals could only stay on the 1st level to satisfy their hunger. This was why the 2nd level had fewer people. Angor's first match only had 2 or 3 spectators. They were also participants at the same level with nothing better to do at the moment. The opponents here were a lot stronger. Still, using his trigger crossbow and coward tactic, Angor did not run into any real trouble. The only heated match was when he fought against an apprentice called Lord of Darna, who used blizzard and wind spells. The mighty wind caused his golden bolts to stray off their mark, so Angor had to shoot a great number of them in the air without specific aiming and forced Lord of Darna to surrender in the end. At the same time, his name was spread around the level quickly. Angor kept winning. He earned another 40 match points in only 3 days and gained entrance to the 3rd level soon. He carefully looked around the participants in the 3rd level. Once he made sure that there were no level 2 apprentices, he grew confident that he could progress without having to worry too much. However, the very first battle in the 3rd level proved to be harder than he expected. Chapter 181, Dripping River, The Sleeper. The woman on the other end of the stage stood there with her eyes closed, seemingly having nothing ready at all. Yet when Angor closed his eyes to listen carefully, he could hear the sound of flowing water coming from the woman's position. Dripping river. She was the first female opponent Angor met in the tower, and also the strangest opponent. The arena screen had not announced the start of the fight yet, and the magic inhibiting array was still working, but the woman already showed strange energy. Water. Angor felt as if he was facing a puddle of water rather than a human being. Barren milk vs dripping river. The countdown reached 0. The woman looked plain enough. She had short curly blue hair and heavy panda eyes which remained closed before the start of the match. Now, she finally opened her eyes and revealed a pair of black pupils behind her eyelids. Dripping River extended her fingers, and when she drew a line on the floor, a string of river suddenly appeared in front of her. Quickened spell. Angor constructed his defense line while carefully observing the movement of his opponent. There was something else strange about the spell. The river was not on the ground itself. Instead, it flowed around Dripping River's body like a decorative strap on her clothes. Bind, Dripping River spoke in a gentle tone which sounded like clear water running through porcelain wares. The river strap rushed at Angor following her command. Angor too had already established his first defense, an ice wall. Angor avoided the river string behind his wall. He then initiated his dirty tactic again by showering the area around Dripping River with his golden bolts. Shield, Dripping River chanted again. The river string left the ice wall and weaved itself into a water shield, blocking the flying bolts. A water shield that deflected his bolts. Angor could not believe his eyes. But it already happened. The shield made of water worked like a real shield. When the bolts hit its surface, they created the same noise as when metal hit metal. Angor kept shooting while gradually enlarging his target area. To his disappointment, the water shield grew in size as well. Nothing was perfect. If the water shield became bigger, then it would certainly grow thinner at the same time. With that in mind, Angor switched his attack pattern and focused on one spot. However, he had already spent half of his ammunition, yet the water shield did not even have a single scratch on it. More importantly, Angor could not sense any decrease of mana from Dripping River at all. She did not need mana to sustain her shield. If the battle dragged too long, Angor was sure he would lose in the end. Seizing an opportunity when Angor slowed down his attack, Dripping River mumbled something else, blade. The river strap became a water blade and came down from the air, breaking Angor's ice wall in half. Use water as everything, such amazing skills. I can't catch a breather at all, Angor thought to himself. She uses the flexibility of water like a master. Is she really from Brute Cavern? Not Song of the Deep. Forging elements into objects was considered an extremely advanced elementalist technique. He read about it in a book before, so he happened to know its weakness as well. The objects might look like real things, but they were still made of water. And an element that countered water would do a good job against such trick. Fire was always the natural nemesis of water. However, while fire could vaporize water, it could also get put out by enough water, so Angor did not choose fire spells. Instead, he used a cantrip which was not recorded in any of the books in Brute Cavern. During his preparations, Angor recalculated the models for several level 0 cantrips and turned them into usable models when he had enough time. They included a variant version of Dust Removal. Dust Removal was a level 0 cantrip which was often combined with Cleanse. The cantrip used a correct combination of wind and earth elements. Now, Angor planned to use another combination for it. He named the new cantrip as Dust. The nature of the new cantrip was using a certain combination of wind and earth elements to create dust which covered an area. It looked like sandstorm spell but was a lot weaker. The best it could do was creating small dust grains which were barely visible to human eyes. The dust could not really do anything to people since human noses were enough to keep them out. However, the cantrip might do wonder in such a situation. The dust could absorb water and nullify the transformed objects. Angor kept shooting to keep the water blade away while silently constructed the cantrip model for dust in his mind. This cantrip was even weaker than average level 0 cantrips, so he established the model really fast. He never paid much effort to practice, yet it only took him 3 or 4 seconds to finish the model. Angor cast the stream of dust toward the water blade in the air. When they connected, the water flow quickly began to absorb dust and lose its own volume. Just when Angor thought that he had solved the situation, Dripping River suddenly chanted another word. Oil. Oil. Angor wondered if he heard right. Oil? How? The water flow in the air visibly became something else following Dripping River's command. The once crystal clear water quickly turned into turbid, blackish yellow grease. That's oil. Angor was surprised. Of course, Dripping River did not answer him. She ordered the oil belt to rush at Angor, and summoned a small ember at the same time. The oil belt immediately became a raging, flaming snake. The flame belt hit the ground beside Angor and exploded, blasting Angor away. Angor stumbled and struggled to halt his momentum at the edge of the arena. It's really oil. But water and oil are completely different substances. How could element manipulation do such a thing? Angor was really shocked now. Again, Dripping River kept her secret. She raised an eyebrow and rubbed her temples as if she was really tired. Angor was sure she did not get tired because of the fight. But considering those panda eyes, maybe she really needed some sleep? Dripping River answered Angor's question this time, by, suddenly began to snore while standing upright. Whoa! For how long was she awake? Angor tried casting a bind spell at Dripping River. And she was easily caught in it. She was asleep for real. At the same time, something showed up on the arena screen, winner, Baron Milk. Angor walked off the stage while still carrying his questions and a weird feeling. The medical team of Sky Tower came and placed Dripping River on a stretcher. Then they carried her away while walking past Angor's path. He clearly heard one of the medics muttering, "The girl fell asleep on the stage again." Again? So this isn't the first time for Dripping River to doze off like that? The participant waiting area at level 3 was quite populated. Instead of malevolent attention, many people looked at him in jealousy this time. Man! Dripping River! He got a jackpot, someone commented in a small voice. Angor took a corner to rest, still puzzled. He did not meditate this time. He was still thinking about the previous fight. He did not really care about why Dripping River suddenly fell asleep. The important thing was, how did the water belt become oil? They were both liquids, true, but it was impossible to change something into a completely different material just like that. He could not find any answer in his mind. Angor had 4 matches in the morning. Apart from the fight against Dripping River, the other 3 proved to be easy enough. In the afternoon, he planned to get 4 more wins. However, after seizing the second victory, he saw Nausicaa in the waiting room. Angor hesitated a bit and decided to quit. When Nausicaa's battle began, he joined the audiences. Her opponent was an ordinary elementalist apprentice who did not appear to know any special spells or abilities. Angor was confident he could defeat someone like that easily just by using his trigger crossbow. Nausicaa, however, did not proceed with the fight as easily as he expected. Nausicaa was a bloodline apprentice now, who had not fused a bloodline into herself yet, and she only knew a common spell combination. Her only advantage was her superior close combat skills. Her enemy used his defensive spells and managed to repel Nausicaa's attacks just fine. Angor wondered. Why doesn't she use Soulfly? If she used Soulfly in her melee fight, she would have won already. But she did not. She was not even using the dueling sword on her waist. Nausicaa still defeated her enemy in the end, but it looked tough. And she only fought this one battle before leaving the Sky Tower quickly. After watching Nausicaa's battle, Angor gained another victory and returned home when the outside was already bathed in the dusk light. Upon reaching his villa, he quickly found his tablet and looked for books about element imitation. Reading several books only deepened his doubt. The theory in the books was just as he thought, that imitation could never change the natural property of an element. So how did Dripping River do that? Besides, her water shield was too sturdy. It looked like metal rather than water. Maybe she actually used a metal shield? But he saw her changing the water belt into a shield with his own eyes. A knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. "Mr. Pad." Butler Good's voice came from his garden entrance. Angor shut off his tablet with a start. He then quickly hid it inside his pocket watch and calmed his breath before finally going outside to open the door. "Mr. Pad. The Master is expecting you." Chapter 182, A Glimpse of Truth. In the chilly evening breeze, Angor followed behind Butler Good and came to Phantom Island. Upon entering Sunder's study, Angor saw Sunders sitting in front of his desk with his legs crossed while watching something in the crystal ball transmitter in his hand. Angor moved closer and realized the crystal ball showed one of his Sky Tower matches. Sunders was watching a fight when Angor fought against an elementalist apprentice in level 2. Angor silently watched his own figure from another perspective and felt a bit embarrassed. In the crystal ball, He had already constructed his line of defense and was now shooting his golden bolts while telling his opponent to surrender in a faked low voice. During that fight, Angor thought he had created a really successful image for Baron Milk. But now, man, the shame. Eternal resurrection. Ha! Lay down your weapon and give up, or my next attack will land on your throat. His fake voice came from the crystal ball. He said that out without giving it much thought during the fight. In Sunder's study though, terrible uneasiness crept up on his skin when he saw himself talking like that. More importantly, Sunders just gave him a curious glance which worsened it. Angor moved his hands over his head to rub his temple. However, he was just trying to hide his face. Why did I create such an arrogant character? After the match ended, Sunders put the crystal down and looked at Angor with an expression. Angor was not sure if the man was smiling. Sunders stared Angor down. Just when the boy was about to tremble, the gentleman finally spoke in his hoarse voice while trying to hold back his laughter, "Nice display. But a little lacking in power." Angor lowered his head in shame. I'm trying to." He could not find the courage to explain his ruined image, so Angor stuttered a little and tried to change the topic. "How did you get this record, Professor?" Sunders gladly went along since he already saw how hard his little pupil was blushing. It turned out that Butler Good went to find Angor at his villa in the early morning and did not find him there. After a little investigation, they learned that Angor had gone to challenge Sky Tower. Sunders grew curious about it and found the record of Angor's matches from a manager of the tower. Hearing about this, Angor just felt more embarrassed. He thought he did a good job concealing his identity, and the truth proved him wrong so fast. Angor no longer wanted to know how Sunders found out who Baron Milk was. He only wished to run away this instant and hide in a spot where no one could find him. The awkwardness remained for several minutes when Sunders brought Angor to the balcony. 2 armchairs were placed alongside each other on the balcony. Sunders took one and signaled Angor to sit in the other. The cool night breeze and the view of the Tree of Eternity shrouded in mist and stars soothed Angor's stressful mind a little. "Your tactics should have no problem in the first few levels of the tower. However, the opponents you are going up against in the last 3 levels will not be so easy," Sunders said. "Those defense spells and an alchemy weapon with no particular effect are unlikely to help you reach the top. Throughout history, the top 3 levels are always battlegrounds for bloodline apprentices. Some of them already fused with the blood of monsters, and they're at a completely different level compared to those who don't have a bloodline yet. These apprentices can simply endure your attacks and reach you before you can put up your defense, and you'll have no hope of survival." Angor was actually not worried about something like this. Contrary to what Sunders believed, his trigger crossbow was not a basic weapon. He also had several enchanted bolts as powerful as tiered weapons. Moreover, he possessed another tiered long-range weapon and Toby, who could always support him from the air. This was why Angor still looked confident. Sunders inspected the boy's expression and tried to guess how much potential his student was hiding. "With the sequence of gravity, Toby can help you fight. But you should still be cautious. There are many people in this world who know wondrous spells. Don't get fearless just because you have 3 viable tactics." Sunders' words reminded Angor of his opponent today, Dripping River. That water and oil transformation surprised him quite a lot and almost knocked him out of the arena. He was not sure if he could defeat her at all if Dripping River did not suddenly fall asleep for some reason. Out of curiosity, Angor mentioned his fight against Dripping River. Sunders took out the crystal ball again and looked for Angor's matches in level 3. After watching the battle between Angor and Dripping River, the gentleman fell into deep thought with an intrigued expression. "As far as I know, element imitation cannot change the property of something. And water and oil have different properties," Angor said. He saw Sunders smiling when watching the match and was not sure what his professor was thinking about. Did his professor find it funny about how he was blasted away by the oil explosion? "I see you've read a lot of books. Element imitation is usually accessible to level 2 elementalist apprentices, or level 3 or formal wizards who aren't studying element." Sunders removed his joyful expression and explained. Angor choked a little and tried to explain, "I think I read something about it in your collection." Sunders did not really mind how Angor gained such knowledge. "This woman," said Sunders as he pointed at Dripping River in the crystal ball. "If my memory serves me right, when she came to Brute Cavern 15 years ago, 3 wizards sent her their golden posters at the same time." 3 golden posters? Angor looked at Dripping River in shock. He clearly knew what that meant. However, she's not an elementalist apprentice as you may think. She is in fact, a very rare case, called matter handler, an occultist. Matter handler. Angor remembered seeing something like this. However, there were just too many branches for occult art, and he never managed to read them all. Wizards aren't the only supernaturals in this world. Some people are lucky enough to be born with supernatural powers, and she's one of such an individual. She possessed a natural ability, water convert. Water convert? To change the property of water. Angor thought to himself. It's not the way you think. She can grant a new property to water, and turning it into oil is one of the many feats she can do. Back then, it was Flora who guided her to Brute Cavern. Flora also used the death match chambers to recruit talents, but she did not restrict how many people could survive in the end. Those who could stay alive in the chambers for 10 days were all considered successful. On the first day, Dripping River turned a cauldron of water into deadly poison and killed everyone else in her chamber. Sunders paused to arrange his wording. However, not everyone born with special powers is favored by this world. After talking about something else about Sky Tower, Angor's previous embarrassment finally disappeared. Angor was a bit disappointed that Sunders did not ask about his alchemy weapon at all. He already knew that alchemists were extremely valuable in Brute Cavern, and Sunders would pay great respect to any alchemist. Angor was already ready to surprise Sunders with his great talent in alchemy. Yet, Sunders did not mention anything about it. And there was no way Angor could initiate the topic on himself since Sunders would not get surprised much in this way. Professor, why did you want to see me today? They had not talked about it yet. Sunders stood up from his chair. Follow me. The gentleman took Angor into the study, found a notebook from his drawer, and handed it to Angor. Angor opened the book and saw all kinds of spell models and characters which were tightly written on every page. The handwriting suggested that Sunders composed the notebook himself. You didn't tell me anything for months, so I thought you weren't interested in the Garden of Purification. I called you here today to see how well you understand your true self, and to give this notebook to you if you are qualified for it, Sunders chuckled. To be frank, your progress is quite surprising. The way you fought in Sky Tower is still immature since you only use extra help to do everything for you. But those defensive spells looked well practiced. One of them even showed your true self a little. No test is necessary now. You can take the book. There's no doubt that your talent lies in illusions, but the exact direction still remains to be seen. The notebook contains the basic cantrips of an illusionist, so try to learn them. Next time you come, tell me which one feels more suitable to you or which one gives you more inspirations. Basic illusionist cantrips. Sunders never taught Angor cantrips in order to allow the boy to look for his own path. He even prohibited Flora from instructing Angor. Today, Sunders just gave him these basic spells. Angor was filled with joy and looked at Sunders with a thankful expression. He no longer had to rent books about illusions from Cloud Library. Whilst battling Dripping River, the sandy cantrip you used already possessed a faint trace of truth. Instead of wandering in the wizarding world aimlessly, I hope you can keep it up and find your own path of truth soon. Sandy cantrip? You mean dust, Professor? Angor quickly realized that Sunders was talking about his new cantrip. Dust? A good name. It's a lot weaker than Sandstorm, but it has almost the same principle as Sandstorm. Dust is a variant of dust removal. I rearranged its element combination. Angor was wondering though. Rearranging element combination was an easy task, and most apprentices could do it. But why did the professor say that he had a faint trace of truth? Isn't truth something that's only related to ultimate wizards? Chapter 183, Gria's Whereabouts. At this point, Angor still did not realize that getting a mere glimpse of truth and stepping onto the path of truth was completely different. Wizards who had already found the path of truth would never tell others about it since every wizard must find his or her own path. A glimpse of truth, however, meant the will to create, not finding new spell combinations. Creating something and using it, in reality, was one of the foremost qualities for finding the path of truth. Angor created a cantrip called Dust and utilized it at a proper point. The cantrip did not really do anything to Dripping River. However, it was how Angor created the spell in the first place, which really caught Sunders' attention. Dust removal. Sunders tried to rearrange wind and earth elements in his mind for this particular cantrip. He did not have a cheating tool like hologram tablet, but as an experienced wizard, his great knowledge helped him work out the correct combination for dust quickly. Knowing how a spell is made will help you study spells easier, Sunders said and asked Angor to open the notebook. Next, the gentleman began to explain some basic knowledge about illusions. Confusing fake with real, false with true. Something that could not be touched, guessed, or captured. This was the fundamental of illusions. When speaking of illusions, ordinary people would immediately think about tricks that deceived human eyes. For illusionist wizards, however, such tricks were merely the basics of basics. Real illusions had the same essentials as the other art branches about comprehension and realization of oneself, nature, and the truth. For example, there were mind manipulators who could interpret human emotions and leverage people's desires and anxiety, mirage users who possessed full knowledge about natural weather change, reflections of light, and shadows, thus combining such knowledge with the environment to create mirages, truth manipulators who had great insight into everything and could remove the boundary between true and false. There were also many different branches for illusionist, such as transformation illusionist, acoustic illusionist, and sorcery array illusionist. Currently, Angor was way too inexperienced to think about something like those. What he needed was to study basic illusion spells and slowly finding out the branch that he should choose. The key point of using illusions is that you must see the reality very clearly. Only someone who knows reality can create illusions for other people. Otherwise, the illusions will be flawed, such as plants growing in the wrong season, or tree-borne fruits in the dirt. Anyone smart enough will easily see through your illusion. Of course, I'm only talking about basic illusions. Once you determine your branch, you'll be able to experience the wondrous world of illusions freely. Trees on clouds, talking ragdolls, or dogs with the heads of cats, you can create anything you wish. Hearing these, Angor suddenly remembered the strange creatures he saw on Phantom Island. Did Sunders create them using illusion spells? But, those beasts looked so real. Apart from comprehending reality, you also need to learn how to seize up the environment and choose the correct illusions for the right situation. What Sunders explained was all basic illusion knowledge and critical points that Angor should take care of so as to avoid useless effort. As for how to achieve them, Angor had to figure it out on his own. Sunders already decided that he would never interfere with how Angor studied spells. Next, Sunders answered several of Angor's questions during the boy's time of training. Angor did not have any questions since he had been spending his time on alchemy instead of legit training, and there was no way he could ask Sunders alchemy questions. The interaction between teacher and student ended in harmony. Just when Angor was prepared to say goodbye, Butler Good came to the study and reported that dinner was ready. Angor only had simple rations during all these months. When he caught the smell of food coming from the dining hall, the boy could not help gulping loudly. Sunders chuckled in his mind and spoke to Angor in a joking tone, "Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner?" Angor was startled a little. He thought he did not make too much noise. Now, he felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment. For a second time today. No, totally not. Angor overreacted and turned away quickly. I really need to prepare dinner for Toby, Professor, so I'll leave now. Wait. You can have something here. I'll wait for you in the dining room. With that, Sunders left his study first. He knew well that his little student tended to get bashful too easily, so the gentleman decided not to tease too much. Angor struggled for a while before finally coming to the dining hall. His manly image was already ruined anyway. A good meal would no longer hurt him. For Angor, ever since he left the Cloud Whale, this was the first dinner he had together with Sunders. The table was still decorated in an elegant noble family style. But this time, there was none of the ordinary food Angor was expecting. Rather than bacon or sausage, the sandwich in the plate contained a green, transparent worm creature which was still twisting about. The soup bowls were filled with plants that looked like seaweed, but they changed colors as Angor was looking at them. The most ordinary-looking food on the table were several fruits. Yet, there were scale-like objects growing on them. The bizarre appearance of the foodstuffs instantly erased Angor's will to eat. That's warm worm in the sandwich. It's a special cooking material which normally lives in cloud dirt and consumes twilight. Eating it will improve your mana flow. The soup is made of a magical plant. And the fruits are called fish scales. They're all good for your health, Sunders explained. These materials lose some of their special effects when cooked by someone other than a gourmet wizard. But most gourmet wizards only dwell in Fairy Town. So, we have to make do. Angor also knew about warm worm. It happened to be an alchemy material for brewing potions too. However, he did not want any special effects. He only wished to eat something normal. Angor silently cried in his mind. The boy proceeded with his meal in an indescribable mindset. After eating what was placed on the table, he believed he could survive another month on raw rations without feeling any worse than this. Thankfully, the post-meal desserts looked ordinary enough. Whilst enjoying the desserts, Angor mentioned the new edition of Expedition into Endless Plains and asked Sunders if there was anything related to Nightmare Realm in it. "Ah, I see you're well informed. You already know that the Moonfrost Union has come." Sunders bantered. Well, almost the entire population of Apprentice Town 8 had left. Of course, I know about it. Angor thought silently. There is something. But not much. One piece of information might interest you though. If you want to check it out, go to my study later and take it. Something he was interested in? Angor did not really know much about the Nightmare Realm. Could it be something about Nether City? Sunders did not answer him this time. The gentleman insisted that Angor should go read it for himself. Also, Sunders did not mention anything about paying rent for the magazine, and Angor was glad not to remind his dear professor of it. This time, however, Moonfrost Union didn't come only to publish their book, said Sunders. He revealed a cold grin and seemed to be considering something. Angor waited for a while, but his professor did not say anything further. "I'll go to my laboratory. Once you're finished here, Good will help you get the magazine," said Sunders. He wiped his lips clean, flipped his cape, and left in his usual gentlemanly style. Angor left the Phantom Island and headed home under the moonlight. The Falling Cloud bus stop was illuminated by faint lamplight which cast a tranquil and peaceful aura on the green leaves nearby. While waiting for a sky bus, Angor took out the 17th volume of Expedition into Endless Plains and slowly read it under the lamp. Similar to every periodical published by Moonfrost Union, the beginning of the magazine contained an anthem praising the explorers. Next was the index of the magazine, which briefly introduced the newly discovered planes and major achievements in plane warfares. The index of the 1000-page periodical did not have anything related to the Nightmare Realm. A sky bus arrived. Upon reaching his villa, Angor kept reading through Expedition into Endless Plains page by page. He finally found a short paragraph about Nightmare Realm when it was already late into the night. The statue plane is one of the 13 planes used to back up our expedition teams. 30 years ago, the plane gained a tunnel connected to the Nightmare Realm by chance, which only lasted 3 minutes, and brought 37 people through. Their high commander was a level 2 wizard. This team was completely wiped out. Angor could learn something from this paragraph, that tunnels of Nightmare Realm could appear in other planes other than the wizarding world. Was this the piece of information Sunders meant? He kept reading. When the horizon grew brighter, he found something else in the last pages of the magazine. It was not about the Nightmare Realm. But, a picture beside it showed an overweight, heavily powdered woman with violet curly hair and layered flesh on her fat face. Warrior Barbie Gria. Half a year ago, Gria, the chef of Barbie's restaurant, fought with one of the 5 3-star psychics from Haunt World, Granny Shikizuru, and ran away when she lost. 3 months later, she and a stationary wizard in an expedition team called Sapling tried to ambush Granny Shikizuru at 1000 C and failed. The 3 of them were dragged into an unknown plane passage. Preliminary estimate suggested that the passage was a tunnel to Nightmare Realm. When Gria asked Angor to take care of Toby, she said that in order to break through into the next class, she would leave the southern region to look for cooking materials far away. Angor never thought she would actually go to another plane. More surprisingly, she was sent into a Nightmare Realm tunnel. He already knew how dangerous the place was. The magazine just told him that a level 2 wizard and 3 dozen other wizards all perished in there. Gria, as gourmet wizard, was not really adept at fighting. Should she get surrounded by the creatures in Nightmare Realm, her hope was slim. Angor silently lamented Gria's possible fate. This further told him that the way of wizardry was full of great danger. Wizards who sought to break through or seek truths could easily end up as corpses somewhere far from home. Chapter 184, Illusions and Music. For now, Angor decided to keep Gria's whereabouts to himself without telling Toby. He did not know whether Gria was dead. Telling Toby about it would only put an unnecessary burden on Toby's mind. Besides, if Toby learned about Gria's information and wanted to go looking for her in the Nightmare Realm, then how? Where was Haunt World? And was the plane tunnel toward Nightmare Realm still there? Any attempt would be futile. At least Angor was sure they almost had zero chance of finding Gria even if they teamed up together. Hiding the information from Toby was the best choice at this moment. Angor caught some restless sleep, troubled by the decision he just made. In the daytime, Angor proceeded with his routine and went to challenge the Sky Tower. Apprentices like Dripping River were still rare, and he gained victories easily. 4 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon. 8 wins and 24 match points in total. The matches also earned him 96 merit points. It was not much, but better than nothing. In the evening, Angor took out the illusion notebook he received from Sunders and finally began to study illusions. Basic illusions were all about creating deceiving visions. Sunders already told him about how he had to choose the right illusions for proper situations to make them more real, and how to avoid logical mistakes. Obeying these 2 rules meant making more convincing illusions. These basic illusions, however, only worked when someone bumped into them while unprepared. Casting illusions when someone was looking was meaningless. Basic illusions were not used for fighting. At the very least, they were useless in sudden encounters and public arena battles. Angor did very quick work at learning illusions. In half an hour, with the help of the notebook, he could already create an illusion of an underground cave by using his basement lab as background. The illusion was flawed though. There was dripping water coming off the stalactites and puddles on the ground, but the air was still dry just like what it should be in the villa basement. If he could use a water cantrip to decorate his illusion at the same time, it would definitely look more real. Still, creating such a complete illusion in a short time was already impressive for a fresh learner. He had his superior channeling method and a suitable talent to thank for. Non-illusionists could also learn these basic illusion spells, but they would need way more time for it. Making illusions required their creator to comprehend the reality first, so Angor at least needed to experience the scenes first before putting them into his illusions. Those created out of thin air could probably fool little kids at best. Anyone else would see them through quickly. For instance, when Angor tried to create an illusion of flowing lava without ever seeing real lava at all, he created an orange liquid according to some books he read. Also, the books said that lava would release smoke, so Angor put up some white vapor as if the lava pool was a hot spring. To make the smoke more real, he also imitated the misty smoke clouds released by Nausicaa's pipe. Anyone who saw volcanoes before could easily point out his obvious mistakes. Of course, if Angor knew some really powerful spells, he could also make his flawed illusions work. Certain magic arrays used by illusionists, for example, could quickly madden or kill someone when used in strange illusions. Now, Angor knew the overall knowledge of basic illusions. As long as it was something he experienced before, he could create immersive scenes for it. What he needed now was to practice and see the world more, to avoid making silly mistakes and to perfect his basic illusions. After learning the basic illusions, Angor did not proceed with the other low-level spells in the notebook right away. Instead, he decided to focus on his foundation first. In the next couple of days, he kept going to the Sky Tower, and when he was free at night, he would spend the time to deepen his knowledge in basic illusion. Another fine weather outside. Angor told Toby that he was not going to the Sky Tower today, so Toby left to explore the woods on its own early in the morning. The boy watched as the bird disappeared in the distance and revealed a wicked grin. In the villa garden, he began to deploy a small illusion. The illusion was a simple one because he did not change many things in it. The fences, the mistletoe tree, and the house were almost left as they were. The only thing different was the window. In reality, Angor closed the right window and opened the left one. But in the illusion, the right window was still open like how it was in the morning. Such a small difference would not be obvious even for people who always lived in the house. Toby spent the whole day outside and finally returned at dusk. Angor stayed in the villa hall and observed the bird using his spirit feelers. As he expected, Toby did not feel anything wrong in the illusion. The bird aimed straight for the right window. Pong! Sounded like something just hit solid glass using its tiny little head. Angor held back his laughter while Toby was still puzzled at what happened. The window was wide open, so why could he not get in? Toby hovered in front of the window and reached out a claw at it. Then it realized that in spite of what was shown, the window was actually closed. Toby could not understand. He chose to enter by the top window of the attic. The attic window, too, was already manipulated by Angor. When Toby tried again, it crashed into the glass for a second time. The bird was now walking on the rooftop in a circle. Several tinier Tobys flew above his head. When Angor saw what just happened with his spirit feeler, he could no longer suppress his laughter. And Toby quickly heard him. The creature immediately realized what was going on since Angor had been practicing illusions all these days. Toby glared at Angor furiously. Okay, no more joking. I lifted the illusion, come on in. Angor came to the attic and smiled at the bird outside. Toby did not move. The animal had its cheeks plumped in frustration. Angor climbed onto the rooftop and apologized to Toby with a smile. The bird turned around and put its tail under Angor's nose. Come on, just a small joke, said Angor. He smiled wider as he said, I think I'll take you to a feast later. I heard the salesman just imported some fresh deep fish. Want some? Toby looked around just a little and remained silent. His little eyes showed some sadness this time. Angor began to feel a bit sorry. He really meant to play a harmless joke on Toby, and while at it, maybe also testing out his illusions a little. He cleared his throat. Okay. I'll borrow your echo flower for a bit. I have a gift for you. With that, Angor took an echo flower in the attic and went to his soundproofed room. After Angor had left, Toby's plump cheeks finally shrank. He came in front of the window with a doubtful expression and made sure that the window was really open before going inside. Toby waited in the hall. He was not really angry at Angor. He only acted like that in the hope of forcing Angor to give him another echo flower. He did not expect that Angor would take a flower away instead. Toby wondered what kind of gift awaited. A moment later, Angor returned from the basement with a flower pot in his hand and saw Toby staring at him with all seriousness. Or rather, Toby was looking at the echo flower, fearing that Angor might accidentally damage it. From a quick look though, the flower was fine. Tweet-ta-tweet. Thanks to his max-level bird language skills, Angor quickly understood that Toby was anxious to know where the gift was. He only gave Toby a mysterious smile and placed the flower on the table. Then he asked Toby to step on the flower's exposed root. The flower was an alchemy material used for sound-related products. Toby had been using it as a recording tool. The bird tilted its head and looked at Angor in doubt. When Angor urged again, Toby finally put a claw on the flower root, albeit a little hesitantly. The pale, violet petals of the flower twitched a little. Gentle music was then heard from the flower. Distinctive instruments were played in harmony and brought a peaceful melody. A stringed instrument played in the most outstanding tone of all, and it sounded like the peaceful humming of a skilled singer as she seized the senses of her audiences. This was the second time Angor listened to this piece, and it still raised goosebumps on his entire body because it was simply enjoyable. City of Sky. A masterpiece from another civilization. The divine music held a power that touched the hearts of people. The echo flower was able to record the sound of a large frequency range. Complicated octaves were all recreated perfectly. The music was played by the echo flower flawlessly, filling the hall with an intoxicating atmosphere. Toby's small figure was completely frozen. The quartet it had been singing with the flowers felt like random dust on a giant castle when compared to this very song. Previously, the bird thought he was doing music. Now, it finally realized how real music had rises, falls, and emotions in its melodies. The creator of a music piece had to imprint his or her wills into the music. As the music reached its last note, Toby quickly pressed the flower root again. As a low-level plant though, the echo flower could only play its recorded sound once. The music was already removed from its memory. Toby kept trying without hearing the beautiful tone again. Pip, the animal gave Angor a pleading look. Angor smiled and did not answer Toby's pleading right away. The song is called City of Sky. Consider it an apology for tricking you. So how was it? A nice gift, right? Toby tweeted quickly, hoping to hear the music once again. Angor pretended to be hesitating before finally said, I see. If you give me 2 echo flowers, I can try to make a music box for you. But it's not for free, mind you. Toby revealed a sad look, I don't have money on me. I don't need money. Just do me a favor. Chapter 185, Faster Matches. To make a music box was a sudden decision Angor just came up with. Toby's pleading look reminded him of Gria's information. He did not tell it to Toby, so Angor felt a bit sorry for this. Now, he could satisfy Toby's desire with a new gift, and maybe he could use this chance as a failsafe should Toby found out about Gria's matter in the future. The bird had no idea what a music box was. However, he knew that Angor could create amazing alchemy items, so Toby was really curious about what Angor would give him. Toby did not hesitate at all when stuffing its favorite echo flowers into Angor's hands. Angor took the flowers and entered his laboratory. Angor was not sure if music boxes existed in other places, but back in Goldspink Empire, a music box was always an expensive handicraft for noble families. Due to the lack of advanced technology, such boxes could only play simple and poor melodies. Even then, they were still considered luxuries among higher classes. Angor had a music box before. It was a birthday present from John when he hit 5. The box played a short music piece called Happy Birthday. Angor really loved the music and used to play it a lot. He later grew a little bored of it after hearing the music concerts of master musicians in Waterford. Even if music boxes only played poor melodies by hitting metal pieces, they still belonged to Angor's cherished childhood memory. Of course, music concerts had better music, but the small, delicate music box was still one of his best treasures. Instead of a simple toy of poor quality, the gift for Toby though should be something that could recreate every single music note perfectly. To do this, Angor chose to use echo flowers in his creation. None of his alchemy books mentioned such a useless object. The only blueprint for creating a music box was found among John's data. Angor did not intend to follow the blueprint though. He needed to modify it and make something new. How to use the echo flowers in his music box, and how to address the problem about how the flowers could only replay something for once. He needed to tackle these challenges. Aside from these, Angor also had a small ambition. This was only a gift for Toby, and he just came up with such an idea today. Nevertheless, Angor was planning to do his best. He could definitely add some interesting mechanism into the item. He had only crafted alchemy weapons before, and he knew nothing about how to make other types of items. The music box was also an opportunity for him to find inspirations and helped him improve as he walked along the path of alchemy. Keeping Toby happy and practicing alchemy skills. Why not? Before actually working on the music box, he still had a lot of preliminary jobs to do. The message about the Garden of Purification would become public soon, and stronger opponents would go challenge the Sky Tower, thus lowering his own chance of reaching the top level. Thus, he had to focus on the tower for now. Each day, Angor only spent some time before sleeping to learn about echo flowers from his alchemy books as well as how to choose correct materials and modify the blueprint. His daily schedule was now completely taken up. 1 week later, Angor successfully reached level 5. He kept winning on his dirty tricks, but he still gained a lot of combat experience such as how to avoid damage, how to choose the right cantrips, when to push on or when to fall back. They were only simple tactics for now, but he believed that time would gradually enrich his experience. He had never lost a single match. Yet his progress was slow. If Butler Good's information was correct, the message about the garden would get announced within a month now, and Angor was only at the 5th level. There were 15 levels in the Sky Tower, which meant 10 more levels to go. Considering his current speed, he would never make it in time. He was now seriously considering a question: how to gain levels faster. One possible way was to deal with his opponents quicker. However, he was already pretty fast. Judging from how he kept most matches under 5 minutes, this was not an efficient approach. He progressed too slowly mainly because he waited too long between matches. If a fighter wished to join the next match immediately, the Sky Tower would considerately give him or her half an hour to prepare. The rule was really helpful for other people. To Angor, however, such an interval hindered his speed too much. On the day when he was qualified for the 5th level, Angor came to the lottery box handler and asked if he could join matches faster without waiting too long. He wanted to enter the next match immediately without resting at all. The clerk was obviously shocked at his words. He had been working here for many years, and this one was the first fighter ever to ask such a thing. Mr. Baron Milk, we are subject to the regulations of the management team and cannot do something like this for you, said the clerk. He measured the hooded figure in front of him up and down. Was Baron Milk trying to earn quick money? Or did he really love to humiliate his opponents? When he looked into Angor's profile though, he noticed that this Baron Milk never killed anyone. Actually, hardly anyone was hurt. This was a really rare case on the arenas of Sky Tower. But why else? Was Baron Milk really anxious about reaching the top? For what? Working slowly would always get him there in due time, in a safer way. Obviously, the clerk did not know about the Garden of Purification either, so he thought a ticket to the Tower of Infinity was the only prize in the end. Usually, many people would stay at lower levels with the purpose of avoiding getting squashed by stronger fighters. The participants here were either here for money, or to get battle experiences. There was no point looking for trouble at high levels. Maybe Baron Milk was a battle maniac who was not afraid of losing his life at all? When thinking about this, the clerk regarded Angor with a little bit of respect. There were many such people in the Sky Tower. Actually, most fighters in the last 3 levels were bloodthirsty. But they were mostly bloodline apprentices. It was really unusual for someone like Baron Milk to act like this. Is there really no way? Angor looked disappointed. Now the clerk was more confident about his idea. The Sky Tower strongly welcomed battle maniacs because they always attracted more audiences. The clerk considered for a while before saying, "Please go to the management office and ask Director Melantha. If she says yes, there should be no problem." Angor thanked him and walked down to the first level. The management section was located here. It was the same place where Angor got himself registered as a participant. When asking one of the workers about Melantha and explained why he had come, the worker also mistook Angor for another bloodthirsty crazy. He asked Angor to wait and left to look for Melantha somewhere else. A moment later, someone came into the management office. Angor looked at the door and saw a middle-aged woman walking in. She wore a tight, black uniform, coiled up hair, and had a strict look on her. They were both surprised when seeing each other. "Good day, I'm the director of the management team, Melantha Adder." The woman revealed her identity and walked toward Angor. Her stern expression slowly turned into a gentle smile. Angor recognized her. She was the one handling the lottery record in level 1. Previously, Angor thought she was only another common clerk. "Director Melantha, I am." "Baron Milk, is it?" Her smile looked a little stiff as if she did not do it often. "Lots of people have their attention on you. We haven't witnessed someone who progressed so fast in a long time." Angor blushed a little. He did not show it, but he still felt uneasy about how he had been tricking his way through the tower. It seemed Melantha already saw through him even though Angor was hidden under his robe. Without further courtesy, she cut straight to the point and asked, "My man told me. So you want to join matches faster?" Angor nodded. "May I?" Instead of answering, Melantha asked something out of curiosity, "Can you tell me why, sir? If it's about money, your weapon will serve you a better job in the questing hall. But if you're looking to beat people down," she paused a little and acted as if she knew Angor well. "Frankly speaking, I don't believe it. So, are you willing to share the reason with me?" Melantha waited for an answer with an intrigued look. Angor arranged his wording carefully. "I want to reach the top level as fast as I can." Melantha immediately understood something and smiled. "Within 1 month." Angor never mentioned it, and Melantha still revealed his goal, which meant she already knew about the garden. "Yes, ma'am." "I see. The Sorcerer's Garden of Purification." "Yes," Angor admitted. Melantha nodded while still withholding her answer. "Looks like you know quite a lot. Truthfully speaking, I don't think the alchemy weapon on your wrist can help you reach the 15th level. Who you're going up against in the last 3 levels are strong and beyond your imagination. You may even lose your life." Angor did not say anything about this. He only sneered in his mind, "Ha! I have another secret weapon." Melantha only intended to provide her reminder. She did not ask anything about Angor's secret. Since this Baron Milk was determined to keep fighting, she did not have a reason to stop him. "All right then. I can change the resting time to 5 minutes. Do remember, once the change is made, your interval between matches will always be 5 minutes until the end. Are you sure about it?" Angor did not hesitate at all. "I am." Chapter 186, Star Soul. When leaving the management office, Angor did not really believe that he just got what he needed so easily from Melantha. Also, Melantha set up a condition for him: he must not abstain from any match until he was allowed to surrender. And Angor did not have any problem agreeing to it. His exceptional case would not affect the fairness of the matches. However, he did wonder why Melantha agreed to help him when they hardly knew each other. Angor could not think about any reason, and so, in the end, he concluded that Melantha was only a certain individual who was willing to help him out of kindness. He had forgotten that Sunders gained the records about his matches because the man had some kind of connection with Sky Tower. Melantha, as one of the managers in the tower, should certainly know about Angor's true identity, and it was natural that she would help him when she knew Sunders was his professor. Sunders was never the man to take students easily, which meant Angor must possess something special. Till now, Sunders had only accepted 2 students, both of whom successfully became wizards. And Melanthi expected just as much from Angor. Earning a favor from a future wizard without affecting the fairness of the arena matches was totally acceptable. She would gladly do it even if Angor was unqualified for a wizard. No one would complain since the exception might have actually increased Angor's risk. Angor himself, however, was still too inexperienced to realize Melantha's intention. After getting his request approved by Melantha, the lottery handler in level 5 did not reject him this time and quickly changed his resting time between matches to 5 minutes. Angor began to progress in the tower a lot faster. Due to his now congested schedule, he had to manage his mana very precisely. As a level 1 apprentice, his mana pool was not big. Every bit of mana had to be spent carefully in order not to get exhausted too fast. He could no longer cast spells at free will like what he did in the previous matches. This meant keeping his 100% win rate had become harder. He ran into more and more opponents who posed a great threat to him, such as puppet users, spirit attack users, and someone who could actually damage people by using oral language. He always had to spend lots of mana, sometimes even using his rune bolts, when facing these people. Now he finally understood why Melantha forbade him from giving up the matches in advance. Stronger opponents cost him way more mana and effort, as well as time, which meant he needed to rest a lot before taking the next match. If he chose his opponents intentionally by giving up matches against such opponents right away, he would be able to climb even faster by avoiding certain opponents, which was unfair. Melantha already predicted something like this, so she set a rule to restrict Angor from doing so. 1 week later, Angor reached the 10th level. The audience stands in here were no longer vacant. Time to time, Angor could see small groups of people watching the matches. However, they usually watched the matches of famous fighters. He did not really have anyone around his own battles. Until one day, his lottery placed him against someone called Star Soul. The audience stands already received a lot of people before the match. When Angor came up to the arena, about 30% of the seats were taken. This was the first time he saw so many spectators ever since he left level 1. He did not believe all those people were here for him though, which could only mean that they came to watch Star Soul. So, was Star Soul really good? He got his answer soon enough when it was only 2 minutes into the fight. Yes. Star Soul was strong. Very strong. Angor could not quite put his finger on why Star Soul acted strong. However, he was sure that the man in front of him had the most terrible character among everyone he had gone against before. Star Soul kept spitting on the floor and giving him twisted gazes during the match. This guy's laughter sounded like the screaming of 1,000 ghosts combined together. He looked like a melancholy handsome before the match, but after the match began, he immediately switched into some kind of frenzied mode. Angor did not understand Star Soul's strength because Star Soul's means of attacks were completely new to him. The man manipulated the shadow of a faint female figure. At first, he was completely puzzled by it. However, after several close inspections, Angor finally realized what that shadow as well as who Star Soul was. The participant information he received from Dave contained the detailed description of Star Soul. Angor did not recognize Star Soul until now because Dave's data only showed someone with long hair which covered his shoulders. In the crystal ball, Star Soul looked just as dispirited, but his image appeared more like an artist. The man in front of him, on the other hand, was a complete psychopath. Star Soul Sokka, a cult soul manipulator, a level 2 apprentice, student of Deadman's Redemption Ness Byron. He was adept at controlling souls and always carried powerful souls around. He named the souls as the 3 stars. Dave's data only recorded 2 of the 3 stars, Virgo Sylvia and Venus Harrington. According to the data, Sokka was already strong enough to reach the top level, but the man had been staying at lower levels as if waiting for something. Compared to these, Angor was more concerned about Sokka's mentor, Deadman's Redemption Ness Byron. Hoopdik's mentor. This was totally acceptable though, considering the fact that Hoopdik's talent was also soul manipulator. The female shadow beside Sokka was Virgo Sylvia, the soul of a powerful apprentice witch. She used to be another participant in Sky Tower but was later killed by Sokka and became his tool. Angor was having a hard time keeping himself up in the match. His physical attacks were pointless against Sylvia. Also, she could move through his ice walls with ease. Sokka, on the other hand, had a strange chain around his body which completely blocked Angor's bolts. Thankfully, Sylvia's attacks were not really powerful. Angor was wondering though. According to Dave's information, Virgo Sylvia could release powerful howls that shocked people's souls, thus rendering them unconscious for a while. Sylvia had done it many times, but Angor did not feel anything at all. He thought Sylvia was simply threatening him rather than using her rumored soul attack. Just now, Sylvia looked really furious about something. It troubled Angor even more. None of his attacks affected Sylvia, so why did she grow so angry all of a sudden? Red color caused by great rage slowly appeared around Sylvia's cheeks. Her soul form began to shine with a faint red light. The sudden change immediately reminded Angor of something else in Dave's data. Apart from soul howling, Sylvia could use another skill called soul absorption. A master at this skill could directly pull someone's soul away from its owner's body. Sylvia, however, could only inflict pain on someone's soul at best. Still, pain on the soul meant unbearable agony which could easily force someone to surrender. Angor did not know what he should do. He never learned anything about soul defense. He could only keep shooting at Sokka, hoping to do some damage. He did not bring Toby today, or he would already have asked Toby to go for Sokka. Out of desperation, Angor took out a golden bolt with an armor-piercing rune on it. Surely this thing would break Sokka's chain apart? Sokka remained stationary when Sylvia kept her attacks on Angor. The man only fixed his malevolent glare at Angor while spitting on the ground now and then like a maniac. When Sylvia began to use soul absorption, his twisted face became worse. Pong! The armor-piercing bolt left Angor's sleeve and broke the sound barrier. The golden beam headed straight toward Sokka's chain. As Angor expected, Sokka's chain was useful at deflecting his ordinary golden bolts, but not against the enchanted one. When the chain broke down, Sokka's face went pale. What he had was not an actual chain, but a defensive tactic used by soul manipulators called spirit chain. The sturdiness of the chain depended on its user's soul. If the chain got damaged, so would his soul. Sokka did not expect something like this to happen. More importantly, the enchanted bolt did more than damaging his chain and soul. After penetrating his defense, the bolt kept going for his body. In the end, the bolt disappeared into Sokka's shoulder and created a bleeding hole on it. Angor was very good at aiming thanks to his archery training during his childhood. He had meant to shoot at Sokka's shoulder, instead of going for his opponent's heart. In the participant data, Dave said that Sokka accidentally killed Sylvia, and something like that never happened again in his Sky Tower battles. No matter how his opponents offended him, Sokka would only order Sylvia to shock their souls and leave them out cold on the ground. This was the reason why Angor regarded Sokka as one of the rare, good wizards in this world. The man looked crazy, sure. However, Angor did not really wish to kill him. Angor believed that the shot was enough to force Sokka to surrender. The truth told him otherwise. Sylvia did not stop casting her soul absorption, and Sokka did not look discouraged at all. Rather, his eyes glimmered with blood-red color while his already twisted face grew even scarier. Angor was positive he just saw a hint of excitement on Sokka's face. Excitement? While his shoulder was still losing blood like mad. At this moment, Sylvia's skill looked prepared. Angor sighed in defeat as the woman's soul released a red light beam. A strange ripple was released from Sylvia's form. Sokka looked overexcited. Angor thought he was going to lose it by receiving some kind of soul damage, so he was prepared to accept his first defeat. However, the ripples of soul absorption came, and he only sensed a sharp but brief tingle as if someone just poked him with a needle. And nothing else. Sylvia was no longer releasing light. Angor stood on the arena just fine. When Angor noticed that everyone was looking at him with great shock except for Sokka, who had a look of doubt, he asked in his fake low voice, "That's it? That was your soul absorption?" Chapter 187, The Third Star. Angor did not mean to taunt. He really wanted to know if Sylvia's attack had ended. The mild pain was nothing compared to what he went through in the nightmare realm when he saw the strange wall. It could not possibly be the rumored skill called soul absorption. His question somewhat angered Sylvia even further. She lunged at Angor like mad. However, the soul of a former apprentice was too weak to use effective physical attacks. She could damage people by using spells for now, and both of her skills, soul howling and soul absorption, did nothing to Angor. Her frenzied scratches and kicks were also completely useless. On the other hand, Sokka was not angered like Sylvia. He was now looking at Angor with great enthusiasm as if someone just discovered a treasure vault. Not giving up yet. Angor lifted an arm at him. If Sokka insisted on fighting, he would not show mercy this time. Sokka only revealed an eerie smile. Such a beautiful soul, hee hee, the man's expression slowly returned normal, like a gloomy yet dashing artist. At last, my third star. Sokka's crazy look was replaced by gentleness. Tell me your name, my precious. Sokka approached Angkor with the steps of an elegant nobleman, completely oblivious of the bleeding wound on his shoulder. Angkor felt a terrible chill climbing along his back. This man was worse than a psycho. Freeze! He yelled. One more step and I'll... Pong! A golden bolt stuck in the ground in front of Sokka's feet. Kill you! Sokka smiled brightly. My precious star! Do you like this name? What the heck is precious star? Angkor felt really disgusted. This madman was beginning to give him nicknames now? Sokka kept approaching. Angkor grimaced. He released a golden bolt enchanted with freeze rune, directing it at Sokka's heart. Sokka was already hurt, and he was in no condition to avoid the attack. He tried his best to move aside a little, causing the bolt to hit the right edge of his chest. In the next instant, the entire right side of his body was frozen in ice. The result of the battle was clear. If Sokka did not get treated in time, whether he could live was only a matter of time. Sokka tossed his profile card into the air and surrendered. Angkor would have really appreciated his decision, if Sokka did not toss his card like throwing a love letter. After Sokka admitted defeat, the medical team in the tower immediately came to the stage. When Sylvia returned to Sokka, another bulky, muscular man also appeared beside him. That must be his second star, Venus Harrington. Angkor suddenly realized something. Was Sokka referring to him by precious star? Or rather, his soul? While being carrying away, Sokka was still looking at Angkor with a certain lover's look. Angkor trembled again. That monster really wanted my soul. I should have killed him. Angkor considered his options. Could he finish Sokka off right now? Would it earn him a bad name or something? His moral did not really allow him to attack someone lying on a stretcher. How about, find a chance later and get rid of Sokka? As Sokka was carried off the stage, Angkor was still standing in the middle of the arena, wondering what to do. The audiences suddenly yelled in unison. Then they all cheered Angkor's name under his puzzled gaze. Baron Milk! Baron Milk! Baron Milk! Receiving such treatment from audiences usually meant great honor. Angkor, however, only felt indescribable embarrassment. His title ruined it all. He should have insisted on using absolute truth. In the end, Angkor only waved at the audiences in a stiff manner to tell them that he heard them before heading toward the waiting room without looking back. The other fighters in the waiting area also paid him a lot of attention. Sokka had been bullying other people in level 10 for some time. His terrible wound, which was caused by Angkor, would probably keep the weirdo off the stage for a week or two, which meant the others now had one less thing to worry about. Although Baron Milk himself meant another threat to them. Angkor did not go for another match. He spent most of his mana in this match, so he was not confident that he could manage another. He decided to return home and rest up. Inside his house, Angkor took some time to think about the fight against Sokka carefully. He was taken by surprise too many times because of the lack of knowledge about soul manipulators. If he had known that Sylvia could not really do much to him, he would never waste mana on his defense spells. Speaking of Sylvia, she did use soul howling and soul absorption, right? Angkor checked in his hologram tablet for soul manipulator spells. And he found none. There were not many occult spells in the books he had. At least Sunder's collection did not record many of them. If Sylvia's yelling and the red beam she released were skills, then why did he not feel anything? Well, maybe soul absorption tingled him a little, but that kind of pain was completely neglectable. Maybe it had something to do with the essence of Glutton Flower Lord? No way. According to Sunders, the essence only mended damaged souls, not protected them. Angkor gave up. He decided to go ask Dave about it later. Since Dave possessed data about Sokka, he should know about Sylvia's abilities as well. The match further helped Angkor realize his weaknesses. His means of attack were too simple. Also, he had too little knowledge about his opponents before each fight. Whilst resting, Angkor slowly went through the participant list Dave gave him and tried to check the abilities of elite fighters so he would not get too helpless when facing them. In the afternoon, Angkor came to the Sky Tower late and only had 4 matches. He won them all. The matches attracted more and more audiences this time. It seemed his victory against Sokka was known by more people, so they came to level 10 just to watch him. And of course, they were mostly trying to spy on him to know his strengths. In the evening, Angor waited in front of the tower until 9 o'clock, hoping he could catch that pervert. He did not succeed though. Instead, he saw Chloe brothers. Angor never tried to hunt them down since the twins always stayed really far every time they saw him. However, now that the Chloe brothers were right under his nose, Angor blocked them inside a small alleyway. His black robe looked even darker in the narrow path at night. The Chloe brothers recognized his identity immediately. They quickly stayed cautious and showed fear. Angor was glad they did since this would make the situation a lot easier. Before Angor could initiate a friendly conversation, the elder one of the twins, Black Chloe, moved in front of White Chloe and handed a tattered magic scroll to his brother. "Mr. Baron Milk, we don't mean to oppose you," Black Chloe spoke. Angor ignored him. He carefully inspected the magic scroll in White Chloe's hand. Those composite runes and special markings, he saw them in Sunder's collection before. Crown Clown's balanced teleportation, Angor slowly revealed the name of the magic scroll. Black Chloe remained calm. "I see you already know about it, Mr. I hope you can let us go. We promise never to tell anyone about you, and never to show ourselves in front of you again." White Chloe looked really worried about something. "Brother." Angor, on the other hand, hesitated. The twins reminded him of Leon. While studying in an exclusive school in Waterford, people often bullied him for his timid nature, and Leon always stood in front of him like that. He was planning to get rid of the twins, but their magic scroll changed his decision. The Crown Clown was a demonic dominator in Abyss Plane who sought absolute balance in everything. If someone wanted to gain something from it, he or she had to pay an equal price. It enforced such a rule that was even harder than the equivalent exchange convention between wizards. Because of Crown Clown's controversial behaviors, many wizards became its fanatic believers and preached the devil's name around the wizarding world. A magic scroll with Crown Clown's name on it could totally achieve powerful effects. This magic scroll looked really broken and incomplete. However, with the blessing of Crown Clown, anyone could now use it as a brand new teleportation scroll, by paying a price. The price for using the scroll was usually someone's life. And not anyone, for that matter. The sacrificed one had to possess the same blood of the scroll's user. In other words, one of the brothers had to sacrifice the other one in order to get away. Black Chloe was obviously prepared for this. If Angor insisted on killing them, he would use his own life to let White Chloe escape. Angor had no idea where the twins found such a scroll, but he knew he was not going to kill them both today. Chapter 188, Discussion. Angor decided to let Chloe brothers go in the end. Before doing so, Angor warned them as well as asking them about what exactly happened on the day of the assault. Also, he asked White Chloe to give him some blood. The blood of a wizard basically held everything about the wizard himself. A wizard who learned blood-related art could use someone's blood to curse or even kill people. Angor would not do anything like that, but he could still track down the current whereabouts of White Chloe by using the blood as a tool. The blood was his final warning for the twins. After the brothers left, Angor went toward Dave's shop instead of heading home. When he reached the shop, he saw Dave crafting some kind of machine part on his working table. Dave asked Angor to wait a bit. He was melting down a piece of metal using Thaw spell and carefully shaping it with his hands of spell. In order not to disturb Dave, Angor quietly sat down and watched. Dave already knew that Angor had more alchemy skills than him now, so he did not hide his work and kept going. Angor looked at Dave's crafting and quickly learned something new. He had to admit that Dave gained some serious experience during his 5 years of studying alchemy. The way Dave used Thaw looked very similar to him, yet there were many simple details that helped Dave to conserve mana. Angor did not show it. However, deep inside, he diligently tried to steal the tricks displayed by Dave. A quarter of an hour later, Dave completed creating the part, a strange-shaped gear used in some kind of alchemy machine. Expecting something better, "Hey? Well, sorry, I can only make these little trinkets," Dave mocked himself. Angor shook his head. "Actually, it looks nice. I learned a lot from you." Believing that Angor was simply comforting him, Dave let out a hollow chuckle. "So what do you need? More materials? It's only several days, and you already made something else." Angor waved his hands in denial. "Nah, haven't been doing alchemy for days. I've been checking the participant data you gave me, and I got some questions." Dave removed his goggles and wiped some sweat off his face. He looked at Angor in a doubtful manner. "Don't tell me you're going to the Sky Tower for real." Angor only smiled. You can try. That trigger crossbow of yours should have no problem getting you through the first few levels. Dave began to analyze Angor's chances in all seriousness, about which level he could reach, or how many merit points he could earn. When Dave thought he reached a reliable conclusion, he stared at Angor with an innocent look. So, what did you want to ask exactly? Do you know anything about Star Soul Sokka? Angor cut to the point quickly, so Dave would not think about random things again. Dave took some time to think about how to describe Sokka. Not much, but I'd say that when fighting on the arena, Sokka is a mad, and also a good guy. By mad, Dave was referring to Sokka's terrible character. He said Sokka was actually good because this individual almost never killed anyone in Sky Tower, which was pretty good, considering how the tower was home to a good number of bloodthirsty murderers. However, Angor had a different opinion. He did not think that Sokka was trying to avoid killing people. That lunatic just did not run into anyone he wanted to kill. For example, Baron Milk. Your data said so too. Can you tell me something about the 3 stars he uses? Again, Dave only explained something already recorded in his data. According to Sokka himself, the man had 3 stars on him. But in reality, people only saw Virgo Sylvia and Venus Harrington before. As for the 3rd star, no one ever witnessed it. Do you know how Sylvia's soul howling and soul absorption worked? Angor asked. Dave looked surprised at this question. Why? Are you planning to fight Sokka? Angor looked away and muttered. Who knows? Maybe. Dave grew doubtful again. Angor, you're not serious, right? Sokka became a supernatural 10 years ago and always grew in strength smoothly. He's now at his bottleneck as a level 2 apprentice. It's only a matter of time for him to become a level 3. So what? I knocked him out for good. Angor thought in his mind. Well, I just wanted to know about Sylvia's skills, just in case, really. Dave was unconvinced, but he proceeded to answer Angor's question anyway. Angor remained silent after hearing Dave. What Dave said about Sylvia's skills was exactly what he saw during his battle against Sokka. The problem was, anyone who was affected by soul howling looked miserable in the end. Even if they managed to survive, Sylvia's soul absorption would definitely go for the win, unlike Angor's case in which Angor was not affected in the slightest. This meant that Sylvia did not have any problem. He was safe because of something on him. Angor had a feeling that he was losing control of his own body. Whatever happened inside him? Instead of feeling lucky about how he resisted Sylvia's soul attacks, Angor was more afraid of something unknown lurking in him. I think I need to ask Sunders about this, he mumbled. He would never sleep well again if he did not get a clear answer. Outside the market, gentle moonlight had illuminated the sky, decorating the apprentice town like a calm, deep ocean. Angor stayed at Dave's shop late into the night to exchange some alchemy experience with him. For many times, Dave tried to ask why Angor wanted to know about Sokka, but Angor only diverted the topic every time. Dave gave up in the end and asked about something else instead. You sure you don't want me to sell your weapons right now? There are many quests in the questing hall that ask to buy alchemy weapons. They would pay double price than average. A tiered long-range weapon may probably sell for 20,000 merit points or more. Not now, I can wait. The message about the Garden of Purification had not been announced yet. Angor already decided to wait until then. To him, whether the information could raise his profit was unimportant, he was going to earn anyway. Why would the questing hall buy weapons though? There are alchemists in the organization, right? Angor asked. Dave glared at him. You've been in here for half a year now. How could you not know something so basic? So, why? Angor blinked innocently and acted as if he was only an eager student. Dave answered in a somewhat impatient tone, who told you the quests are all from the organization? They're not. No, Day. Brute Cavern only put up a really small number of quests for people. Most of them are published by other wizards or apprentices. The quests looking for alchemy weapons are initiated by level 3 apprentices. I think they learned some kind of secret, so they are all preparing for something to come. There are many teams looking for new members. I see, Angor was not interested in their secret. He was still thinking about how the quests were published. So, I can put a quest there too, right? Say, if I need someone to help me find a potion or an alchemy material. Dave nodded. Of course you can. Although finding a potion might be a little, he glanced at Angor and continued, you can't find alchemy potions in the underground market or from quests. We've too few alchemists in Brute Cavern. But, you can try accepting quests which ask for custom weapons. There are always such quests with great payment, and sometimes they give you rare materials in return. Keep in mind though, you should avoid quests which don't provide blueprints. No alchemist will ever accept them because creating a correct blueprint takes too much time. You also have to find proper materials for the new blueprint on yourself. If I had that kind of time, I'd rather spend it on improving my skills. Dave's suggestion provided Angor with a new idea. Angor did not really want the extra merit points because he could always earn points by making more weapons. He was, however, interested in the rare materials. However, he was busy with his tower challenge now. Any new idea would have to wait until he reached the top level. Are you going to make something new recently? You know, I can always help you with your plan, said Dave as he revealed an intrigued look. Apart from being a bit jealous about Angor's skills, Dave also developed respect toward Angor. He believed that he could learn something really good if he followed Angor's steps. Even if there was no alchemy knowledge to learn, he could still gain innovations from Angor's creations. Those alchemy weapons he saw last time all had wild, yet great designs, especially the Tang Dao and Ime piercers. Their names sounded weird, yet the simple shapes held great potential, which meant Angor possessed some unique and viable alchemy ideas. For alchemists, having their own inspirations was always more important than having great alchemy skills. Plans? Angor considered. There's one. But it's not a weapon. Oh. Can you tell me? Dave really wanted to know. It was not polite to ask for someone's alchemy plans so boldly, but Dave could not really hold back his urge to learn. Angor did not seem offended in the least. It's a music box. Music box? Dave rolled his eyes. He knew what that was. Some kind of plaything in noble families, completely useless. Why music box? Try something else maybe? Another weapon will do. You just began to study alchemy, there's no need to go for different stuff so early. Angor shook his head and insisted. I'm not really overdoing myself. It's just a simple toy for Toby. Toby loves music, so I want to make something using echo flowers. This was what Dave thought. To make a toy for a familiar pet, how much time and money does he have? Chapter 189, The 3 Levels of Death. Wanna join me? Angor quietly expected Dave to agree. Having someone working together meant they could make up for each other's shortcomings and complete tasks faster. However, Dave shook his head. No, I'm not interested in a music box. Come again when you plan to make something else next time. Dave believed that Angor could not possibly make something wonderful again like before. It was just a toy. Could Angor actually enchant a music box with sharpen rune of something? Well, all right, said Angor. He seemed a little disappointed. The sound of a heavy bell being struck was heard in the entire underground market. 10 in the night. I should go. Angor stood up and bid farewell to Dave. When he reached the door, Angor suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, Hey Dave, do you have books about runecraft here? You mean runes used in enchantment? Dave looked puzzled. But what for? You made rune of sharpen last time, don't you have the books yourself? Not for enchantment. Just ordinary runes used elsewhere, Angor explained. But you can't use those on your item, so why wait? You're not going to do magic arrays, right? Magic arrays could be used to apply active effects on alchemy items. However, they were at a completely different level compared to runes used in enchantment. Also, magic arrays had weaker effects than synthesis, so very few alchemists would actually go for magic array craft. Just want to check something out. I'm not going to learn magic arrays of course. For now, Angor was interested in runecraft only. He did not plan to pick up another subject yet. He simply wanted to see if he could create magic scrolls with the help of the hologram tablet. Dave gave him a piece of sincere advice, Angor, you haven't been a supernatural for long. Attempting too many things at the same time will only hinder your progression. I mean, you're studying alchemy and fighting in Sky Tower, and now you're thinking about runecraft too. As level 1, you should get yourself stronger as fast as you can. If you don't have enough strength, you can only make lesser items no matter what kind of alchemy talent you have. Dave was right, and Angor knew it. However, he still could not tell the truth about his tablet to Dave. Seeing how his considerate words did not discourage Angor at all, Dave gave Angor a somewhat angry glare as if he was a teacher who got really disappointed at his student. I only have enchantment books here, not runecraft ones. And even if I do, I won't sell them to you. For your own good. Dave's wise display looked real enough. Anyone else would probably get convinced. Angor, however, knew Dave's character well. Rather than trying to educate him for real, this guy was only acting like someone's teacher to feel superior for lecturing people. Angor watched Dave's kind expression and sighed in his mind, okay, I'll try to play along. He put up an enlightened expression. You're so right. I get distracted too easily. From today, I'll meditate as much as I can and leave the other matters aside. Dave felt good at Angor's realization, but he was kind of surprised at what Angor said. You don't really have to work so hard. Keep up your alchemy training when you have time. You know, balanced development. Nat, I'll consider my meditation as first priority so I don't fall behind everyone. With that, Angor bowed to Dave politely and walked out of the shop with firm steps. Dave stood in the shop, not sure what Angor was really thinking about. Angor left the underground area and stepped back into Apprentice Town 8. Fresh air filled his lungs again. It was too late for dinner, so Angor bought some cooked ration from the town market and ate them in a haste. Once home, he entered the soundproofed room to meditate again. For some reason, he meditated a lot better this time. So was his mana flow. When done, Angor wondered what happened. Did he finally manage to calm his spirit instead of calm his body only? To calm one's spirit meant someone was able to enter a deep meditation while troubled by the worst noises. Angor considered and decided to try something. In his tablet, he found a song called Childhood Memory which according to its tag, was composed by Bandari. The music was peaceful and soft. Angor realized that the song he just picked was just another masterpiece like City of Sky. The different instruments in the song really created wondrous melodies that reminded him of his childhood times. However, he did not find the song because he wanted to listen to music. Angor left the music going and closed his eyes to meditate. When bathed in the musical notes, he was glad to find out he succeeded. Did he really achieve spirit calm in his meditation? Or was it because of the song's gentle nature which did not affect his meditation? Angor thought about another idea. He shut down his tablet and went to the attic. He asked Toby to scream sharply into the 2 remaining echo flowers in the attic to create some serious noises. Toby, however, believed that Angor came to enjoy his music, so the bird happily played its little concert. Angor tried to endure the harsh noise and forced himself to meditate. When his consciousness entered his chaotic mind space, he noticed the noise outside was slowly blocked from his mind. The case was different from when he listened to Childhood Memory. Previously, he could always hear the wonderful song while meditating. But now, Toby's disturbance was kept out of his mind. It was as if a mysterious organ in his head could tell noise from good music. Yet he could still sense the terrible frequencies caused by Toby. And he could not calm down enough to meditate at all. This meant he did not achieve calmness in the spirit. According to the records he read, this was something only possible for wizards, so the result was expected. After learning the conclusion, he returned to the soundproof room. He was still wondering why he suddenly meditated a lot better. He had just worked about 10% faster than before. He slowly went through what he did today and could not find anything special. The only thing that might have something to do with all this was his battle against Sokka when he became the target of Sylvia's soul attacks. But how did that affect his meditation efficiency? He could not understand. Still, being able to meditate faster was good news, so he decided to keep the question for now and go ask Sunders next time. Another week had passed. One day in the afternoon, Angor fell into a stalemate with an elementalist apprentice who used poison spells by combining wood and earth elements. Angor used a precious flame bolt in the end and won the fight. The fight earned him enough match points to go to the 13th level. The last 3 levels 13th, 14th and 15th level looked very different compared to the lower ones. They were the most occupied as well as the most dangerous levels. Someone would get killed in these levels almost every day. This was why they were also referred to as the 3 levels of death by many apprentices. Instead of joining a match right away, Angor chose an arena and observed the fighters first. As another participant in this level, he did not need to pay for a seat on the audience stand. This was another reward given to the participants by Sky Tower. Here, the arenas were distributed in a different way. There were only 3 arenas in the entire level 13. They were a bit bigger than the arenas down below, and they had 3 times as many spectator seats around them. Each arena could allow thousands of people to watch the match. Currently, all 3 arenas had ongoing matches. Angor picked the one with the most audience and watched. The screen above the arena showed Foxmaster vs Herald of Typhoon. Angor knew neither of them, but the name Foxmaster somehow reminded him of someone similar and a terrible opponent at that. Herald of Typhoon was a big, bearded middle-aged male dressed in his uniform robe with green edges decorated by silver and white stripes. There were 2 shoulder straps on him showing his family emblem. As for Foxmaster, the first thing that came to Angor's mind was that this individual's dressing style had too many problems that he did not know where to start to complain. Foxmaster had a young and handsome look on his face. His long, silver hair covered his shoulders loosely. But his white wizard robe and the wooden walking cane with a fox head on the tip somewhat made the man look like some kind of old hermit who hid from civilization. Also, Foxmaster kept his eyes shut during the match. The man moved around, cast spells, and did everything else with his eyelids closed. He acted like a young man who had seen enough of this world and did not care about anything. Herald of Typhoon, as his name suggested, was a wizard skilled at controlling wind element, while Foxmaster was a summoner. However, the latter was not using any monsters. He only summoned the shadow of a beast to attack his opponent. Herald of Typhoon was at an obvious disadvantage. Foxmaster pinned him down easily. The shadow of a blood vixen dashed around the stage like a lightning flash under the command of Foxmaster. With his elegant moves, the fight was more like Foxmaster's personal show rather than an actual Sky Tower battle. The man intentionally made bigger movements just to show his silver hair to everyone. And he cast spells while spinning so that every audience could see his face. At least this was what Angor believed so. Angor would admit that Foxmaster's performance did make the match more appealing and it aroused the interest of the audience. A moment later, Foxmaster defeated his opponent by leaving Herald of Typhoon in a completely hopeless state. Foxmaster was exaggerating his moves, but Angor was sure that guy was a lot stronger than the opponents he fought against before. Even though he lost against Foxmaster in a pretty pathetic way, Herald of Typhoon still looked really strong. Angor was positive that he had to use his enchanted bolts as well as a lot of time and hard effort if he hoped to defeat Herald. He needed to change his tactic. Chapter 190, Ranking. There were fewer participants in the 3 levels of death. Also, the rules of the match were changed. Rules regarding match points remained the same. Actually, since there was less competition, they actually needed fewer points to get promoted here. The rules for fights were different. Previously, fighters could draw an opponent and join the match right away. In the last 3 levels, however, the match began the next day, which meant the participants had one night to prepare. Also, the audiences could take advantage of this rule and choose which match to watch in advance. Of course, they had to pay ticket money to Sky Tower. There were even cases in which a match between 2 popular fighters was scheduled 1 or 2 weeks earlier so that the workers had enough time to advertise. For this reason, Angor also had to wait until tomorrow if he wanted to do a match. Angor stayed at level 13 and watched several more fights. All of the fighters were elites of their classes. Without using his alchemy weapon, he had no hope in defeating any of them. After seeing enough fights and getting to know the strengths of his opponents, Angor came to the lottery section to choose his rival for tomorrow. The lottery handler here was a small but sturdy old man who tied his hair into a tiny braid. He was reading a book with his legs crossed while smoking a pipe. The old man looked quite relaxed. When approaching him, Angor smelled a sweet smoke scent. He did not smoke himself, but he knew how to tell the quality of tobaccos. He was sure that the old man was using something better than Nausicaa's product. "Good day, mister, I want to draw for a match," Angor spoke respectfully, obeying the way of Confucianism that John taught him. The braided old man looked away from his book, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. "Whoa, how many books is he reading?" Angor silently exclaimed that this must be a really educated elder. The old man was not looking at Angor. He only lifted a palm without speaking anything. Angor paused, not knowing what the old man wanted. The old man curled his fingers several times in a beckoning manner. "Hurry the fuck up. Is he asking for a tip? In public?" Angor quickly thought about the shadowy figures who were always hanging around old Viscount Pad like flies attracted to food. Sometimes, they came to bribe Leon and Angor when they could not get something approved by Viscount Pad. Angor knew well about such fishy matters, but he was always the one receiving a bribe. He carefully took out a magic crystal from his pocket and placed it on the old man's palm. The old man tried to move the magic crystal to the alchemy machine nearby. When he felt that he was not holding something he expected, he widened his eyes. "Hey you, kiddo! What do you mean?" He looked so angry that his hair all stood up. "You trying to buy me off?" Angor wondered if he made the wrong move. Maybe the old man is not asking for money? Wanna buy me with only one crystal? Dream on. Did he want more? Actually, forget it. I won't agree no matter how much you pay. Well, unless you can find me the collector edition of this book. The braided old man gave Angor a determined look and picked up the book on his desk. Angor read the title of the book. A Refreshing Summer. The title was unimportant. The point was that the cover of the book showed a pair of sexy women who had their private parts on the chest exposed. Angor silently cursed. Shameless old fool. After a brief explanation, Angor told the old man why he had come. "Oh, so you're a newcomer." The elder stroked his beard and displayed a kind expression. "I was asking for your profile card, not your money." At the same time, he stuffed Angor's magic crystal inside his pocket while not revealing a tiny bit of embarrassment. "Consider the crystal as a small lesson. You youngsters always need to learn these lessons so you don't make the mistake again." Angor's hands, which were hidden under his robe, clenched into fists. "Now, gimme your card." Angor handed his profile card to the old man while trying not to punch him. After checking Angor's information, the old man suddenly inspected Angor up and down with a strange expression. Even under his robe, Angor still felt all uncomfortable. Something told him that this old man was not anyone ordinary. Angor sensed something powerful coming from the old man's gaze. "Ho, ho!" The braided old-timer chuckled. "I thought you looked familiar. So it's you. You know me, sir?" "Not personally. But I know your name. That little Melantha girl was quite fond of you." Melantha was the High Director of Sky Tower. If he could call her little girl, this old pervert had to be someone important. Angor was thinking though. Did all these managers and important person in the tower have nothing better to do? Why are they all doing lottery jobs? As Angor thought about his question, the old man already confirmed his profile card on the alchemy machine and handed it back. "Are you sure you want to pick a lottery now?" The old man picked up the lottery box and shook it, making its content clattering. "You hear? There aren't many participants here. Since Melantha spoke so highly of you, I can tell you a little secret, the lottery pool only has 13 choices now. 8 of the fighters were in the ranking list." The old man pointed to something posted on the wall behind him. It was a chart showing the rankings of participants in level 13. Here, the ranking list determined the places of participants according to their match points instead of their strengths. The chart contained the names of 50 participants who held the most points on this level. Match points did not really determine their skill levels, but being able to earn more points could still prove something. According to the list, the top place now held 197 points, the second held 154, and the third, 99. The last one had 47 points. Angor frowned a little after reading the chart. As he remembered, participants only needed 45 points to reach the next level. All of these people had enough points, but they chose to stay here. People all have similar levels of strengths in the last 3 levels, so they don't really need to move on. When someone gets his name on the list, he can receive a certain amount of merit points each month. Moving to the next level means eliminating your current points, so you see, they all stayed, the old man explained. "I understand now. Do you see what I meant now? Most of the ones waiting in the lottery pool are on the ranking list." The elder smiled. "That weapon of yours isn't likely to help you get through these guys. Thank you for your kindness, mister. But I still want to join," Angor spoke. "Suit yourself then." The old man handed the lottery box to Angor. Angor reached a hand inside. Just like the old man said, there were few balls in the box. He took out a random one with the number 000539 on it. A line quickly showed up on the transparent screen in front of the old man: Baron Milk vs Wasteland Warrior. "Tisk, tough luck, you." "It's a ranked one," the old man shook his head. "Wasteland Warrior, number 37, 69 match points." In Dave's data, Wasteland Warrior was described as a level 2 bloodline apprentice who had fused the blood of an earthen salamander into his body. To Angor, This one sounded like someone with good defense. The ordinary crossbow bolts probably would not work. I can schedule more opponents, right? I'll keep going, Angor spoke. You sure about it? I am. The old man did not comment. He stared at Angor's determined expression and grew really curious. He already scanned Angor's body using a special spell, and he did not find anything particular aside from that alchemy weapon on the boy's wrist. So, how could this barren milk be so confident? All right then. I'm looking forward to your method. The old man concluded that this boy was simply looking to die. He would not have spoken to Angor at all if Sunders was not behind this. Pick another one then. Melantha said you must wait 5 minutes between matches. But there are just too few matches in the queue, so that rule doesn't work here. Come tomorrow morning, and I'll arrange your matches. Now, draw another opponent. The elder gave Angor the lottery box again. Match 2, Barren Milk vs Twilight of Night. Another participant on the ranking list. Number 41, 61 match points. Angor thought about Dave's data. This one was a level 2 bloodline apprentice as well, but the exact type of blood was unknown. The only thing he knew was that Twilight of Night was someone extremely fast. Fast, huh? Angor sneered in his mind. Faster than Toby? Not likely. I'm continuing, Angor spoke again. The old man squinted his eyes and shook his head. You have 0 points now. Granting you 2 chances is already a bonus. Earn some points first if you want to queue up for more matches. Angor understood. People's points were only transferred between each other. The Sky Tower would not allow him to join further matches if he lost the first one and caused his points to go below 0. Also, if he was killed in the first match, his second opponent would gain a victory and points for free. This was unfair to everyone else in Sky Tower. Thinking about this, Angor nodded and accepted the situation. I might sound bothersome, but I've to remind you again. Don't die. Or I'm going to have a really hard time telling Sunders about it, the old man mumbled the second half of his speech inside his mind. Thank you kindly, mister. Don't call me that, the name's Baroque. People called the last 3 levels in Sky Tower as levels of death. It meant that everyone who wished to triumph in the end had to go through 3 deadly paths. Angor, however, only had to get past 2 levels. His goal was to reach the top level instead of beating it. Thus, he did not have to join more matches in the last level. In other words, he was only going to fight against opponents in levels 13 and 14. There were only 2 levels left, so Angor believed he could finally reveal his other secret tricks. During his days of challenge, he also practiced all kinds of teamwork with Toby. Now it was time to release his bird. Chapter 191, A Good Start. The cold mist had covered the evening peace in the apprentice town, but the underground market was still bustling with people in its eternal light. The base of Sky Tower was exceptionally crowded. People had gathered in front of a giant screen while patiently waiting for the schedule of 3 levels of death tomorrow. Among them, there were also mortals who came here to pass the information to rich apprentices who employed them information on possible interesting matches and participants. I wonder if Fox Master has any matches tomorrow. I love his style. He looks so cool and composed. Composed? The fake blind bastard only knows how to act all cool. None of his moves got any senses. He can only bully people at the lowest of the 3 levels. You sound as if you're stronger. How about you go up there and prove it? Well, I'll never watch some unranked guy, thank you very much. I hope those in the top places can come tomorrow. I haven't seen them fight in a long time. The matches between the tops always got announced 3 days earlier. They won't come here all of a sudden. I'm just saying. Geez. 8 bell strikes announced that the time was now 8 in the evening. The information on the screen was updated. It's here, tomorrow's schedule. The beginning of the match list was a recommendation from Sky Tower. The Ripper vs Eternal Rest, level 15, match 5. Not what I expected. The Ripper's one of the bottom ones on the ranking list of level 15. And who is Eternal Rest? Never heard of him. Forget it. The Ripper will tear his enemy apart in a minute. Let's not waste time. Since the recommended match was not good enough, people moved their sights down to see if there was anything worth noticing. The Wailing King is up. But he's going against Lady Nightowl. The match will end pretty quick. Gargoyle and Vampire Vamp. I think I'll check them out. Vamp almost reached level 3, and she's a lot better than Gargoyle, who just became a level 2 apprentice. But her fangs aren't going to get through Gargoyle's stone skin easily. Their fight might be interesting. None of the onlookers were good enough to join the fights themselves. Yet they were all discussing the abilities and weaknesses of the participants like they knew everything, as if they could all hold their own grounds on the arena. Nothing in particular in levels 14 and 15. Let's check out level 13. I'd vote for Fox Master of all people in level 13. He had the best look. Don't you say otherwise. But Fox Master doesn't have a match tomorrow. Look, none of the top 10 guys are on. We can always go watch the new fighters then. Hey, look. Baron Milk, 0 points. This noob's going to fight Wasteland Warrior and Twilight of Night in one day. It was a woman. She had just noticed Baron Milk's name and spoke to her boyfriend. Wasteland Warrior in the morning and Twilight of Night in the afternoon? Man, he got guts. But he's too stupid. Wasteland Warrior's gonna waste him for good, and Twilight will get 3 points for free. Don't be so sure. Something told me that Baron Milk might win. You're not a prophet or astrologist, so don't give me that. It's just your delusion. Come on, women have good sixth sense. You'll never understand. If Baron Milk wins, I'll strip myself clean and run around the tree spirit garden. The couple quarreled while still holding each other's arm affectionately. Another gentle voice joined their conversation. I agree with the lady's instinct. Baron Milk will win in the end. The couple turned to look at the newcomer. The man frowned. Who is it? And what's your proof? Are you Baron Milk? No, I'm not. The newcomer was still smiling. He showed the couple his profile card. My title is Earthen Bear. Or you can call me White Bear. The man in a white bear costume spoke in a joyful tone. As for my proof, fate has already told me. Baron Milk will not lose. Fate? The man snickered. Okay, another fool who believes some kind of religion. If you all believe your fates and instinct whatsoever, let's get a ticket and go watch the match. The couple went to purchase tickets. So did White Bear. He held his ticket firmly and revealed a determined expression. The fate told me that only by stepping on the path of supernatural could I get away from my life of suffering. The fate told me that the path of the supernatural is filled with great challenges until I meet. The voice of White Bear disappeared in the distance as he walked away. In the end, it could be heard that he was talking about someone who could change his life. That bear guy looks so odd. Could he be a real prophet? The couples looked at White Bear's direction and muttered. My sixth sense told me that he probably is. The month of lingering rains had given its place to the month of wildfire. Angor's first match in the 3 levels of deaths was scheduled on the first day of the month of wildfire. If he only considered the order of months, this day should be the children's day on Earth. The wizarding world had nothing special going on this day. To Angor though, today was special because it was Leon's birthday. Leon was his only close relative ever since they lost their parents. Naturally, Angor would remember the birthday of his most beloved brother. It had been 1.5 years since Angor left home. Leon should have inherited his title and was now leading a glorious life in Gru Town. Maybe the war against Halen Imperials had ended? And when could he finally return home? Angor came to the Sky Tower in a mild state of homesickness as he thought about his brother. He did not really feel any stress. Probably because he already went through a good number of matches. Combined with that fact that the birthday of Leon distracted his thoughts. It was only when he stood on the stage and realized the audience around were all cheering loudly that he finally collected his spirit. The glass screen above his head showed the names of the fighters and a countdown timer. The names were placed aside portraits. Angor's portrait was there, but it only showed someone covered under his hood. As for the portrait of Wasteland Warrior, Angor did not pay much attention. His opponent was already standing across of him, so he might as well look that way. Baron Milk. Unlike the others, I know about you, said Wasteland Warrior. He was a bulky male who wore a khaki-colored armor. Surely you know who Battlehorn is. Angor did not know who that was. But he was Baron Milk now, so he needed to pretend. He's my buddy. You beat him before, so I know well about all your skills. Nice alchemy weapon you got there, but it won't penetrate my defense. Angor slowly recognized the name Battlehorn. It was a prayer user back in level 11, who buffed himself with all kinds of spells and attacked his opponents directly. I thank you for not killing my friend. Today, I'll make an exception and let you live." Wasteland Warrior spoke in a way as if he was giving Angor some honorable gift. "Nevertheless, I still need to imprint terror into your mind for going against me." Baron Milk remained silent as he maintained his distant and arrogant character's persona. However, Angor had already begun to complain in his mind, "This guy's talking too much." Wasteland Warrior? How about calling himself the Wasteward Warrior? Wasteward Warrior kept talking nonsense until the countdown reached 0. Angor immediately cast an ice wall to protect himself, then used the chance to gain more distance while applying various defensive spells on himself. Wasteward Warrior, on the other hand, did not move at all. The man thumped his chest confidently. "Come on, shoot. Right here. I won't try to dodge." Angor could not help smiling. "Okay, I was wrong. He deserved to be called a warrior." The novels in John's tablet were so true. People could actually get this stupid. "Ha! I hope you don't regret your words," said Angor as he gave his opponent a big smile. He already planned to use his secret weapon, but now he did not need to. Angor lifted an arm. While his robe was flipped up by the wind, Wasteland Warrior noticed a golden glimmer coming from Angor's sleeve. "So that's your hand crossbow? It ain't getting past my shield." Wasteland Warrior triggered his mana and the blood of Earth Salamander in his body. His already bulky body grew bigger. Blood vessels pulsed on his skin. "Perhaps one bolt won't do the trick. But how about 10? Angor said. He did not tell his opponent that he was using 10 enchanted bolts, not ordinary ones. Angor took the time to get a good aim at Wasteland Warrior. Since that guy was foolish enough to stand there like a striking dummy, he had enough time to set a plan for where each of his rune bolts was going to. The 3 freeze bolts would hit the ground to the left in a triangle formation. Even if Wasteland Warrior managed to step left and avoid the bolts, the ice would cause him to fall off the stage. The 3 flame bolts would then go for the right in a straight line, making it impossible for Wasteland Warrior to dodge the fire. Another 2 armor-piercing bolts were aimed at Wasteland Warrior himself. Angor carefully calculated the angles for the bolts. When he was done, he warned Wasteland Warrior, "I'm coming. Do it. Right here. My body's ready." The previously excited spectators all grew quiet at this point. Why did that conversation sound so terrible? The innocent Angor did not feel anything wrong about what they just said in public. When he received an answer from Wasteland Warrior, he even nodded at his opponent politely. Next, he held his breath, triggered his mana, and released all 10 enchanted bolts at the same time. Wasteland Warrior intended to terrify this arrogant Baron Milk guy by using the superior defense capacity of an Earth Salamander. However, when he saw the bolts aimed at him, he suddenly received a terrible sense. Something's wrong. Beasts were naturally sensitive to danger. Wizards who fused the blood of beasts also inherited such instinct. Now, Wasteland Warrior only felt as if a giant thundercloud had covered himself up. No matter which direction he evaded to, the lightning released by the thundercloud would get him. Chapter 192, Mysterious Alchemist. Shit! Those are tiered rune bolts. Wasteland Warrior could not believe what he just realized. Everyone in the audience was supernaturals, so they also quickly noticed that Angor's bolts were not ordinary bolts. How rich is he? His weapon isn't tiered, but his bolts are. It makes no sense. Which alchemist made them anyway? Can someone find so much time to craft tiered bolts like that? Is it Master Prome? Can't be. Master Prome only knows synthesis, but the bolts are enchanted. Brute Cavern hadn't seen another enchantment alchemist in a long time. A new alchemist maybe. Whoever it is, it must be someone all free who has nothing better to do. The comment caused everyone in the audience to fall into a dead silence. A new alchemist. A free alchemist. A new and free alchemist who could actually find time to create so many tiered crossbow bolts for a mere level 1 apprentice. Usually, every alchemist was so busy that no one could find them easily. Each time they created something new, people had to get in long queues early to buy them. It was like what always happened in front of Prome's alchemy shop where there were always people waiting. Prome always shut himself inside his lab all year round and would not come to the shop often. Even then, people still came looking for him all the time. All in all, alchemists were so scarce. If people could find this new alchemist to make weapons for them, they no longer had to spend all that time waiting in lines. Plus, Moonfrost Union just brought them a new message. People really needed an alchemy weapon to improve their chances. However, none of them showed their thoughts to others. They did not need more people as their competition. Nevertheless, they all kept this barren milk in mind. So many rune bolts are going for Mundo. He's in trouble. Mundo was the real name of Wasteland Warrior. Unlike Angor, he always showed his face on the arena, so everyone knew him. Serves him right, playing all tough like that. On the arena, Angor's bolts almost covered all possible locations Mundo might escape to. Mundo really wanted to dodge the attacks, but he no longer knew how. There were even 2 shining bolts with sharpened runes on them coming for him from right above his head. Since he realized he would get hurt anyway, his choice was to keep his damage minimum. He did his best to shift aside by kicking his left leg while fully covering his entire body under the hard defense of an earth salamander. A mana barrier in the color of dirt and fire shrouded his body. 2 armor-piercing bolts grazed against his left arm and leg, while his right leg was frozen solid by the freeze bolts. In the blink of an eye, the result of the match became obvious. There was no doubt Mundo had already lost. Mundo knelt on the ground on his left leg and felt his face burning in embarrassment. The wounds were not serious. As a bloodline apprentice, his natural recovery was faster than average. However, he felt terrible for his previous declaration. He got his face slapped so soon. If he played the match like normal without letting his enemy to figure out a good shot, he could have avoided the rune bolts by running. Now his attempt to pose in front of people cost his victory. If only he had known. Wasteland Warrior felt like crying. Mundo wished to get away and hide as fast as he could. He could not bear another second of having to remain here in the middle of the audience. He could already imagine how the other members in his team were going to laugh at him. Battlehorn was among the spectators too. Mundo glanced at his buddy and realized Battlehorn had covered his eyes to pretend that he had no idea who was that on the arena. Mundo felt even worse now. Angor moved his sleeve up and revealed his trigger crossbow to the public for the first time. People all gasped upon seeing the finely made machine. Such delicate craftsmanship. Its creator must be really skilled. A new alchemist made that. For real. Of course, Angor did not do it to show off. He aimed the weapon at Mundo and revealed more spell ripples from a strap attached on his arm. He was obviously forcing Mundo to give up. He still got more tiered bolts. The audience exclaimed in surprise again. There were not many left, but that alchemist really had a lot of free time. Mundo also saw Angor's move, and he quickly understood what this meant. Mundo took a deep breath. Thanks for sparing me. I surrender. He tossed his profile card. Angor walked off the arena and went back to the backstage while followed by the gazes of all people. There was jealousy, greed, and the will to seek information. Upon reaching the backstage, the other participants immediately swarmed up to him. Angor thought they came looking for trouble. To his surprise, these people all stayed somewhat polite. After listening to them talking though, Angor realized they were trying to learn about the origin of his trigger crossbow, either implicitly or boldly. Angor now became certain that alchemists were really important in Brute Cavern. However, as an unfriendly barren milk, he could not possibly chat with these people. Angor simply repelled every question with humps and sneers, then left the place under everyone's angered gaze. Ungrateful wretch. A black-haired fighter who tried to inquire info from Angor spat on the ground and moved to another black-haired, female participant. Selena, you're fighting him in the afternoon. Make sure you give him a good beating for brother. Selena glanced at her brother nonchalantly. Oh. Oh, for what? I heard you. Selena still spoke with her unchanged expression. A fat fighter who carried a great sword put a hand on the brother's shoulder. Hey, DuPont, is Selena really your sister? A chatterbox and a poker face. You two are an odd combination, you know that. DuPont sighed and said, actually, I've been asking that question too. Man, how I wish for a cute and soft sister. Angor did not stay in the backstage. He took a participant cable car and left. Thanks to this choice, he avoided lots of people who wanted to buzz him with their questions. Upon reaching his villa, Angor focused on his meditation training. After the match between Baron Milk and Wasteland Warrior, a rumor about a mysterious alchemist was slowly spread around the underground market. It was like dropping ink into clear water. The number of people who heard about the rumor increased like crazy. It was only a matter of time before everyone could learn about it. Dave, who always kept to his alchemy works, also heard about it. Today, he opened the shop for business when it was almost noon. Like always, people gathered in front of the shop. To his surprise though, there seemed to be fewer people. He repeated his routine greetings to them. Master Prom isn't here today. New merchandise will be put on sale in a few days, please come next time. Previously, people would scatter away quietly after they heard him. This time, however, they looked discontent for some reason. No one will come here if we find that other master alchemist. You didn't give us any new alchemy weapon for 2 months now, and you still want us to wait like fools. The comment was like a small crack on a river dam. More people soon followed suit. These customers were mostly stronger than Dave in strength, so he did not dare to retort. Dave could only keep smiling and apologizing for the inconvenience while sending them away politely. After everyone left, Dave mumbled to himself, did Brute Cavern just get a new master alchemist? He did not really care much. Dave closed the door and resumed his work on Propeller Flyer Mk3. In the afternoon, he received a message from Master Prom to collect new items from Prom's house. Hey! Master Prom will fill the shelves today? I should have told the customers, so they wouldn't yell at me like that. Dave complained in his mind, put down his work, and headed toward Prom's residence with several hired carriers. Master Prom lived in the woods around Apprentice Town 8 instead of inside the town. He dug up a giant cave inside a mountain to be his alchemy laboratory as well as a place for daily training. Usually, Master Prom would not say anything when Dave came here. He was always immersed in his alchemy experiments. Like how he did in the past few years, Dave went into the storage area to collect the alchemy items. There were a lot of items this time. He ordered the carriers to move the cargo away, while he stayed nearby to jot down the information of every item. He was surprised when he saw 2-finger crossbows and a hand crossbow among the items. Master Prom rarely made small, long-range weapons like these because Prom never figured out how to make the weapons release enough power. When Dave noticed that the weapons were not enchanted, he grew a bit disappointed. While Dave prepared to leave, Prom suddenly stopped him. Did you learn anything about the alchemist I mentioned last time? Dave was a bit bewildered at the question. When Prom took out a small golden bolt, he finally knew what was going on. A bolt used in Angor's trigger crossbow. But as far as Dave remembered, Master Prom only showed some small interest in the said alchemist. He did not ask Dave to look into the matter. You didn't ask your little friend about it. He did. But then he realized Angor was probably someone who lived in solitude and did not want to be bothered. Dave's instinct changed his words. I went to his house, but didn't find him there. That was a terrible lie. Dave saw the reflection of his face on a metal chunk nearby. His face looked really stiff. Anyone would notice his lying. Dave felt like crying in his mind. Master Prom always hated liars. Would he get on the nerves of his mentor? As Dave waited for a scolding with cold sweat on his face, he heard Prom mumbling in a small voice, I see. Your little friend's been fighting in Sky Tower these days. It's natural that you can't find him. What? Angor went to Sky Tower for real? Dave widened his eyes. Prom gave him a puzzled look. You didn't know? He's not your friend. Dave scratched his hair in embarrassment. Angor asked for participant information from me. I never asked him why though. He came to Brute Cavern last year and is only a supernatural for a month or two. So I didn't believe he'd go for the tower. Dave did not lie this time, and Prom did not question his words. Prom only gave Dave an I understand look. Looks like you've been missing out too much about your little friend. Aside from joining matches in the tower, he has also reached the first level of 3 levels of death. He defeated Wasteland Warrior Mundo just this morning. Angor defeated Mundo. But that's impossible. Chapter 193, Exposed. Back in the woods, Prom only showed mild interest in Angor's alchemy weapon and nothing else. However, what Angor used during his battle against Mundo in the morning was no ordinary alchemy weapon. He shot more than 10 tiered level alchemy bolts with different enchantments on them. That totally attracted Prom's attention. Prom himself always followed the most correct path of synthesis. In the field of alchemy, synthesis possessed the best potential and possibility to achieve great deeds. On the contrary, enchantment had little such potential. Moreover, many alchemists who believed in ancient rules did not regard enchantment as legit alchemy at all. The core of alchemy was fusing materials and ideas together, thus creating truth in the process. However, most alchemists who studied enchantment never figured out the basic meanings of runes. They merely forcefully memorized them to do enchantment. This was completely opposite to the essence of alchemy, so many alchemists did not accept enchantment as a correct way of alchemy. Yet they must admit that in the early stage, enchantment could create better results compared to basic synthesis. To enchant something, an alchemist only had to remember a rune and then apply the rune onto the correct material in order to bestow a special effect to a weapon, thus making the weapon a tiered tool. Those who learned synthesis, however, required a huge amount of time to look into all kinds of data, gain new ideas, and calculate material usage. They usually had to spend years on end before they could finally create something. Prohm had been diligently studying synthesis for 50 years now, and until now, he had only earned a simple glimpse of synthesis. Only when an accidental idea popped up inside his mind could he make a new tiered alchemy item. This was the reason why he only provided something new to the shop once in several months. Compared to enchantment, synthesis required way more brand new innovations and decades of a learning experience. Prohm, as a formal alchemist himself, also regarded enchantment as a petty trick at the beginning. But after spending several decades without gaining much progress, he sometimes would question whether he had chosen the wrong path. Maybe he would have made a name for himself should he choose enchantment from the start? This was usually referred to as ostrich mentality. Instead of admitting failure and accepting the truth, Prohm blamed his initial decision. Still, such a mindset helped him to avoid putting pressure on his mind. Prohm never actually regretted choosing his current path. He believed synthesis was the real entrance toward the final truth. Not every alchemist could reach the end of the path, but he should at least had an ambition. Prohm was not trying to find the alchemist who made these bolts because he wanted to set a score between synthesis and enchantment. He had another reason for it. An old friend who once helped him before wanted him to craft a long-range alchemy weapon. Also, the weapon needed to possess special effects such as expel, holy light, and purify, which were effective against undead creatures. Prohm received the request more than half a year ago. He had made many different alchemy weapons during the time but without finding any inspiration on how to craft something like that. He learned many material combinations and the effects they granted to items. To create the effect of purify, for example, he could use mass elixir and a divine stone, combined with several minor refinement materials. Extracting the special properties from these materials could give a weapon purify effect. However, the effect only worked in close range. It would dissipate if the weapon traveled in the air for too far. For anyone else, Prohm could simply postpone the request however he wished. But he owed a big favor to this old friend. Keeping his friend waiting for half a year already embarrassed Prohm a lot. Since he still could not get any idea on how to craft the weapon with synthesis, he began to consider enchantment. Brute Cavern had not seen another alchemist who mastered enchantment for many years, until Angor's enchantment bolts caught his attention. To satisfy his own goal, Prohm was very curious about this unknown alchemist. Now, Dave's little friend was the only clue related to this individual. When Dave asked him what had been going on with Angor, Prohm explained everything he knew without withholding any information. Prohm acquired every piece of information available to the public in half a day, including Angor's match schedule, his previous opponents, and so on. When Dave heard that Angor had been fighting in Sky Tower for more than a month now, he felt really depressed. He always considered Angor as a friend. Also, they met several times during the month, and Angor never mentioned anything to him. More than anything, Dave was more surprised at Angor's amazing progress. Heck, Angor had not lost a single match yet. Dave remained dumbfounded until Prohm told him Angor's title, which caused Dave to laugh out all of a sudden. Now Dave somewhat understood why Angor had been hiding everything. With a title like that, Dave believed he would also keep it from everyone if he was in Angor's boots. Prohm sighed in the end. Your little friend always kept a good distance from everyone. He doesn't talk much, but his actions are brief and efficient. Of course, he has all the reason to be proud when he has achieved so much at such a young age. What I don't understand though is how did you become the friend of someone like that? Prohm inspected Dave with a curious look. Dave, however, was completely puzzled by Prohm's question. Was his mentor talking about Angor at all? Not some kind of arrogant weirdo who always called himself the lord or the king of something. Proud? Angor? He did not talk much? Can't be. Well, maybe Angor was not a big talker, but he was far from being all silent either. Dave felt as if they were talking about someone completely different. Personally, I don't think the proud and distant man you mentioned is Angor, Dave stuttered a little. Prohm was surprised too. Then he realized something. So how does your friend look like normally? Dave considered for a long time before he finally came up with something. He's nice. He's just, sometimes, mischievous. Prom quickly understood the situation. I see now. He always hid under a hood during matches and displayed another character. So he must be trying to hide his true identity. Yes, I agree. Prom chuckled. Good for us then. Countless people out there are now looking for Baron Milk, but none of them knows who he really is. We, however, can find out the mysterious alchemist before everyone does. Dave thought in his mind. Mysterious alchemist? That's Angor himself. So why are you looking for the alchemist, master? Prom did not hide his intention at all. I have something that requires help. At 3 in the afternoon, Angor walked out of his soundproofed room feeling fully refreshed. His match against Twilight of Night would begin in 30 minutes. He went through the participant information he read before. Twilight of Night, real name, Selena Walton, age, 24, female. A bloodline apprentice who will soon break through into level 3. She fused her beast blood 5 years ago. Origin of the blood is unknown. Conjectures suggest that she used the blood of a phantom beast. She can use very swift moves and is skilled at confusing her enemies by constantly moving. There were also descriptions about the skills she learned and those she was good at. Angor did not really pay them much attention. These were only common speed-related spells, which were pointless against Angor. Speed. Angor was confident that no apprentice could move faster than Toby. Angor put on his robe and called toward the attic, Toby. It's time to show what you can do. Toby left the attic and slowly landed on Angor's shoulder. It could be seen from Toby's glimmering eyes and its puffed-up chest that the bird was also excited about its very first display. 30 minutes later, Angor stepped onto the arena of the 3 levels of death once again. He could sense the excitement coming from the audience when walking out of the participant passage. The audience stands were completely taken up. Back in the morning, when he was fighting Wasteland Warrior who ranked higher than Twilight of Night, there were still lots of vacant seats. Now, everyone had fixed his or her intense gaze on him. The attention from thousands of people caused Angor to shiver a little as if their sights were throwing needles at him. At the far end of the audience stand, a braided old man leaned against a stone mound and spoke to a middle-aged, uniform woman who had a coil-up hair bun and a fine body shape. You think the kid will win, Melantha? The old man glanced at Angor. Melantha usually handled the lottery box at level 1. Today, she left her post and came to level 13 instead. No idea, Melantha said after some consideration. No idea? I think it's obvious. He defeated Mundo because Mundo was too careless. Now Selena got to be well prepared. She's fast too. Bolts without speed runes can never hit her. And even if the kid has those bolts, they won't do much damage to Selena's bloodline improved body. Not unless the bolt is enchanted with both speed runes and damaging ones. That means a composite rune. Composite rune. It's already a magic array. Even the headquarters don't have many alchemists who can do that. By headquarters, he meant the most famous place in the entire southern region for its alchemy capacities, Floating Mech City. Melantha agreed with him, but she also remembered when Angor came to her asking for faster matches. The boy did not seem discouraged by the danger in the 3 levels of death. He looked confident and said he had some secret weapon. Melantha had no idea what weapon Angor possessed. Still, the boy had to have his own reasons for being so. Let's wait and see. Who knows, maybe he has a hidden weapon, Melantha snickered. Oh really? The old man also smiled. When observed by True Sight's spell, Angor's robe could hide nothing from him. He clearly knew whether Angor brought anything else on his body. Chapter 194, Toby's Strength. If he has anything different than usual, it should be that bird monster, Melantha mentioned. Too bad, its magic aura is too weak. The old man shook his head. Next, the braided old man looked back at Melantha and changed the topic. Your father sent a message again yesterday. He wants to know when you would go back. Melantha crossed her arms and looked into the distance. I don't intend to go back before finding my own path. The elder chuckled and did not comment. Melantha raised an eyebrow. Now I'm curious, Mr. Baroque. Why are you even here? Brute Cavern has been treating you in a strange way too. They already know who you are, and they didn't expel you. Baroque shrugged. They probably should. But, what if we've got the same enemy? Or rather, a common interest? Melantha was shocked at Baroque's words. Before she could pursue an answer though, Baroque pointed to the stage. The fight's beginning. Now, I want to see how Sunders would react if his student died in Sky Tower. On the arena, Angor carefully checked the woman standing in front of him. Selena was an ordinary woman wearing full black. Neither her clothes nor her face showed anything particular. The only thing worth noticing was her hair. Those curly, short hair strings were extremely greasy that they reflected a good amount of light. Angor somehow felt good when looking at this below-average woman. She was the only opponent who remained completely silent during the entire countdown. Someone of no words but swift actions. Angor really admired such characters. During the 3 minutes before the match began, they both stood there motionless and without making a sound up until the countdown reached 0. Match start. Baron Milk vs Twilight of Night. At the same time, Selena, who had been displaying a quiet temperament, suddenly disappeared from the stage. She vanished. Many from the audience yelled in shock. On one of the front seats, Selena's brother grinned. Vanished? Ha! She's too fast for your human eyes to see. A fat swordsman sitting beside him smiled. Bloodline apprentices have a lot of advantages here. Before a match, the magic array only inhibits their mana, not their blood. Dupont always complained about Selena's timid character, but as her dear brother, he never hated Selena. Now that someone commented about his sister in a good way, Dupont felt pretty happy and began to boast. Selena had never triggered her bloodline power during the waiting phase. This time, she spent 3 minutes to prepare her blood energy. Now she's strong enough to enter the top 10 at level 15. That's my dear sister. She's going to beat up the bastard for good. How dare he ignore me like that? On the arena, Selena's disappearance announced the start of a heated fight. The woman now looked like a smoke string. People could sometimes notice a small trace, but quickly lost sight of it when they tried to look closely. The audience all knew that Baron Milk, as a fresh new apprentice wizard, reached level 13 only because of his weapon. Now that the weapon was completely useless against Selena's speed, Baron Milk had nothing to win the match. They all believed that Baron Milk's defeat would be determined the next time Selena showed herself. Someone already sighed in frustration. They should not have wasted money on a ticket only to watch such a pointless fight. As everyone expected, Selena's faint figure materialized on the arena. She appeared right behind Baron Milk's blind spot while holding a shiny blade in her hand. It was not a tiered alchemy weapon but was still enough to penetrate someone's throat easily. This is it, all audience reached the same conclusion. Melanthia and Baroque, who had been staying at a far side of the audience stand, also shook their heads. He got no chance. Baroque commented, Sunders was too careless when telling the information about the Garden of Purification to a kid who just became an apprentice for half a year. As they all prepared to witness Baron Milk's defeat, a giant explosion came from the center of the arena which startled everyone. Smoke and dust covered the stage, preventing them from seeing what happened. Was that a spell? What's the deal? She already caught Baron Milk off guard, so why did she use such a powerful spell? The fat swordsman near Dupont wondered. Dupont also looked puzzled. I don't know. Selena never knows how to change tactic like that. Besides, she doesn't know any spells that create so much dust. Don't tell me. Dupont realized something terrible. The explosion and all that dust was not Selena's work. While the audience had their views obstructed, Baroque and Melanthia already saw what was going on the stage. Oh ho, you were right, Melanthia. The kid really has a secret weapon, Baroque spoke. We thought the bird monster was weak, but it has such amazing burst power. Melanthia exclaimed in shock. They did not see dust at all when using their sighting spells. And the dust was not created by spells. It was the bird on Angor's shoulder who did it. When Selena reappeared on the stage and tried to stab Angor from Angor's blind spot, the ordinary-looking bird launched itself at Selena at an impossible speed and kicked her away with a claw. Dust covered the arena when Selena's body created a giant pit on the floor. The floor of the arenas in Sky Tower was made from special materials. Only level 3 apprentices could damage them using their full power. And since level 3 apprentices usually did not participate in these matches, the arena floors remained in good condition for many years. Until today, when one of the arenas received a human-shaped crater on it. Unbelievable, that seabird's weak magic ripples can hardly make it a monster. But it has so much strength, Melanthia exclaimed. I can see how it flies so fast because it has curves and body build fit for a speed-type monster. But there's no way it can release so much power. Baroque closed his eyes and sensed the energy ripples coming from the stage. When he reopened his eyes, he widened them in astonishment. I see it now. Melantha, use remove delirium and you'll know why. Remove delirium was a spell only available to formal wizards. The effect was mainly to find hidden truths. The principle behind the spell was using small traces to backtrack truths that appeared in history. It sounded like reverting time, but the spell had nothing to do with the most mysterious energy called time. It only used traces left by energy to deduct what happened earlier. It was similar to how detectives recreated a crime scene by using details left behind by the culprit. Melantha cast her remove delirium and quickly sensed the change of energy in the bird's body several seconds ago. This is the sequence of gravity. Melantha yelled out. But a bird? Did it learn it when Sunders built his sorcerer's garden? Should be, Baroque replied. The sequence is still shallow. It can only change its own gravity because it only gained the ability recently. We were near the garden too, and none of us learned the sequence. Neither did everyone else, according to what they said later. However, a beast beat all genius wizards to it. Ha! I never expected to see such a thing in my life. Baroque looked back at Angor with a serious expression. With the avian monster to help him, this kid will reach the top of the tower. There's no doubt. As the other audience was still questioning what happened, the dust on the arena had slowly settled down. The scene was now clear to everyone. Their once impatient looks were instantly replaced by great shock when everyone's pupil shrank. Baron Milk, who was going to lose according to their guesses, was standing in the middle of the arena, untouched. He was pointing his trigger crossbow to a pit in the floor, a pit surrounded by more web-shaped cracks that extended outward. It was a pit that was about 1 meter deep. Inside the pit, a woman was shifting her body weakly. Her clothes and entire shoulder bone was shattered, and her eyes had rolled up into her head. But impossible! Selena was injured like that so fast. Whatever happened just now? Shit! Everything was covered by freaking dust. Any of you saw it? Why is the level 1 weakling all fine? Selena's almost a level 3 apprentice. The strongest ones among the audience were merely level 2 apprentices, so no one could really figure out the situation. Apart from Baroque and Melantha, the only other individual on the scene who knew what happened, or who had a possible idea about what happened, was Dave. Chapter 195, Entering the Lottery Pool. Dave left Master Prome's lab at noon and came straight to Sky Tower. He then bought a ticket to watch Angor's fight. He only had a vague idea about Toby's strength. He saw Toby's superior speed before, and the tattered corpse of K9 Master when Toby killed the guy. Dave already believed Toby should be pretty strong. But he never expected what he was looking at right now. Dave felt a chill down his spine. When he met Angor for the first time, he asked Toby to test out his flawed machine. He would never do such a thing if he knew Toby's true strength. In the center of the arena, Angor aimed his trigger crossbow at Selena. What? Not giving up? Angor spoke in a hoarse voice. Selena did not answer. She looked determined for some reason and did not intend to surrender. But she now had several broken bones. Especially her shoulder, which was completely shattered by Toby's kick. It was almost impossible for her to keep fighting. Yet she held on. Selena held her shoulder with a hand and struggled to stand up. Her legs were shaking. Pain on the body was not shown on her dust-covered, bloody face. Her expression remained blank. Why is she trying so hard? Angor wondered. Losing the match only meant losing 4 match points, and it was not like he was going to kill her. Now Selena looked as if she was fighting with her ultimate enemy in the world. He admired Selena's quiet character at the beginning of the match because most fighters in the tower were so annoying. At this moment though, Angor felt a bit agitated. The arenas did not care for the lives of their participants, especially here at the 3 levels of deaths. People died every day. Since you aren't accepting your defeat, Angor was unhappy because he looked like the final boss in a novel story while the woman in front of him was a hero of justice. If that's what you want, Angor triggered his mana and injected energy into the trigger crossbow. No. She lost. She gives up. Someone suddenly screamed madly among the shock-stricken audience. Angor, as well as Selena, looked toward the voice. A black-haired man rushed down from the audience stand and reached the arena. He gave Angor a pleading look. Dupont, Selena's elder brother. Angor ignored him. He looked back at Selena when Dupont quickly yelled at his stubborn sister. Surrender now, Selena. I was wrong. I don't need you to beat this bass, I mean, Mr. Baron Milk. Angor rolled his eyes. Did Selena hold on like that because her dear brother asked a shameless request from her? Selena looked at Dupont and responded in a plain tone, coughing up some blood. Oh. Oh? Toss your card already. Dupont feared that Angor might change his idea. Selena nodded and threw away her profile card while still struggling a little. Winner, Baron Milk. 2 minutes ago, when Dupont rushed to the arena. Someone's interfering with the match. You won't go stop him as the director. Baroque looked at Melantha. Melantha shook head. He didn't go up the stage. We don't have the right to stop him from doing anything from outside. He can run in front of everyone naked if he wants. Rather, I wonder how Angor would react. Baroque chuckled in a small voice and looked intrigued. Sunder's student didn't kill a single fighter during his matches. Such a pity. I don't think the kid is a saint. Just, no one has tested his limit yet. As the managing director of Sky Tower, Melantha knew well of every single fighter. Unlike the others, she clearly knew how Canine Master and Red Butterfly suddenly disappeared. Self-control, knowing someone's limits, refraining from arrogance and greed. Those were all essential elements for a wizard. Most people regarded wizards as bloodthirsty and violent characters because most wizards had really terrible limits. Really? Then Sunders found himself a good student this time. Baroque did not seem interested in Angor's character. He turned away and left. I'm going. Matches ended, and that kid's going to the lottery soon. Now I think about it. Parasite Queen had not lost a match in a long time. Maybe I should try her out against the kid, so she can go bother someone else instead of keep buzzing me on the same level. Mr. Baroque. Please refrain from doing anything unfair to the participants. Melantha frowned. Take it easy, will ya? I guess you don't want to watch that kid go all the way to the top without meeting any challenge, eh? Fighting with different characters will help him grow up. Baroque's voice came from the distance loud and clear even though he already walked far. And Sunders won't blame me for it. Rather, he's going to thank me. Melantha shook her head again. She turned back to watch Angor leaving the stage slowly. After Angor disappeared from people's view, the audience was still discussing what had happened in the dust cloud. Even Dupont tried to get an answer from his sister while helping Selena move away from the arena. Selena stayed silent for a while and thought about her previous fight thoroughly. She chose to show up from the right rear side of Baron Milk so she could catch him off guard. As someone born from a killer family, Selena knew well about how to find the blind spots of people. However, before she could get the decisive hit, a shadowy figure assaulted her. She never figured out what attacked her because it came so fast. Her speed and reflexes were nothing compared to what ambushed her. Now that she could think about her fight carefully, she had an idea. Selena asked Dupont to remove her damaged coat. When her shoulder was revealed, she inspected the wound on her shoulder bone and saw several bone-deep claw marks, which did not surprise her at all. This is Dupont noticed the damage as well. It's the bird. Selena nodded. I checked it before your match. It's just a low-leveled monster. In fact, it's even weaker than a typical monster. So the bird is so powerful. Selena did not respond. Dupont was only an onlooker who had no idea what terrible strength the bird truly held. Weird. Nobody knew which art Baron Milk studied. From all the information I collected, he had never used any particular spells and only won by using his alchemy weapon. Those who lost to him in lower levels all called him Dirty Milk. Dupont pondered, maybe he's a summoner. Angor returned to the backstage and headed to the lottery section. He was surrounded by people halfway. Being popular always meant attracting more troubles. Those who tried to act friendly with various unknown reasons formed up a circle around Angor and asked him different things they wanted to know, such as his winning tricks and who created his alchemy weapon. They did not really obstruct his way, so Angor kept on walking. Until he reached the lottery box, when the braided old man, Baroque, smiled at them and asked, "You all want to join?" "Splendid. I really need more participants in the queue." Everyone quickly left at those words. Next, Baroque smiled at the boy who stood in front of him. "I assume you came to draw more opponent?" "Yes. Getting 2 wins today proved your strength. I can allow you to schedule more matches now." However, Baroque sighed. "It's too late now, there are only 4 choices left in the box. 2 of whom are on the ranking list. Are you sure you want to pick 4? That's... Angor frowned. Even if he could win against all 4 of them, he still could not get enough points. I won't draw. I'll go fight all of them one by one, said Angor. He paused for a moment before he continued, also, I wish to get my name into the lottery pool. Lottery pool meant the box which contained the participant choices. The Sky Tower would not force its participants to join fights. However, if someone wanted to keep his position at a certain level, he or she had to join at least one match in each month until they reached the top level, in which case they would no longer lose levels automatically. The lottery pool consisted of those who waited for the minimum match. Most of these people would enter the lottery, finish a match right away, and come back next month. Angor never tried this before because when a matching would arrive was completely at random. He had been drawing opponents non-stop, so he did not need to enter the pool. Since he was now at the 3 levels of death, he might as well do so. Anyway, if someone actively chose him, he still had to wait until tomorrow. Is that so? Not a problem, said Baroque as he squinted his eyes. The announcement screen outside will show the new schedule for tomorrow at 8 in the evening. You can check who would fight you from there. Entering the lottery pool did not mean that he would get chosen right away. Also, Dave's information contained the data of 3 of the 4 remaining participants. The 4th one was someone like Angor who just came to level 13, so Dave had not found anything about that one yet. Among them, the first name that caught Angor's attention was Fox Master. According to his memory, this one always turned battles into showy performances. The Sky Tower regarded participants in the 3 levels of death as valuable assets. In order to ensure their safety outside, there were many complicated cableways for these levels which also allowed their users to get off midway and to avoid being stalked. Angor used such a cableway to leave, so he did not have anyone following him. Later, he went to the mortal market. Before heading back to Apprentice Town, he hired someone to help him note down the new schedule shown in the evening. Chapter 196, Parasite Queen. The sun was setting. The gentle, red aura slowly shrank along with the tips of the mountains in the distance. Angor sat in his garden and stared at the disappearing sun. His mind once again returned to his faraway home back at Old Earth. What's Leon doing at this hour? Already had dinner? Did he have a birthday party? Without Angor, and with John ill, everything in Pad Manor had fallen into Leon's hands. Maybe he already forgot about his own birthday? Angor raised a glass of milk, and toasted toward the direction of his home. Spatial distance could not separate the bond of brothers. Happy birthday, Leon. Angor returned to his laboratory to continue learning illusions. He never tried to attempt anything deeper. What he had been doing was practicing the basic illusions he already learned again and again. This did not mean that he had never looked at advanced techniques. He already read through Sunder's notebook several times and could recite the spells perfectly. He did not find out which branch was suitable to him like what Sunders asked. He only memorized how to cast the spells and waited for the day when he had completely mastered basic spells so he could comprehend harder illusions with ease. He was extra interested in one of the advanced cantrips called Melodious Illusion, a level 1 cantrip. The spell was one of the most basic acoustic illusionist spells. It was not so different from other basic illusions. The spell constructed a harmless illusion using sound to confuse enemies. He grew curious about this particular spell because of a new idea he thought about just recently. Aside from Tower Challenge, meditation, and reading books, he had been working on something else: Toby's music box. He already determined the main material for making the music box, echo flowers. As for minor materials, he created a basic list for them. According to his initial plan, he was going to make something that could replay complicated, lossless music like the hologram tablet. But he hesitated later because something like that was basically another crystal ball transmitter. His own transmitter was too low-leveled to record sounds. However, when he visited Sunders last time, he saw his professor watching his matches in a crystal ball which perfectly recreated both image and sound. So, if he wished to make something to play music, he could simply refer to a blueprint in Encyclopedia, Basic Alchemy, and craft an advanced transmitter. Since he planned to make an alchemy music box, he was determined to do something interesting about it. Reading about Melodious Illusion got him new inspiration. Could he make something happen by combining Melodious Illusion with music? Maybe when the music box played a piece of music, it could also create an illusion according to the music. For example, when it played City of Sky, a scene would slowly generate around it where a faint, floating city appeared among clouds in the vast blue sky. The city was decorated by lush vegetation and artistic building blocks as well as chirping birds and lively butterflies, that would look so wonderful. As he recalled, gentle music did not affect his meditation. Rather, it sometimes helped him enter a meditation state faster. If so, he could also try applying a mind-soothing rune to it. That sounded interesting. Yes, he got his ideas only because they felt interesting. Before he could realize his creation of an interesting music box though, he needed to know how to combine melodious illusion with alchemy. Angor had everything else prepared and that included runes, materials, and blueprint. While practicing illusions, Angor did not realize that it was already 8 in the evening. More people had gathered under the Sky Tower, most of whom were hired mortals who came to note down the new schedule for tomorrow for their employers. There were also apprentices who came personally. The two different types of people could be distinguished by their positions. Apprentices mostly stayed right under the announcement board and chatted with the others while mortals kept their distance and looked cautiously at the announcement from afar. Mortals all remained quiet while the groups of apprentices already began to discuss tomorrow's matches. I heard. The handsome genius, Fox Master, entered the lottery pool when everyone's looking. So he got a match tomorrow? Of all matches in the last 3 levels, I want to watch him most. 2 young witches chatted while holding each other's arm. When talking about Fox Master, they both blushed a little, probably excited or bashful. Even then. Aren't there too many people here today? For what? I think Parasite Queen came to the tower today, so people thought she's going to join a fight. Parasite Queen? The number 1 at level 13. Yeah, it's a long time since one of the tops did a match in the tower. I hope the rumor is true. It can't be. Such matches are always announced a week earlier or 2. The tower never told us something like that. Besides, if Parasite Queen entered the lottery pool, no one would go draw a match. I don't know. Well, it's just a rumor. We're all here to check it out, aren't we? Right. No hope means no disappointment. People's voice slowly quieted down as the bell tower declared 8 in the evening. As the bell strikes ended, the giant screen at the base of Sky Tower quickly replaced its information with the new schedule. Everyone looked at the header of the list first. The header was always reserved by the Sky Tower to show a recommended fight. And people remained silent when they saw the 2 names shown on the screen. Parasite Queen vs Baron Milk, level 13, match 4. They rubbed their eyes and checked again. When they still saw the same names on the screen, people finally pointed at the information with trembling fingers. What? Parasite Queen is really here? Almost every apprentice yelled out at the same time. They came to check an unlikely rumor, but they did not expect it to be real. The silence was instantly broken by loud cheering. Parasite Queen! Parasite Queen! My heroine has come! I'm getting a ticket. Now! VIP seat, please! Haha! I was right to come. Maybe I can get a VIP ticket as well. Too bad we can only buy one. Otherwise, we can make a fortune by selling them to others. Hey you! Mortals! Take these magic crystals and go buy tickets, then give them to me. 1 silver coin for each. No one was interested in the other matches now. Everyone swarmed inside the tower hall just to buy a better seat. Some of them even thought about being ticket scalpers. Even the 2 witches who came for Fox Master had forgotten about him. They both followed behind everyone. Only several apprentices who could not afford a ticket remained outside. Still, they knew well about seated players in the tower, so they all knew about Parasite Queen's name. On the other hand though, who's Baron Milk? How did he get matched against Parasite Queen? And why didn't Sky Tower advertise the match earlier? Something's not right. Someone in a white bear costume came out of the Sky Tower after getting his ticket before everyone else. When he heard the remaining apprentices talking, he silently chuckled in his mind. Because they know that this match won't look so fun in the way you expected. Somewhere far from them, a figure hidden in a black robe appeared from the shadow. The figure stared at the schedule and at the name he had been thinking about all these days. He grinned. My precious! I can't wait to see you again. It sounded like someone speaking to his long-lost lover. Also, there were other people who paid extra attention to Baron Milk, or rather, the mysterious alchemist behind Baron Milk. Prom also received the information while working in his personal laboratory. Parasite Queen? Dave's little friend met some bad luck today. I still need to know who that alchemist is. I hope he stays alive. After thinking about it, Prom decided to go watch the match. Parasite Queen was his acquaintance, so he might as well go and tell her not to slaughter Baron Milk yet. Dave heard about it too, and he already got himself a ticket. However, his attention was not on Angor for now. About 10 at night, Angor acquired his schedule from the mortal he hired. He had 5 matches tomorrow. There was one additional match apart from the 4 ones he already expected. It had to be a match when someone came and picked his name in the lottery. Parasite Queen, Angor went through the data he saw before. Dave wrote a lot of information about Parasite Queen, like how she was extremely beautiful, cool, and awesome. Everything showed Dave's absolute admiration toward this individual. There was no useful description. Her skills, no. Her expertise, no. Dave only expressed all kinds of meaningless compliment. Since he did not have any idea who Parasite Queen was, Angor could only wait till tomorrow and see. He checked the timeline again. 2 matches in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. Something caught his attention though. Angor would fight against Foxmaster in the first match. Chapter 197, Composite Cantrip. Why am I getting the feeling that I always ran into this Foxmaster, Angor thought. He had one night of good sleep, then prepared to head toward the tower with Toby in the morn. When he opened the garden door, he saw Dave leaning against a small stone lump nearby. Dave was thinking about something with his arms crossed. Also, Dave was blushing as if he was having some kind of happy dream. Angor removed his hood and approached Dave. "Hey, Dave," Angor said, wondering what was going on. Dave heard his name being called with a start. When he saw who it was, he greeted Angor in an uneasy manner. "What are you up to? Your face is all red," Angor spoke. "Oh, it's nothing." Dave let out a silly chuckle. "I came looking for you." Angor knew Dave was hiding something, but he did not try to ask. Everyone got secrets. Angor did not really care about the problems of other people unless they had something to do with the truth of wizardry. "So what do you need from me?" His first match was only half an hour away, so Angor did not stop moving when talking to Dave. "I saw your match yesterday. You were so good. You're as good as the strongest genius in my year." Angor gave Dave a surprised look, then he pretended he did not understand with an innocent expression, which he learned from Toby. "I don't know what you're talking about." Dave looked proud for some reason. "Stop it. I know everything. You started challenging the Sky Tower a month ago, and you're at level 13 now. You won against Mundo and Selena yesterday. And your title is Baron Milk." Angor covered Dave's mouth with a hand. "Ahem. Okay, keep it to yourself. A shitload of people have been looking for me, it'll be a disaster if they heard you." Dave looked around doubtfully. There was not a soul around. They were walking somewhere far from the residential area, so no one would come here. Dave silently laughed, believing that Angor was only preventing people from hearing his title. Angor did not question how Dave learned about his identity. His hood was the only thing he used to hide his name. Anyone who knew him could easily recognize him on the stage by looking at Toby. Even though Toby only joined a match for the first time yesterday, Angor had started to bring Toby to the tower for a while now. He wanted to get the bird familiarized with battles among apprentices. Anyone who knew Toby could absolutely notice Angor. "Okay, so, you know my identity. My match is starting soon, why are you here?" Angor asked. "To give you info on Foxmaster, Day. Oh, and maybe there's another small matter." What Dave already handed Angor only contained information about seeded participants and ranked fighters in the 3 levels of death. Foxmaster was not among them. Foxmaster's no better than Selena. Dave cut directly to the point. "So you should have no problem defeating him. That's it?" Angor thought in his mind. "Of course, there's something more important I want to tell you," said Dave. He suddenly revealed a serious expression. "If you can, try to get rid of him on the stage, nice and clean." "You want him dead? Why? He's your enemy." Angor wondered. He did not like Foxmaster's showy style, but that was no reason for him to get personal. His impression of Foxmaster was still neutral. "I'll tell you this. There are 3 genius summoners and 3 useless summoners in Brute Cavern." "Yes, literally," said Dave. He paused to arrange his words. "Foxmaster is one of the geniuses. You don't know who he is, but you probably know his junior who's been studying from the same mentor. Fox Masters Jr. A name flashed through Angor's mind. A bad name. Dave noticed Angor's change in expression. You're right. Canine Master Potung. Potung is one of the useless summoners, but rumor has it that he's a close friend with Fox Master. He even copied Fox's title. The deaths of Potung and Red Butterfly aren't known by many people yet, but those who care about this information already learned about it. I don't know if they've found out you're the one behind this, but there are many spells that can help them reveal you. For example, remove delirium, which many level 3 apprentices can use. My point is, it's very likely that Fox Master already knows you. This is why you want me to kill him on the stage. That's right. Angor remained silent. Killing people was not really difficult for him. When he maimed Canine Master and Red Butterfly, he did not feel bad at all. Since someone came for his life, they should be well prepared for the possible consequence. However, killing someone just because of a small possibility was against his moral standard. When Angor noticed that Dave was really serious about this, he did not refuse right away. In the end, Angor let out an "I see" without giving any explicit answer. Since they finished talking about Fox Master, Angor changed the topic. You said there's another matter, right? Master Prom wants to see you, Dave briefly explained Prom's words to Angor. He still doesn't know that you're the mysterious alchemist. He asked me to talk to you and help him get into connection with this alchemist. Whether you want to go through it is your own decision. I see no problem with meeting him, but it has to wait until I reach the top level, said Angor. He had never intended to hide his alchemy skills. Being able to communicate with other alchemists meant getting more experience or even profit, so why not? Okay. Dave suddenly blushed again for some reason. He stuttered, actually, I have another favor to ask. The first match in Sky Tower today was between Angor and Fox Master. As Angor climbed onto the stage, he was still pondering how to deal with Fox Master. Kill him? No. He had not made up his mind. Not kill him? But Dave's words got a good point. The countdown began while he was still hesitating. Like always, Baron Milk posed an arrogant indifference look and stood there without saying anything as he acted cool. Fox Master quickly felt irritated. You beat me to it. No. I won't lose. Fox Master's long, silver hair flowed in the air while his moonlight white wizard robe flipped in the wind. He had his eyes closed on his similar indifferent expression. He looked like a wise hermit who just showed up in front of people, who supported his aged body on a fox-head walking cane. A poser with closed eyes and a hooded, wordless weirdo stood motionless on the arena face to face. The waiting phase was about to end. Angor began to admire Fox Master a little, for remaining silent while waiting. This was a rare sight in Sky Tower. When the match began, Fox Master still had his eyes closed, but he already began to trigger his mana and prepared to attack first. Fox knew how Baron Milk fought before. He watched Baron's match against Selena yesterday. Fox Master knew he was weaker than Selena. Still, he was confident he could win this time. Selena's defeat was still a mystery. People guessed that when Selena reached Baron Milk, she was blasted away by some kind of secret skill or alchemy item. As a summoner, Fox Master did not have to get close to his opponents. For this, he believed that he could avoid whatever happened to Selena by keeping his distance, which meant he could seize the victory in the end. To make sure, he also summoned the true body of Blood Vixen this time instead of the shadow he used before. A tiny white fox smaller than a meter rushed toward Baron Milk under Fox's command. His plan was obvious. Fox Master was going to keep Baron Milk busy with his Blood Vixen and cast spells to take Baron Milk down from somewhere safe. This was a common tactic for summoners. This way, they could quickly learn about the strengths of their opponents. If their enemies proved to be too strong, they could simply surrender without going into a head-on fight. Otherwise, they could slowly wear their opponent down while staying at a safe distance. Such a tactic appeared similar to Angor's. Or, it was more effective. When the Blood Vixen came at him, instead of casting an ice wall like how he always did at first, Angor applied frost to the ground to slow the creature down. Next, he used his simplified version of dust removal, a cantrip he created called dust. Dirt and frost shards on the ground were blown into the air. Wind, water, and earth elements somewhat coexisted in harmony and created a strange, misty effect. A composite cantrip that creates a mist. Interesting. Baroque was also watching Angor's battle. He gave Angor a look of approval when he saw the kid creating mist on the stage by combining 2 low-level cantrips. There were many cantrips with such an effect. However, few of them were level 0, and many of them required their users to be skilled at a certain attribute. For example, apprentices adept at darkness could easily learn a level 0 cantrip called Dark Mist, while other apprentices needed a long time to study the cantrip and would waste a lot of effort. Now, Angor created a weaker mist effect by using 2 level 0 cantrips at the same time. It might not do much good, but his idea was brilliant. It was Frost and something that creates dust clouds. A new element combination for an existing cantrip maybe. Baroque pondered and began to admire Angor more and more. Composite cantrips and rearranging element combinations were both essential traits for entering the path. If Angor figured everything out on his own, Baroque realized why Sunders took him in as a pupil. Baroque thought he figured out the true reason for Sunders to pick a student. What he did not know was that even Sunders himself was quite surprised by Angor's growth. Now, on the arena, Angor was planning to do something special in the mist. Chapter 198, Moral Standard. The combination effect of dust and frost was not really a mist. Rather, it appeared more like a haze. Angor named his new composite cantrip as Dusty Haze, the name of which described the nature of the cantrip. It only blocked the enemy's view in a really small area. Also, it had a serious drawback compared to other similar spells: haze could pollute people's lungs. For this reason, Dusty Haze was not a perfect cantrip. Still, as long as its user can hold his breath for some time, the cantrip could be used to obstruct people's sight just fine. This was what Angor was doing right now, covering his nostrils. His wizard robe had a built-in dust removal spell on it, so he did not need to worry about getting all dusty. Toby, go! Angor ordered Toby to take care of the blood vixen. The bird tried its best not to breath the particles lingering in the air and began to assault the fox. A blood vixen was a bloodthirsty, high-leveled summoned creature which was skilled at using illusions. A blood vixen at its peak condition could create an illusion that covered hundreds of square kilometers wide. Fox Master's animal, however, was only 5 to 10 years old. As one of the most longevous creatures out there, it was still far for this one to reach its maturity. It did not take long before the fox completely lost its sense of directions under Toby's kicks. Angor told Toby to stay as quiet as possible, or Toby would have already killed the animal. As Toby pinned the blood vixen down, Angor tried to look toward the other direction of the arena. As an improvised cantrip, Dusty Haze had blocked his own vision too, so Angor could only notice the faint figure of Fox Master. A faint figure was enough. As Angor expected, when everything was covered under the haze, Fox Master remained far, only letting his blood vixen do the job. Angor checked the thickness of his haze and waited until it was time. Next, magic ripples came from Angor's body. When Fox Master saw Angor's mist, he was really afraid that Angor might do something dangerous. However, he soon saw more or less of what was going on inside the mist and quickly calmed down. It was not clear, but Fox noticed his blood vixen engaging in a heated fight with Angor. When he checked through his mental connection with the beast, he also sensed that the animal could not respond because it was busy fighting. Oh my! So Baron Milk is good at close combat? He managed to survive from my blood vixen quite well, Fox Master thought and revealed a wicked expression. But that's it. Once I get my spell done, you'll be dead. Fox Master began his performance confidently. He cast various tricky and dirty cantrips toward the Baron Milk's figure that he saw in the mist. The audience did not know what was going on. They were too far from the arena to see anything clearly in the haze. Also, there was a special magic array around the arena to prevent them from using their spirit feelers to observe the stage. As of mid or low-leveled apprentices, they could only stay put. Baroque was the only one who could watch the battle clearly, but even then, he was still confused by what he saw. Baroque thought Angor had further moves after casting his haze. However, he grew speechless when he saw the kid constructing a fighting scene in the haze by using basic illusion spells. A scene where Baron Milk was fighting with the blood vixen in full swing. Using illusions with mist was a common tactic for people, but what was the point of that fighting scene? Fox Master did not see through the illusion at all. He kept using his long-range cantrips at Baron Milk's shadow and was completely unaware that he had been hitting his blood vixen instead. Baroque took a guess that Angor was trying to wear down Fox's mana. Yet, Angor could simply use his alchemy weapon right now to take down Fox Master on the spot. Why all the extra effort? Youngsters these days. I can never understand what they're thinking about. Baroque sighed. Seriously, what was the kid trying to do by leaving the illusion there? Baroque did not know that Angor was trying to figure out whether he should kill Fox Master. Human natures were complicated. Bad guys might possess something good, while saints could have their dark sides. Angor did not intend to waste time on such matters though. He only needed to know one thing, whether Fox Master was trying to kill him. If Fox Master wanted him dead, Angor would not show mercy no matter what kind of character Fox was. The fight in the illusion remained in a stalemate. With the help of Fox Master's cantrips, Baron Milk slowly fell into a disadvantage. When seeing the miserable condition of Baron Milk in the haze, Fox Master grew more excited and began to direct deadlier attacks at Baron Milk's vital points. Baron Milk yelled, "You damn! Icer! Surrender? Not so fast!" Fox Master cast another spell and knocked Baron Milk to the ground. In Fox's view, Baron Milk now had 2 broken arms, which meant he could no longer toss his profile card. Seeing how Baron could no longer move, Fox Master finally approached him slowly with confident steps. "Why are you doing this?" "I already gave up," Baron Milk's voice reached Fox's ears. Fox Master was now too excited to notice that the voice was too calm to be true. Fox humphed. "You know well. Think about what you have done." "What did I do?" "Don't deny it. You're the one who killed Po Tung, no." Fox Master was no longer using his wise hermit act. He looked furious about something. "So you already know." Angor sighed silently. Just like Dave said, Fox Master wanted to get revenge for the death of Canine Master Po Tung. "Ha, even if I don't do it now, Brunk will. You might as well die here on the arena. A more honorable death that way, so you should be grateful." According to Dave, Brunk was an admirer of Red Butterfly. However, that man was away from Brute Cavern for now, so Angor did not need to worry about him at the moment. Fox Master did not try to hide his killing intent at all. "Too bad then," Angor grimaced. Inside the haze, Angor watched as Fox Master walked toward his dead blood vixen and sighed. A shining, enchanted bolt was released from his sleeve. Fox Master only had his attention on the fake shadow in the illusion. He failed to realize the imminent danger. Until a bolt enchanted with sharpened rune sunk into his throat. Fox Master widened his eyes in fear. And it was already too late. When drawing his last breath, Fox Master saw the dissipating illusion and pointed a finger toward the real Baron Milk before dropping to the floor as a cold corpse who had no time to regret his decision. After watching the entire fight and eavesdropping on their conversation, Baroque finally understood why Angor put up such a dragging display. The kid was trying to find a reason to get over his decision to kill people. Baroque knew why Angor acted so. Still, the kiddo is such a soft ass. Just kill someone if you want. You find all those excuses and didn't change your idea in the end. Why waste all that time? Sunders, who was famous for his swift and firm decisions when maiming people, found such an innocent student? This would be such a giant laughingstock if people heard about it. Since he had watched enough, Baroque picked up the refreshing summer from under his bottom and walked away from the audience stand while carrying the look of a pervert when reading the book. When the haze finally disappeared and exposed the corpses of Fox Master and Blood Vixen, all the spectators were still attempting to register what they just saw. In the previous moment, Fox Master was still tossing spells into the mist in an elegant way. The man even looked confident as if he already won. But, he was dead. Along with his animal. There was no crater in the ground like the one during Selena's fight. Whatever did Baron Milk do? Like always, people were wondering how Baron Milk defeated his opponent. But this time, more people began to sulk over Fox Master's fall. Most of the audience were witches. Fox Master's admirers. They were totally not expecting the death of their beloved star. Baron Milk never killed a single fighter in Sky Tower. Not even those who offended him orally. Yet this time, the audience stands were now filled with great sadness. Angor could already sense the terrible emotions coming from the fans of Fox Master. He looked around and as expected, he received lots of angry stares in return. Angor began to hesitate and pondered about whether his decision was wise. He killed Canine Master, so he needed to get rid of Fox Master. Now, more fans of Fox Master might come looking for trouble. This would never end. Angor did not wish to be some kind of big boss that opposed the whole world. Angor wiped some beads of sweat off his forehead when thinking about his possible future. He walked off the stage with the audience hissing at him in disgust. At least no one troubled him again in the backstage this time. He did not really want to do this. However, the decision to kill did not stress him out either. It was just like when he killed Red Butterfly in Canine Master. He read it from a philosophy book from Earth that those who tended to kill people already gave up their rights to live. Especially here in the wizarding world, where there were no laws or regulations to restrict people. Angor might come across more similar situations in the future. He never considered himself a saint. In this dog-eat-dog place, the only thing he wanted was to follow his own moral standard. He would appreciate kindness, but he would not disregard the dark sides of mankind. He would walk down his own path while perfecting himself. Chapter 199, A Unseen Battlefield. After battling Fox Master, Angor had to go against Parasite Queen soon. Until yesterday, Angor still had no idea who she was. Well, he knew that Dave really admired this woman. When Dave came to find him in the morning, he learned something else. Parasite Queen, real name unknown. A really strong apprentice. She was only a level 2 now, but she had overthrown level 3 apprentices many times. She was now the number 1 in level 13 who owned 197 match points. Dave did not tell Angor how Parasite Queen usually defeated her opponents because he did not know much either. All matches she fought before all ended in strange ways. It was either her opponents who gave up first, or they just stood there doing nothing and got knocked out by Parasite Queen easily. Dave's assumption was that her opponents all fell for Parasite Queen's great beauty. They chose to surrender rather than hurting her. Many people also shared this idea. Although no one knew for sure. Angor did not really believe that wizards could be seduced by women so fast unless Parasite Queen was some otherworldly creature such as an abyss succubus. That was not impossible. Maybe Parasite Queen did implant the bloodline of a succubus into her body? Still, these were all assumptions. Angor needed to confront her first. Angor did not exclude the possibility of meeting a real succubus, so he whispered to Toby before the match, "If you ever see me spacing out or not moving at all, don't wait for my order. Just go get her." He could not believe that a bird like Toby would get attracted by human beauty. His match against Parasite Queen was the 4th match for today. There were 3 arenas at level 13. When his battle with Fox Master ended, the other 2 matches quickly drew to an end as well. The workers were already cleaning the stages, so Angor was positive that his next battle would be within half an hour. And he looked forward to it. The number 1 on the ranking list. She was basically one of the strongest apprentices of the same class. Angor really wanted to know how far he was from these elites. As he expected, he was allowed to join the stage soon. When walking into everyone's view, Angor felt tension greater than that in any match he fought before. When he glanced around the audience seats, he saw level 3 apprentices, as well several elite fighters who came down from levels 14 and 15. Unlike Fox Master's fans, the genders of audience this time were even. However, similar to the previous time, they were all looking at the opposite direction of Angor. When someone covered under a white robe slowly emerged from the other fighter passage, the already tensed atmosphere among the audience was instantly lit up like oil. Men, women, the old, and the young, everyone expressed their love toward the white-robed figure. Someone even threw roses into the arena while completely ignoring the regulations of the tower. Parasite Queen paid no mind to the flowers scattered on the ground, which were soon ground to pieces under her high-heeled leather boots. She was still too far for Angor to see her face. When they got into their positions and waited for the countdown timer, Angor finally had a good look at Parasite Queen. He had seen many beautiful women in different styles before, such as Aline, an innocent yet adorable young girl, Flora, the strangely seductive lady, and Nausicaa, who had a natural sexiness without having to express herself. All of them could be considered top class in the views of ordinary people. When compared to Parasite Queen though, they somehow missed by a score. Parasite Queen's level of beauty deserved the fanatical enthusiasm from her fans. She looked breathtaking. Even maddening, in a good way. No words could describe such a divine wonder. Even Angor, an immature kid who did not know how to comprehend women, blushed a little when looking at her beauty. Now he understood why Dave appeared so possessed when he was talking about Parasite Queen. Angor did not hide his look of appreciation. He always knew how to admire great beauty. However, the woman in front of him was not someone that could force him to surrender merely by her pretty face. That meant Parasite Queen had other tricks for winning. "So, you're Baron Milk?" Parasite Queen's voice sounded clear and pleasant. Her tone carried an emotion as if she was disappointed at something. Angor did not reply. The woman sounded like she knew his true identity, and Angor wondered how. What? You'd hide your face in front of my absolute beauty? Because your own face is miserable. Parasite Queen spoke in a complete taunting and narcissistic way. Only worms that struggle in dirty underground pits conceal their faces behind masks and do not show themselves in front of people. Her voice contained a strange frequency. So, are you a worm? It was natural for people to taunt in the waiting phase. Angor got a question though. Why did everyone love this foul talker so much? Are they all masochists? Hey, worm! Why don't you stay in your pit? That's your best place to be. Under her constant provoking, even Angor could not help frowning. He spoke in Baron Milk's low and indifferent voice. One of your admirers asked me to go easy on you. Looks like he'll be disappointed. Parasite Queen sneered. My good master asked me to fight you, and maybe avoid killing you while doing it. I thought you were someone good. Turns out, you're just a worm, hey? I'll still listen to my master, but you probably will say goodbye to your limbs. This was the first time when someone showed so much enmity to him before a match. Angor had no idea who Parasite Queen's master was. Whoever that was, it had to be one of the reasons why Parasite Queen was being so hostile. The match had begun. Instead of taking his first move, Angor suddenly froze up in place. In the eyes of audiences, Angor appeared just like another individual who fell for Parasite Queen's charm. Parasite Queen stepped toward Angor while wiggling her body. She held up a dagger high in the air. Angor's eyes were not focused at all. Parasite Queen's dagger would soon land on his unmoving figure. But Toby moved. The bird left Angor's shoulder, gained speed by diving down, and threw itself at Parasite Queen's shoulder with the help of shifting gravity. A huge explosion decorated with splattering blood shocked everyone into a dead silence. What Toby displayed to them looked like a giant boulder which fell from hundreds of meters high. No level 2 apprentice could survive from something like that. Toby's attack came and ended in an instant. No one had the chance to register what just happened by the time Toby returned to Angor's shoulder. What was that? Just like Selena's fight. Oh no, my princess. My liege. Is she all right? Should she receive a tiny scratch on her skin, I will kill Baron Milk personally. Chill off. Parasite Queen is the top in the ranks. How can a level 1 apprentice beat her? There were only 2 level 3 apprentices among the audience who saw the action just now, Prom and Prom's partner. They did not really see what happened, but they still saw a small shadow lashing out from Angor, which fully explained their question. The giant explosion is caused by that small bird? Prom already saw Toby's speed before. Now he also witnessed Toby's burst power and tried to compare his own strength to it. As a level 3 apprentice, Prom could barely see Toby moving in the air. He probably had no chance of avoiding an attack like that if he was there. Which meant, if he would ever oppose Toby, he would lose instantly. Alas! If I've known that Dave's little friend brought such a powerful familiar, I'd not tell Parasite Queen to show mercy. Prom shook his head and sighed. When the dust cloud settled, everyone lifted their heads to see whether their princess was hurt. They feared that what happened to Selena would happen again. And their fear was right. The situation on the stage slowly grew clearer. A bleeding puncture which shattered her entire clavicle and shoulder blade had appeared on Parasite Queen. Parasite Queen. My queen. It really happened again. Damn it all. Why didn't Selena tell us anything about it? Or Parasite Queen can be more prepared. Baron Milk, must, die. He wounded my Parasite Queen. I'll fucking destroy him. The onlookers only expressed their grief at Parasite Queen's situation for several seconds before they all turned to condemn Baron Milk. It appeared that Parasite Queen had lost. But later, they were surprised to realize that no one announced the end of the match even though Parasite Queen had lost consciousness. So Parasite Queen must surrender by herself? The judges are so cruel. Baron Milk was charmed, he should have been the loser. If so, how did Parasite Queen got injured? They were frenzied pursuers of Parasite Queen, but they were not stupid. When they saw Baron Milk still standing there with a blank expression while Parasite Queen was out cold on the floor, they quickly understood that there had to be something protecting Baron Milk. It could be an active defense alchemy item, or a familiar pet that lurked in the shadows. Wait, the bird on his shoulder. They did not know which answer was correct. However, when Toby displayed a proud look which attracted a lot of hate, the scales in their minds tipped a little. A minute later, even the other workers waiting outside the arena began to wonder. Why isn't the screen showing anything? According to rules, Baron Milk should be declared as the winner now. One of the workers came to Baroque and asked him what to do. Baroque smiled. Winner? Not yet. The battle is just approaching its climax. Somewhere we can't see. Chapter 200, Parasite Host. Melantha suddenly showed up beside Baroque. After asking the other workers to go away, she revealed a serious expression and questioned the old man. Mr. Baroque. Can you tell me why Bowie abandoned her shell and invaded him as her core? Unlike the others, Melantha knew Parasite Queen's true identity, Bowie the Parasite, a mutated elementalist. By using her parasite art, Bowie could fully manipulate someone, even becoming her target. And this was not the only thing Melantha knew. For example, Bowie appeared to be a member of Brute Cavern, but she was actually a spy placed here by Floating Mech City. All wizard organizations more or less held grudges against each other. Even those who appeared as allies might have spies hidden in someone's place. Floating Mech City was not an ally of Brute Cavern, but their relationship was still good. Even then, Melantha knew about several spies sent by Floating Mech City. Bowie was only one of the weakest one. For her particular identity, Melantha had been keeping an eye on her. Usually, during her matches, Bowie used spores to pollute her opponents and won. The spores did not last long after the fights, and would completely vanish from the bodies of her victims in several days or months, depending on situations. However, if Bowie used her core, the problem was serious now. Using her core meant Bowie was going to change her shell. Once her core entered the body of someone, it would no longer disappear until she chose another body. What Bowie just did meant she was going to use Angor's body as her new host. If she succeeded, she could easily control or even become Angor. Baroque only smiled against Melantha's question. How should I know? Maybe she got tired of her old body and wants to try becoming a man instead. Melantha looked offended. And you think I'll believe that obvious lie of yours? Why not? Angor's body looks good enough for her standard. Come on, Bowie wants to experience the body of a man. You can't deny it. Baroque was still smiling, but there was now malevolence shining in his eyes. Mr. Baroque. Of course, she can invade anyone she likes, but can you at least think about who Angor is? Melantha bellowed the last part. She did not want to imagine how Sunders would react when the gentleman heard that someone had taken his student's body. Why Sunders took Angor in was always a mystery to everyone. These two shared completely opposite characters, and Sunders still accepted the boy, so Melantha believed that there had to be something really important about Angor. Melantha no longer cared what this important matter was. She only came to the Sky Tower as a means of relaxation while looking for the path of truth while at it. She would avoid getting involved in the wrath of a level 2 formal wizard at all cost. Even Floating Mech City would step back when a level 2 truth finder wizard was angered. Sunders was not called the killing machine in the south for no reason. Baroque smiled again and comforted Melantha. Relax. It's just a fight between kids. Do you think we grown UPS should join them? Baroque sounded so calm, but Melantha clearly knew what was at stake. This whole matter might determine the final standing between two major wizard organizations. Mr. Baroque, can you tell me why are you doing this? Melantha suppressed her rage and tried to ask. Why? Nothing really. Bowie didn't use her core to invade under my command. Baroque skillfully avoided taking any responsibilities. When he saw Melantha's face twisting a little, he shrugged and said something else. Well, maybe I accidentally told Bowie about Angor's identity. Accidentally? Melantha rolled her eyes. Bowie was only a spy. No one really wanted her to do anything for the moment, which meant she was just a backdoor in Brute Cavern. She was a stubborn woman whose life was saved by Floating Mech City in an accident. She always insisted on repaying her organization, so she offered to come to Brute Cavern as their spy. Now that she finally saw someone who could help her approach the core authorities of Brute Cavern, of course, she would not let this chance escape. Her parasite skill was too obvious. There's no way she can hide what she did from him, Melantha commented. It doesn't matter. You know well how merciless Sunders can get. Melantha understood what he meant. Aside from Angor, Sunders had two other students. One of them had not shown up for a long time. The other one was Flora, who inherited Sunders' violent character. Previously, Flora stumbled into several deadly situations and came seeking help from Sunders, but her mentor did not do anything to save her at all. Sunder's ruthlessness was well known around the world. Then let's pray that Angor isn't really important to Sunders. Melantha sounded a little defeated. Baroque smiled yet again. Actually, maybe Bowie's attempt might fail. Who knows? Oh really? Melantha already heard from Baroque's tone that the old man did not even believe his own words. An elite level 2 apprentice who used her talent skill on a fresh level 1 apprentice and failed? Only fools would think that way. The stage was still troubled by the angry yells of audience. Everyone was cursing Baron Milk. Even Dave was looking at the bleeding woman on the ground with an irritated look. What's with Angor? I told him to be gentle. He complained in his mind. Someone suddenly drew everyone's attention. Hey look, Baron Milk is down. As he said, Baron Milk had lost balance and collapsed on the arena, face down. He lost consciousness as well. Whatever is going on? Hey, Judge, are you there? Tell us already. Which one is the winner? Why didn't you end the match? We didn't pay money to look at people lying on the floor. Yet. Quickly. I don't care if my queen wins or not. If she keeps bleeding like that, she'll die. Despite their effort, the workers around the arena did not move. They had already received an order from their superiors which was that they were not to announce anything because the battle was still on. This further enraged the spectators. Someone began to curse the management team in Sky Tower. However, most of the people were still directing their hate at Baron Milk. There were, a few, who were actually concerned at Baron Milk's condition. On one of the VIP seats, a hooded man glared at the damaged body of Parasite Queen and howled, "Now keep that up. Bleed. How dare you hurt my precious? I'll make you regret forever for being born. When the last drop of your blood leaves your flesh, I'll seal your soul inside my furnace and burn it in flames for eternity." Toby circled around Angor anxiously. He had no idea what was going on. He already knocked that stinky woman out. Why is my young master not awake? The bird flew under Angor's hood and gently poked Angor's face with his beak. No matter how he poked and called, Angor lied on the ground, motionless, like a corpse. For the first time in his life, Toby felt fear. Despite the fact that Angor was always quarreling with him, Toby knew how he loved living with the human boy. Toby was not the reason for Angor's current situation, but the bird still blamed himself for being too weak. If only he was strong enough to protect Angor. Toby only considered his strength for the first time. Ever since he was born, no one ever showed hostility to him, so Toby did not mind being weak or strong. At this moment, Toby desperately wished to grow stronger and protect those he cared for. Angor knew nothing about his situation. The discussions among the audience, the particular attention from a certain pervert, and Toby's change in mind, he knew none of these. As Baroque said, he was still inside the battlefield. Not on the arena, but a battlefield he never expected to see. A battlefield that determined his body and soul. It all happened at the start of his match. When the countdown timer on the screen ended, Angor quickly moved to cast a defensive spell. Right at that moment, he saw a shadowy figure made from small, greenish particles in his sight. No, he did not see the figure. It directly showed up on the retina in his eye. The shadow looked like a woman. Before he could figure out what happened, he noticed that he could no longer control his body. In the next moment, he found himself falling into a strange place. The place looked like his mind space, with only endless darkness and chaos in there. But he did not see his axis of the universe and his spirit model. He could not feel himself anymore. He was now, existing as his own spirit. Suddenly, the dark space was illuminated by a green light and followed by some kind of flat plants which appeared and grew quickly, gradually becoming a green flower bud. The flower bud slowly spread open in a beautiful way. In the end, it became a giant, green flower with layered petals like those found on a rose. In the center of the flower stood the bright, decently shaped body of a woman.